Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spot was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that vibe. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Throw in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card. Backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to
beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Point made, no edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Where were we before I was really interrupted? Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Line Blacc Media. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and I might be solo dolo, we'll see. I might be joined with Shabaka and Lady Che, we shall see. But on this season 6, episode 18, part 3, continuation, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3, continuation, part 2. And that is Cardo history videos, local Denver and Aurora news, growing opposition to U.S.-Israeli war with Iran, Israel war with Iran. The U.S. Treasury just declared America insolvent. Ooh. How to avoid war legally. Conscientious Objector explained what you need to know. Dr. Umar, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, or Scam Africanism. SIMPS for Sukihana says he'd have a son with her. Good Black women are definitely hard to find. And then we got Congressional Black Caucus Baccs Ghana slave trade resolution. Are African nations trying to hijack the reparations conversation? And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we did yesterday, is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count them, 11 seasons now. Baccs Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like to share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Let's see also up to that, just in case I try to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, or excuse me, Lady Chase other page, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sew up to that so she can start going live on that channel. And then we got her other channel, her main channel, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub up to that. And she should be doing the RBA sometime this week. She did 2 last week, so make sure y'all check those out. And sorry, I'm trying to get the speaker plugged up. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Chroma. That's how I stream all the city council and community events. And then we got Sabaka's other YouTube channel, Gen Up 1. Michelle set up to that, so he can start going live on that channel. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High. Michelle set up to his channel as well, Kukizi 5100. And then we got Breeze Omega, brother out of the VA, who's originally from New York, but is now in VA, Virginia, and has just recently surpassed 1,000 subscribers. Salute to him. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers, fast approaching 3,000 subscribers. So salute to him. He did a video last week or this past weekend. Make sure y'all check that out. And then last turn out, at least we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on a hiatus, but he is still in charge of the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. So make sure y'all hit the links in the description to submit your business to the Rolodex and to check out the Rolodex. And yours truly is in it for my political work. So make sure y'all check that out. And then please sign a petition for reparations, family, the change.org petition. That link is also in the description. Then we got counsel the Congressional Black Caucus and create the Foundational Black American Caucus. Sign the petition, the change.org petition. And then we got the Kickstarter link for Hidden Color 6. Also in the description. We have met the goal, Black family. So yes, Hidden Color 6 will be begin production, and it should be dropping by the summer. Fingers crossed. And then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And then we have the 103-year-old grandmother who's on the verge of losing her home in South Central Los Angeles of almost 40 years. And copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, war, and some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last starting not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. Announced by the late, great Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago and would have just celebrated her 90th birthday. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. And the link to the ISIS papers is in the description. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so I have some unfinished business to attend to since last night's show. So I'm going to continue where I left off with the Colorado history, and then the local Denver and Aurora news, and then the growing opposition with the Iran, U.S., Israel conflict, i.e. war. So let me find my cue. So I have it queued up. Here it is. Let me share my screen so y'all can see what I'm saying. And salute. We got Twin in here. We got Mac in here. And who else is in here? Who else did I see? Twin, Mac, and Michael. That's right. Shout out to Michael. All right, let me find this. So the first one is, why is Colorado the opposite of every other U.S. state?
Look at a map of the United States, and Colorado stands out immediately. It looks like someone got lazy. A perfect rectangle stamped onto the western landscape, while every other state has jagged coastlines, river borders, or mountain boundaries that actually follow geography. Colorado appears to be the simplest state in America. 4 straight lines. Nothing complicated, except here's the thing. Colorado is not a rectangle at all. It has 697 sides, and that number tells you everything about how this state was created. Not by rivers, not by mountains, not by any natural feature, but by politicians drawing lines on a map during the most chaotic moment in American history. If you want to understand how artificial decisions create real consequences, subscribe. To answer that question, we need to start with the week America fell apart. On February 28, 1861, President James Buchanan had just days left in office. Abraham Lincoln was about to be inaugurated. Southern states were seceding. The nation was tearing itself apart at the seams. And in the middle of this chaos, Buchanan signed legislation creating the Territory of Colorado. This was not a coincidence. It was a calculated political move. For years, Congress had been paralyzed by the slavery deadlock. Southern Democrats blocked any expansion of free territory. Northern Republicans blocked any expansion of slave territory. Nothing moved. Then the South seceded, and Democratic senators from those states resigned their seats. Suddenly, Republicans controlled both chambers of Congress. Within 3 consecutive days, they created 3 new territories: Colorado on February 28th, Nevada on March 1st, and Dakota on March 2nd. All free territories, all designed to tip the political balance permanently northward. The timing was surgical. Colorado was born not because the land demanded it, not because settlers clamored for it, but because politicians in Washington needed to redraw the map before war consumed everything. The boundaries they chose reflected this urgency. Congress defined Colorado using nothing but latitude and longitude: 37 degrees north to 41 degrees north, 25 degrees west to 32 degrees west from the Washington meridian. Pure geometry. No rivers. No mountain ranges. No consideration of who actually lived there or what the terrain looked like. They drew a box on paper and called it a territory. Creating the territory was the easy part. Making Colorado a state took 15 years and 5 separate attempts, each one failing for a different reason. The first try came in 1864, and it was the residents themselves who killed it. Miners had flooded into the territory during the Pikes Peak gold rush. nearly 100,000 prospectors chasing rumors of fortune in the mountains. They called themselves the 59ers, men who had abandoned farms in Kansas and shops in Missouri to scratch at rocky hillsides with picks and pans. Most found nothing. The lucky ones found just enough to keep digging. But statehood meant higher taxes. As a territory, the federal government covered most expenses. As a state, Coloradans would pay their own way. The miners looked at their slim profits, looked at the tax bill, and voted no. They had come to Colorado to escape economic hardship, not to create new obligations. The dream of easy gold had already proven false. They were not about to compound the disappointment with higher taxes. The next attempts ran into a different wall: President Andrew Johnson. In 1865 and again in 1866, Congress passed enabling acts for Colorado statehood. Johnson vetoed both. His official reason was that Colorado's population was too small. But everyone understood the real calculation. Colorado was Republican territory. Johnson, a Democrat trying to obstruct Reconstruction, had no intention of adding Republican senators and electoral votes to Congress. The vetoes held. Then came the fight that almost derailed everything. When Colorado drafted its 1876 Constitution, the original language excluded black men from voting. A group of 137 black community leaders organized a petition campaign demanding the word "white" be removed from voting requirements. Their petition circulated through Denver and the mining camps, gathering signatures and delaying federal approval. The pressure worked. Colorado's final constitution removed the racial restriction, and in doing so, helped prompt Congress to pass the Territorial Suffrage Act of 1867, which guaranteed voting rights to men of any race in all U.S. territories. Colorado's internal debate had national consequences. Finally, on August 1, 1876, exactly 100 years after the Declaration of Independence, President Ulysses Grant proclaimed Colorado the 38th state. The centennial state had arrived just in time to reshape a presidential election. Here is where Colorado's artificial origins created something genuinely strange. Congress defined the borders as straight lines of latitude and longitude, simple geometry. But when surveyors actually went out to mark those borders on the ground, problems emerged immediately. These were not men sitting in comfortable offices. They were teams hauling heavy equipment across prairies, up mountain passes through snow and summer heat. The equipment was imprecise, iron chains used to measure distances stretched in heat and contracted in cold. Compasses drifted near iron deposits in the rock. And there was an even more fundamental issue that no one had accounted for. The Earth is round. Lines of longitude converge as they move toward the poles. A degree of longitude at Colorado's southern border is physically wider than a degree at its northern border. The rectangle Congress drew on flat paper could not exist on a curved planet. Survey teams worked for years, planting markers across prairies and mountain passes. Each team made small errors. Each segment deviated slightly from the theoretical line. The men doing this work had no way to verify their measurements against the broader whole. They planted a stone or drove a stake, recorded their readings, and moved on. When the Supreme Court ruled in 1925 that the surveyed boundaries were legally binding, not the original coordinates, Colorado officially became a 697-sided polygon. The state that looks simplest on a map is actually one of the most geometrically complex. Every corner, every slight jog in the border represents a 19th century surveyor squinting through a transit, making his best guess, and planting a marker that would become permanent law. And in one corner of this geometric chaos sits something found nowhere else in America. The Four Corners Monument marks the only point where 4 states touch: Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico meeting at a single location. This quadrupoint was not geographically inevitable. It exists because 4 different sets of surveyors, working decades apart, happened to extend their artificial latitude and longitude lines until they intersected. The monument marks human precision attempting to impose order on the landscape, succeeding just barely, and creating something unique in the process. If Colorado's borders are artificial, its elevation is anything but. The state averages 6,800 feet above sea level, the highest of any state in the nation. More than 75% of all U.S. land above 10,000 feet sits within Colorado's borders. The state contains 56 of the nation's 91 peaks, exceeding 14,000 feet. Mountains so tall they have their own name, 14ers. Mount Elbert, the highest at 14,440 feet, towers over the entire lower 48. Denver sits at exactly 5,280 feet, 1 mile high, a number the city has turned into an identity. But elevation is not just a number on a sign, it fundamentally changes how life works. The air in Denver is 20% less dense than at sea level. That simple fact ripples through everything. Newcomers often experience altitude sickness within hours of arriving, headaches, nausea, dizziness, shortness of breath. The body has to work harder to extract oxygen from thinner air. Hearts beat faster, lungs expand more. Until acclimatization occurs, which can take days or even weeks, the thin atmosphere forces the body into constant low-grade stress. For some visitors, the adjustment is brutal. For others, it is barely noticeable. No one fully understands why the experience varies so widely. The thin air also means less protection from the sun. Ultraviolet radiation hits harder at altitude. Skiers routinely photograph themselves in t-shirts during blizzards because the intense solar radiation feels warm on skin even when the temperature is below freezing. You can be simultaneously sunburned and frostbitten, a combination that seems impossible until you have experienced it. But the strangest effects show up in the weather itself. Low humidity means temperature swings that would be impossible at sea level. A 40 to 50 degree Fahrenheit change in a single day is not unusual. Residents joke about running the heater in the morning and the air conditioning by afternoon. Snow falls, but often does not stick. The thin, dry air causes rapid melting even while fresh flakes keep coming down. And the microclimates are surreal. One Colorado Springs resident documented driving across town and encountering freezing snow in Black Forest, rain at the airport, sunshine at Fort Carson, and complete whiteout conditions in Garden of the Gods, all at the same time, all within a 30-minute drive. Nowhere are elevation's effects more measurable than at Coors Field in Denver. When Major League Baseball came to Colorado in 1993, everyone knew altitude would matter. Nobody realized how much. A baseball travels 5 to 10% farther in Denver's thin air than at sea level. A routine 400-foot fly ball becomes a 420-foot home run. But the raw distance is only part of the story. Pitchers suffer the most. The thin air reduces the movement on breaking balls. Curveballs do not curve as sharply, sliders do not slide as far. A four-seam fastball has 3 inches less vertical movement than it would in Houston or Miami. The ball itself behaves differently. Less humidity makes it drier, lighter, and harder to grip. Pitchers who dominate at sea level often struggle in Denver. Their carefully honed repertoire is suddenly ineffective against the altitude. The numbers bear this out. Home runs at Coors Field occur 52% more often than at other ballparks. That is not just the 5 to 10% you would expect from thin air. Something else is amplifying the effect. Researchers point to the difficulty pitchers face, the team's personnel decisions, and the psychological burden of pitching in a stadium where every mistake leaves the yard. The Rockies have tried everything: storing baseballs in humidors, adjusting their roster construction, changing their pitching philosophy. Nothing fully solves the problem. The physics are simply different at 5,280 feet. Colorado's recent political history is almost as strange as its weather. As recently as 2012, the state was a genuine battleground, both parties pouring resources into Colorado, treating it as essential to any path to the White House. The margins were tight, the outcomes were uncertain. Colorado was the definition of a swing state. Then something shifted. By 2020, Colorado had become reliably Democratic. By 2024, campaigns largely ignored it, banking on a safe blue outcome. That transformation, from toss-up to foregone conclusion in just 3 election cycles, demands explanation. But here is the paradox that makes Colorado different from other states that have shifted politically. It has very few actual swing counties. Democratic and Republican voters are so geographically sorted that they almost cancel each other out at the state level. The Front Range corridor, Denver, Boulder, Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, has grown rapidly, filled with college-educated professionals who trend Democratic. These are not native Coloradans converting to new beliefs. They are migrants from California, from Texas, from the coasts, bringing their politics with them. The Eastern Plains and Western Slope remain deeply conservative, home to ranchers and miners and small-town residents whose politics have not changed in generations. There is almost no middle ground, no purple territory where persuasion campaigns might flip voters. The state appears competitive only because its two political tribes are evenly matched in total numbers. What changed was not persuasion. It was population growth concentrated in Democratic-leaning areas. The cities grew faster than the rural counties. The balance tipped, not through conversion, but through addition. In 2024, Colorado voters approved abortion rights by a 24-point margin, cementing its status as a socially progressive state. The swing state of a decade ago has become something else entirely, a place where the outcome is decided before the campaign begins. Colorado's statehood did more than add a star to the flag. It directly shaped one of the most consequential elections in American history. In 1876, the same year Colorado became a state, the presidential race between Rutherford B. Hayes and Samuel Tilden ended in chaos. Multiple states submitted disputed electoral returns. The outcome was unclear for months. Colorado, admitted just weeks before the election, did not even hold a popular vote for president. The state legislature simply appointed electors. Those 3 electoral votes went to Hayes. The final resolution, the Compromise of 1877, gave Hayes the presidency in exchange for withdrawing federal troops from the South. That withdrawal ended Reconstruction and ushered in the Jim Crow era. Colorado's rushed admission to statehood, timed to coincide with the centennial, had consequences that echoed for a century. The state that began as lines on paper, created in political chaos, admitted in political calculation, found itself at the pivot point of American history. Stand anywhere in Colorado and you are standing on contradiction. The borders are pure geometry, yet they have 697 sides. The land is defined by its towering mountains, yet it was created by politicians who never saw them. The weather defies basic geography. Southern Colorado is not always warmer than northern Colorado. The air itself changes the rules of physics, making baseballs fly farther and breaking balls break less. The politics shifted from swing state to safe state in a decade, not through persuasion, but through demographic sorting that left almost no middle ground. Colorado looks ordinary on a map. A rectangle. 4 corners. Simple. But nothing about this state is simple. It was born in the chaos of secession, shaped by surveyors' errors, admitted in time to tip a presidential election, and transformed by an elevation that changes everything from weather to sports to human physiology. Most states are defined by their natural features, coastlines, rivers, mountain ranges that dictated where people settled and how borders formed. Colorado is the opposite. It was defined first by human intention, then forced to reckon with the geography it actually contained. The artificial lines came first. The consequences followed. That tension between what was drawn on paper and what exists on the ground is written into every corner of the state. Every one of its 697 sides, every wild temperature swing, every home run that sails 10 feet farther than it should. Colorado is the state where human planning met physical reality, and physical reality refused to cooperate. The politicians who created Colorado in 1861 thought they were drawing a simple rectangle. They were actually setting in motion a century and a half of unintended consequences, borders that could not stay straight, weather that defies latitude, and a political identity that transformed faster than anyone predicted. And that, more than any other fact, is what makes Colorado unlike any other state in America.
Think about Colorado. Colorado made Rocky Mountain High one of its 2 official state songs in 2007.
All right, so as y'all can see, I live in a very interesting state, to say the least. So that was the first clip. This is the second one. There's 25 facts you didn't know, or 35 the same facts you didn't know about Colorado that are true. People think they're fake, but it's true. So it's pronounced Colorado, not Colorado.
Coloradans say raw, while another half of the United States says ray. So drop your answer in the comments right now, because this debate has been going on for decades, and we need a final ruling. Number 35. Denver sits on the plains, not the mountains. Every year, millions of people fly into Denver expecting to step outside and find themselves dramatically in the Rocky Mountains. And every year they walk out to the curb, look around at a perfectly flat city skyline, and experience a very specific kind of geographic disappointment. The mountains are real, they are spectacular, and they are about an hour's drive away, past a Home Depot and 2 Targets. The geography of Denver, positioned at the precise point where the flat interior of the continent collides with the front range of the Rockies, made it the natural supply city for every mining boom, military operation, and ski resort the mountains ever produced. Number 34. The Colorado River begins as a trickle here. The Colorado River, which carved the Grand Canyon, supplies water to 40 million people across 7 states, and defines the geography of the entire American Southwest, begins as a modest mountain stream in Rocky Mountain National Park, small enough that you can step across it in flip-flops, which feels genuinely absurd, given what it eventually becomes. The river travels 1,450 miles from this quiet Colorado meadow before reaching the Gulf of California, or what's left of it, since so much water is diverted along the way that the river rarely makes it to the sea anymore. The geography of Colorado, elevated above surrounding states and catching enormous snowpack in its mountains, made it the source of the most contested and litigated water in the Western Hemisphere. Number 33. Mesa Verde hid a civilization for centuries. Sometime around 1190 AD, the ancestral Pueblo and people of southwestern Colorado moved their entire community off the mesa top and into the cliffs, constructing elaborate stone villages in canyon wall alcoves, some containing over 150 rooms, accessible only by handholds carved into vertical rock faces. The people who built it lived there for about a century before abandoning the site around 1300 AD, and the reasons they left are still genuinely debated by archaeologists. Standing on the canyon rim, looking down at Cliff Palace tucked into its alcove, you're looking at one of the most beautiful things human beings have ever built. Number 32. Leadville is America's highest incorporated city, period. Leadville, Colorado, sits at 10,152 feet above sea level, a fact Leadville mentions immediately upon introduction, and will continue mentioning for the duration of any conversation. At its peak in the 1880s, Leadville was the second largest city in Colorado, with a fully operational stock exchange, multiple newspapers, an opera house, and a level of Wild West chaos that attracted Doc Holliday, Bat Masterson, and a young Herbert Hoover, who worked there as a mining engineer before accidentally becoming president. The geography of Leadville, tucked into a high mountain valley surrounded by some of Colorado's tallest peaks, made it both spectacularly rich and spectacularly difficult to survive in, because winters at over 10,000 feet are not a minor inconvenience. Number 31. Pikes Peak inspired America's most beloved song. In the summer of 1893, Massachusetts English professor Catherine Lee Bates took a wagon trip to the summit of Pikes Peak and was so overwhelmed by what she saw, the Purple Mountain, the Amber Plains stretching east, the vast American sky, that she wrote a poem that became America the Beautiful, which a significant portion of the country believes is the actual national anthem, and gets genuinely upset to learn is not. Pikes Peak rises 14,115 feet on the southern edge of the Front Range, reachable today by cog railway, paved road, or a foot race that attracts masochistic runners every summer. The geography of Pikes Peak, the easternmost of Colorado's Great Peaks, rising dramatically from flat plains, made it the first major mountain that travelers on the Santa Fe Trail saw as they pushed west. Number 30. The Great Sand Dunes defy all geographic logic. In the San Luis Valley of southern Colorado, surrounded by snow-capped mountains on 3 sides, sits the tallest sand dune system in North America. 700-foot dunes deposit over thousands of years by winds that sweep across the valley floor and lose their energy against the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, dropping their load in one improbable pile. Medno Creek runs along the base of the dunes every spring, fed by snowmelt, creating a beach at the foot of the dunes that is technically in the mountains of Colorado, which is a sentence that should not be possible. Great Sand Dunes National Park is one of the most visually disorienting places in America. A landscape your brain keeps insisting has been staged somehow. Number 29. Coors turned golden Colorado into beer country. In 1873, Adolph Coors built a brewery in Golden, using the pure cold water of Clear Creek. And the Coors facility there is now the largest single-site brewery in the world.
I've been there.
A campus so large that Golden is essentially a company town that happens to have a very pleasant historic district. For decades, Coors was only available west of the Mississippi, which made it a status symbol in the East and apparently inspired a 1977 Burt Reynolds movie about smuggling it across state lines, which tells you a great deal about the 1970s. The geography of Golden, in a canyon at the base of the Rockies with access to mountain water and proximity to Denver, gave Coors exactly what it needed to build a brewing empire. Number 28. Rocky Mountain National Park is perpetually overwhelmed. Rocky Mountain National Park receives over 4 million visitors annually and eventually implemented a timed entry reservation system because the combination of stunning alpine scenery and the internet-discovering Trail Ridge Road all at once created traffic jams at 11,000 feet that no national park ranger signed up for. The park contains 77 peaks above 12,000 feet, 350 miles of trail, and elk herds that move through the valleys at dawn in numbers that stop traffic. Not because of the overcrowding, but because the elk genuinely do not care about your schedule.
They don't care.
The geography of the park, sitting directly on the Continental Divide, where weather changes in minutes rather than hours, means every visit comes with the reasonable possibility of an afternoon thunderstorm that will briefly convince you that you made a mistake. Number 27. The Continental Divide splits Colorado perfectly in half. The Continental Divide runs directly through Colorado, separating water flowing to the Pacific from water flowing to the Atlantic, crossing over a dozen named mountain passes at elevations regularly exceeding 13,000 feet. Colorado has more miles of Continental Divide than any other state, about 700 miles through the heart of the Rockies, meaning rain falling on the east side of a ridge above Breckenridge ends up in the Gulf of Mexico, while rain on the west side ends up in the Gulf of California. Stand on the divide itself, which you can do on several trail systems with a reasonable level of fitness, and you're standing on the exact spine of the North American continent. Number 26. Aspen transformed from silver ghost town to glamour. Aspen was one of the most productive silver mining towns in America in the 1880s. Then silver prices collapsed in 1893, and Aspen went from boom town to near ghost town in the span of a year, dropping to a population of about 700 people who stuck around largely because they had nowhere else to go. The ski industry saved it in the late 1940s when a Chicago businessman decided Aspen should become a cultural resort, built the Aspen Skiing Company, and invited artists and philosophers to think great thoughts in the mountains. What Aspen became, the most expensive ski town in the world, where a 2-bedroom condominium costs more than most people earn in a lifetime, is not exactly what he envisioned, but the Opera House is still there, which feels like something. Number 25. The Ludlow Massacre changed American labor forever. On April 20th, 1914, the Colorado National Guard and private guards employed by John D. Rockefeller's coal company attacked a tent colony of striking miners and their families near Ludlow, killing at least 21 people, including 11 children who suffocated in a pit beneath a burning tent. The massacre sparked a 10-day armed uprising by miners that required federal troops to suppress, directly influencing federal labor legislation, and how Americans thought about the relationship between capital and labor. John D. Rockefeller Jr., confronted with public outrage, essentially invented modern corporate PR and implemented modest labor reforms, a response that historians have been evaluating the sincerity of ever since. Number 24. Colorado legalized recreational marijuana before everyone else. In November 2012, Colorado became the first state to legalize recreational marijuana. Amendment 64, passing with 55% of the vote and launching an economic experiment the entire world watched with a combination of alarm and curiosity. The first dispensaries opened January 1st, 2014, with lines wrapping around blocks in Denver in temperatures well below freezing, which tells you something about the depth of commitment involved. Colorado's marijuana industry has since generated over $1.6 billion in tax revenue. And the state's willingness to go first on a policy question most governments considered untouchable is very much in keeping with the Colorado tradition of trying things the rest of the country isn't sure about yet. Number 23. Denver International Airport has always seemed suspicious. Denver International Airport opened in 1995 after cost overruns ballooned budget from $1.7 billion to $4.8 billion. And it has been the subject of more conspiracy theories per square foot than almost any other public building in America. The airport's Great Hall features murals depicting scenes of environmental destruction and children in coffins that the artist says represent the triumph of peace over war, and which approximately half of all visitors find deeply unsettling regardless of explanation. There is also a 32-foot blue horse sculpture with glowing red eyes near the entrance that killed its own creator during construction, which is the kind of detail the conspiracy theorists feel is relevant. Number 22. The Ute people owned Colorado for millennia. The Ute people inhabited Colorado's mountains and valleys for at least 1,000 years before European contact. Skilled horsemen and effective military forces who resisted displacement longer than many other indigenous nations. The United States removed the Ute from most of Colorado between 1868 and 1881, consolidating them onto reservations in the southwestern corner of the state after silver and agricultural land became too valuable for the federal government to leave in indigenous hands. 2 Ute tribes remain in southwestern Colorado today on lands that represent a fraction of what they once held. And Colorado itself takes its name from a Spanish word, while the land it describes had names the Ute gave it long before any European arrived. Number 21. Black Canyon of the Gunnison has no mercy. The Black Canyon of the Gunnison in western Colorado is one of the least visited and most spectacular national parks in the country. A canyon so narrow and deep that sunlight reaches parts of the floor for only 30 minutes a day, with walls composed of 1.7 billion-year-old Precambrian rock that looks like something from another planet. Early explorers who tried to descend it by river gave up after the first few miles and walked back out, which was absolutely the correct decision. The geography of the Black Canyon, hard rock that resisted erosion while the river kept cutting, created a gorge narrower at points than it is deep. A ratio that produces scenery your brain genuinely needs a moment to process. Number 20. Garden of the Gods is genuinely otherworldly. Garden of the Gods near Colorado Springs contains massive red sandstone formations rising up to 300 feet in shapes that look designed by a committee of geologists who were also sculptors and had access to an unreasonable amount of time. The park is free to enter, which feels like a mistake given what you get, and draws about 2 million visitors a year who immediately take photos their friends back home, accused of being filtered. The geography of the Front Range, where sedimentary rock layers were tilted dramatically against the harder granite of the rising mountains, created visual drama at a scale you genuinely cannot prepare for. Number 19. John Denver defined what Colorado sounds like. John Denver moved to Aspen in the late 1960s, changed his last name after his favorite city, and proceeded to write a catalog of songs about Rocky Mountain life that collectively created the sound most people hear in their heads when they think about Colorado. Colorado made Rocky Mountain High one of its 2 official state songs in 2007, 40 years after it was written. And the most persistent tribute to Denver is that his songs still play constantly in every ski lodge and brew pub in the state, whether anyone requested them or not. John Denver died in a plane crash in 1997, and Colorado grieved in a way that was genuine, lasting, and audible every time someone cues up a jukebox near a mountain.
Denver win.
Number 18. The Denver Mint makes America's everyday pocket change. The Denver Mint, established in 1863 to process gold and silver from Colorado's mining booms, is one of only 2 mints producing coins for circulation in the United States and the most productive, turning out billions of coins annually, all stamped with a small letter D that coin collectors either care about intensely or don't care about at all, with absolutely no middle ground. The original mint was established because shipping raw gold to the Philadelphia Mint was expensive, slow, and frequently
So I'll probably recommend them.
went wrong in the specific way that things went wrong on the frontier in the 1860s.
We got Wall
The
Street.
geography of Denver, at the center of the western mining region,
Phase 2.
made it the logical location for processing the metals that were transforming the American economy. Number 17. Bent's Fort anchored the entire Santa Fe Trail.
I will say Chuck E.
Bent's Old Fort, built in 1833 on the Arkansas River in southeastern Colorado, was the only major permanent American settlement between Missouri and New Mexico. A mud-walled trading post the size of a city block that served as diplomatic headquarters, supply depot, and neutral meeting ground for American traders, Mexican merchants, and Plains tribes for over 15 years. Kit Carson worked out of Bent's Fort, and the Army of the West used it as a staging point for the Mexican-American War.
Yeah.
The geography of its location, in the borderland between the United States, Mexico, and indigenous territory, made it the place where those 3 worlds met, traded, and occasionally fought. Number 16. Silver made Colorado briefly the richest place. The silver strikes of the 1870s and 1880s produced some of the largest mineral fortunes in American history, turning Colorado from a struggling territory into a state with opera houses, electric lights, and millionaires who built Denver mansions still standing today and worth considerably more than the silver that paid for them. Horace Tabor, a merchant who grub-staked 2 miners for $64 and received a third of the mine in exchange, became one of the wealthiest men in America within a year. Then lost everything when silver prices collapsed in 1893 in a story so operatic that it literally became an opera. The geography of the Colorado Rockies, hiding extraordinary mineral wealth in veins through ancient volcanic rock, created fortunes with the speed that built Colorado's infrastructure in a single explosive generation. Number 15. Dinosaur National Monument contains actual exposed dinosaur bones. Dinosaur National Monument on the Colorado-Utah border contains one of the most extraordinary paleontological sites ever discovered. A wall of sandstone in the Quarry Visitor Center with over 1,500 dinosaur bones still embedded in the rock, visible in their original positions where they were deposited 149 million years ago. The first excavations here yielded nearly 700,000 pounds of fossils, including Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, and Allosaurus specimens now in museums around the world. The geography of the Morrison Formation, ancient river sediment that buried thousands of dinosaur bones under ideal preservation conditions, makes the American West the richest dinosaur fossil region on the planet. Number 14. The Royal Gorge drops over 1,000 terrifying feet. The Royal Gorge near Canyon City is a canyon carved by the Arkansas River through solid granite to a depth of over 1,000 feet. And in 1879, 2 competing railroads fought an actual shooting war with hired gunmen and fortifications over who had the right to build through it, because it was the only practical route west through the mountains at that point. The Royal Gorge Route Railroad still runs through the canyon along the riverbed between walls of granite rising straight into the Colorado sky. A journey that feels like traveling through the Earth's interior. The Royal Gorge Bridge, built in 1929 and stretching 956 feet above the river, was for decades the highest suspension bridge in the world and remains one of the more alarming ways to take a walk anywhere in North America. Number 13. Colorodo's water feeds 7 states and Mexico. Colorado is the headwaters state, origin point of the Colorado, Rio Grande, Arkansas, Platte, and Republican rivers, which collectively supply water to 7 states, 2 countries, and 40 million people across the driest part of the American West. The Colorado River Compact of 1922 divided the river's water based on flow estimates made during one of the wettest periods in recorded history, which turned out to be a generous miscalculation that the entire American Southwest is still paying for. The geography of Colorado, elevated mountains catching Pacific moisture as snowpack that melts slowly through summer, made it the water tower of the West, and every drought year is a reminder of how many cities and lives depend on what the Colorado Rockies choose to hold.
Mexico, New Mexico.
Number 12. The Durango and Silverton still runs on steam. The Durango and Silverton narrow gauge railroad has been running continuously through the San Juan Mountains since 1882, carrying ore in the beginning and tourists ever since through 45 miles of mountain wilderness accessible by no road, and changed almost nothing since the 19th century. The locomotives are original steam engines, still burning coal and producing the sounds and smells of 1882 railroading with absolutely no apology. The geography of the San Juans, spectacular mountains with no practical road access to Silverton until the 1950s, meant the train remained the only way in or out for decades, and it remains the most beautiful way in, regardless of how many roads exist now. Number 11. Buffalo Bill chose Colorado for his final rest. William Frederick Cody, the most famous American of his era, genuine frontier scout and creator of the Wild West show that toured the world, specifically requested to be buried on Lookout Mountain west of Denver, with a view of the plains and mountains he had spent his life between. The story is that he was brought there because he loved the view, though rival accounts claim Colorado boosters made a sizable payment to beat Wyoming, which also claimed him to the grave, which is exactly as undignified as it sounds. The Buffalo Bill Museum on Lookout Mountain preserves his history with costumes, weapons, and promotional posters from Wild West shows that introduced audiences from London to Paris to a landscape they found impossible to believe was real. Number 10. Colorado's ski industry was born from war. The 10th Mountain Division, trained specifically for alpine warfare during World War II, conducted training at Camp Hale near Leadville at 10,200 feet, in conditions specifically chosen because they were as miserable as possible. After the war, many of those soldiers came back and built Vail, Breckenridge, and Aspen, applying military logistics and mountaineering knowledge to creating a recreational industry worth billions. Without the 10th Mountain Division, there is no modern Colorado ski industry, no gondolas, no après-ski culture, no $30 bowls of chili at a mountain lodge, none of it.
No.
Number 9. Rocky Flats secretly built nuclear weapons near Denver. From 1952 to 1992, the United States government operated a nuclear weapons manufacturing facility called Rocky Flats, 14 miles northwest of Denver, producing plutonium triggers for thermonuclear weapons in a way that resulted in multiple fires, contamination incidents, and radioactive material released across Denver's western suburbs. The FBI raided the facility in 1989 in a joint operation with the EPA investigating environmental crimes, which is not a sentence you expect to write about a government facility. The plant was cleaned up at a cost of $7 billion and converted into a wildlife refuge that is now open to hikers walking across ground the cleanup contractors certified as safe, and that environmental advocates have been arguing about ever since. Number 8. The Dust Bowl destroyed southeastern Colorado almost completely. The southeastern corner of Colorado was once the heart of a dry farming boom that brought thousands of settlers to plow up native grasses and plant wheat. And when drought came in the 1930s, the topsoil with no roots to hold it simply blew away. Black Sunday, April 14th, 1935, produced a dust storm 200 miles wide and 7,000 feet tall that buried farms, suffocated livestock, and forced entire communities to abandon land they had spent decades building. Towns in southeastern Colorado lost most of their populations and never fully recovered. Quiet reminders of what happens when farming practice ignores the geography it depends on. Number 7. Colorado's craft beer scene leads the entire nation. Colorado has more craft breweries per capita than any other state. Over 400 operating breweries built on a foundation of exceptional Rocky Mountain water, a liberalized brewing law passed in the 1980s, and a population of outdoor-oriented residents who decided that a good beer at the end of a hike was non-negotiable. Denver's Great American Beer Festival, held annually since 1982, is the most prestigious craft beer competition in the country, where brewers compete for medals treated with a seriousness more typically associated with Olympic sports. The geography of Colorado, attracting quality-conscious residents who moved here for the mountains and immediately wanted something excellent to drink afterward, created both the supply and the demand simultaneously. Number 6. The Brown Palace Hotel has never closed its doors. The Brown Palace Hotel in downtown Denver, opened in 1892, has been continuously operating for over 130 years. Through silver crashes, world wars, the Depression, and every other disruption that has stopped business elsewhere without closing once. The building is a triangular atrium hotel, 8 stories of cast iron balconies rising around a central lobby, topped by a stained glass ceiling, and every American president since Theodore Roosevelt has stayed there, except Calvin Coolidge, who presumably had his reasons. It sits at the corner of 17th and Tremont in downtown Denver, looking like a building that decided in 1892 to be the most important building in Colorado, and has simply never reversed that decision. Number 5. Boulder operates as its own gravitational force entirely. Boulder, 30 miles northwest of Denver at the base of the Flatirons, enormous tilted slabs of red sandstone rising 1,400 feet directly behind the city, has produced 2 Nobel Prize winners in physics, houses more PhDs per capita than almost any other city in America, banned fast food drive-thrus in 1971, and has been ranked the healthiest city in America so many times, it has stopped being surprised by the result. It also has a housing market so expensive that many of the people who work at the university cannot afford to live in the city the university defines, which is a problem Boulder is working on, probably through a committee. The geography of Boulder, backed against dramatic mountains with 300 days of sunshine and a creek running through downtown, created a city that attracts a specific kind of ambitious, outdoorsy, health-conscious person, and then charges them accordingly. Number 4. The 14ers are Colorado's own specific religion. Colorado has 58 peaks above 14,000 feet, more than any other state by a significant margin, and climbing them has become something between an athletic pursuit and a spiritual practice, with devotees who track summits and journals with intensity that most organized religions would envy. The mountains are technically hikeable without ropes on most standard routes, but the altitude, the afternoon thunderstorms that materialize without warning above treeline, and the distances involved have a way of correcting excessive confidence in a very direct and occasionally humbling manner. The geography of the Colorado Rockies, pushed up by continental forces over 70 million years, created a concentration of extreme elevation in a relatively small area that makes Colorado the highest state in the country by average elevation. Before continuing, be sure to subscribe and leave a like to keep discovering strange and incredible facts about every U.S. state. Number 3. Telluride sits in America's most beautiful box canyon. Telluride sits at 8,750 feet in a box canyon in the San Juan Range, a strong candidate for the most physically beautiful town site in the United States. Founded as a gold and silver mining camp, saved from ghost town status by skiing in the 1970s, and now home to a film festival that brings the international film industry to a former mining town of 2,500 people in the mountains every Labor Day weekend. Bridal Veil Falls, the highest free-falling waterfall in Colorado, drops 365 feet at the closed end of the canyon directly behind the town in a location so perfectly placed it looks arranged. Butch Cassidy robbed his first bank in Telluride in 1889. Tom Cruise ran across its rooftops in Mission Impossible, and the town has never once seemed to think any of this is unusual. Number 2. Colorado grows faster than it can handle. Colorado has been one of the fastest growing states in America for most of the last 30 years, adding residents at a pace that its infrastructure, housing market, and water supply have consistently struggled to absorb. Denver's population has nearly doubled since 1990. The interstate highways, the housing prices across the Front Range, and the parking situation at Rocky Mountain National Park all reflect a state that keeps getting discovered by people who move there for the mountains, and then spend a significant portion of their new Colorado lives complaining about everyone else who just moved to Colorado. There is a bumper sticker sold here that says simply, native with the state outline, communicating an entire autobiography in one word, and it is everywhere. Number 1. The Rocky Mountains define everything Colorado ever was. The final and most defining fact about Colorado is that everything else in this script exists because of the mountains. The rivers that feed 40 million people, the silver and gold that built the cities, the ski industry, the outdoor culture, the craft beer economy, the population growth, all trace back to a mountain range the continent pushed up over 70 million years ago. Colorado's mountains are the most visited, most photographed, and most hiked in the United States. And they produce the snowpack that starts the Colorado River, shelter the Baccs Canyon, where Telluride sits, and are visible from Denver on clear days like a promise the landscape is making and intending to keep. The geography of Colorado, rising from Great Plains in the east to peaks above 14,000 feet in the center and dropping toward Desert Plateau in the west, is the most dramatic topographic profile of any state in the country, and every extraordinary thing Colorado has ever produced came from the mountains that make it possible. Now that you know these 35 facts about Colorado, tell us which one surprised you the most. Drop it in the comments and let's see how many of us picked the same one. And while you're down there, settle the debate once and for all. Colorado or Colorado?
Colorado.
We need to know. Your comments help us make every video better, and don't forget to subscribe and give it a like so we can...
It's Colorado, goddammit. Ain't no Colorado. It's Colorado. Get shit right, goddammit. All right, so those are 35 insane facts about my state of Colorado. So now we're moving on to the new Broncos Stadium that they have proposed, the $2.1 billion stadium, which is going to be smack dab in the middle of a Latino neighborhood. Where my Broncos play or are going to play.
It's massive, it's futuristic, and it's unlike anything the NFL has seen before. The Denver Broncos are getting a brand new $2.1 billion stadium, and it's packed with game-changing features. Today, we're taking you inside the full design, tech, and fan experience, and one jaw-dropping detail might redefine the future of football stadiums. Chapter 1. The vision behind the investment. When the Walton Penner ownership group purchased the Denver Broncos for $4.65 billion in 2022, they didn't just buy a team. They bought a promise to restore the Broncos to glory, and that promise starts with where they play. The stadium renovation project, announced in 2023 with completion targeted for 2027, represents one of the largest private investments in sports facility history. What makes this project fascinating isn't just the price tag. It's the philosophy behind it. The ownership group studied every major stadium built or renovated in the past decade, from SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles to the new Bills Stadium in Buffalo. They cherry-picked...
They got that country accent. Yeah, they do try to sound like they're from Texas. But yeah, this is our new stadium that's coming. It's been pushed back. It won't be here till like 2030-something. Not 2027, so this video is off on the date, but it's been pushed back to like 2032.
The best features, then added innovations nobody else has even considered. The result? A venue that's being designed to host not just NFL games, but Super Bowls, World Cup matches, concerts, and events that haven't even been invented yet. The existing Empower Field at Mile High, which opened in 2001, wasn't exactly outdated. But in the modern NFL landscape, where stadiums are becoming year-round entertainment destinations, simply adequate doesn't cut it anymore. The Broncos needed something spectacular, something that would generate revenue 365 days a year while honoring the sacred ground where Broncos legends made history. Chapter 2. Revolutionary Fan Experience. Let's talk about what you'll actually experience when you walk through those gates. The main entrance has been completely reimagined as a massive transparent structure that floods the concourse with natural light. Gone are the dark, cramped corridors of traditional stadiums. Instead, picture walking through what feels like a high-end shopping district, with 360-degree views of the Rocky Mountains visible from nearly every angle. The seating bowl itself maintains the intimidating bowl shape that made Mile High famous, But every single seat has been replaced with wider, more comfortable options that include charging ports and connection to a dedicated stadium app. This isn't just about comfort. It's about creating a connected experience where fans can order food, replay highlights, check stats, and even switch between camera angles on their phones without missing a second of action. Speaking of food, forget every...
I don't think we need a new stadium. Ain't nothing wrong with Empowerment Field. These people just got money to blow and money to make. But no, I don't think we need a new stadium. But that's what they're going through with.
Everything you know about stadium concessions. The Broncos have partnered with 50 different local Colorado restaurants and breweries to create a culinary experience that rivals any food hall in downtown Denver. We're talking authentic Colorado cuisine, from Rocky Mountain oysters to craft tacos, all prepared in state-of-the-art kitchens designed to serve you in under...
Boy, the Rocky Mountain oysters, those are ball nuts, ball testicles, bull testicles, whether... That's what a Rocky Mountain oyster is.
5 minutes. The days of missing an entire quarter while waiting for a hot dog are officially over. The technology integration goes even deeper. The stadium features over 1,500 high-definition screens, including a massive center-hung video board that's 3 times larger than the previous installation. But here's where it gets really interesting. Using augmented reality capabilities built into the stadium's infrastructure, fans can point their phones at the field and see real-time player stats, route tracking, and advanced analytics overlaid directly onto their view. It's like having a Madden video game interface in real life. Chapter 3, Premium Spaces and Luxury Redefined. Stick around until the end to see the absolutely insane feature they're building below field level that's never been done in any NFL stadium before. Now let's venture into the premium spaces, because this is where the Broncos are really pushing boundaries. The renovation includes 75 luxury suites, each one customizable to the owner's specifications. But these aren't your typical corporate boxes. These suites feature floor-to-ceiling windows, private balconies with outdoor heating, dedicated chef stations, and interior design that would make a 5-star hotel jealous. The club spaces span across 4 different levels, each with its own distinct identity and price point. The Champions Club, located at field level, offers direct access to the sidelines during pregame warm-ups. Imagine standing just feet away from Russell Wilson or whoever's leading the Broncos offense, close enough to hear the snap count. This exclusive access extends to a tunnel club where members can watch players enter and exit the field, creating moments that used to be reserved for credentialed media and team personnel. But the crown jewel might be the Broncos Legacy Lounge, a 30,000 square foot space that combines museum-quality displays of Broncos history with ultra-modern amenities. The walls showcase artifacts from all 3 Super Bowl victories. Interactive displays let you relive legendary moments, and the space doubles as a concert venue and event hall during the off-season. It's part shrine, part nightclub, and completely unique. For the true high rollers, there are 12 field-level suites positioned directly behind the benches. These aren't just rooms with good views. Each one includes a private entrance, dedicated security, a personal concierge, and access to a private garage where owners can park and take an elevator directly to their suite without ever stepping outside. The asking price? Somewhere north of $750,000 per season, and there's already a waiting list. Chapter 4, Sustainability and Innovation. Here's something that doesn't get enough attention. This stadium is being built to be one of the most sustainable sports venues in North America. The roof installation includes over 40,000 solar panels that will generate enough electricity to power the stadium on non-game days and feed excess energy back into Denver's grid. The entire facility is targeting LEED Platinum certification, the highest possible rating for environmental sustainability. The water reclamation system deserves its own segment. Every drop of water used in the stadium gets filtered and recycled for irrigation of the natural grass field, which itself is a hybrid system that combines real grass with synthetic fibers for optimal durability and playability. The heating and cooling system uses geothermal energy drawn from wells drilled 300 feet below the stadium, reducing the carbon footprint by nearly 60% compared to traditional HVAC systems. But innovation here isn't just about being green. The stadium infrastructure includes future-proofing that's almost science fiction. The entire venue is wired with fiber optic cable, capable of handling data speeds 50 times faster than current needs. Why? Because the Broncos are preparing for technologies that don't even exist yet. Virtual reality sections, holographic displays, maybe even remote viewing experiences where fans around the world can feel like they're sitting in the stadium. The infrastructure is ready. Chapter 5. The Underground Secret. Remember that feature I mentioned earlier? Here it is. Beneath the field, the Broncos are constructing a fully operational practice facility with a regulation-sized indoor field. This isn't just innovative, it's revolutionary. On game days, this space serves as an expanded locker room and warm-up area. During the week, it's where the team practices, regardless of Colorado's unpredictable weather. And here's the kicker. The underground facility includes retractable field sections that can lower the playing surface for concerts and events, transforming the stadium into a multi-level entertainment complex. This subterranean level also houses the most advanced sports medicine and training facility in professional football. We're talking cryotherapy chambers, underwater treadmills, a full surgical suite, and recovery technology that's currently being used by Olympic athletes and NASA. The Broncos are betting that superior facilities will attract superior talent, and they're probably right. The stadium also features a players-only lounge that's essentially a 5-star hotel suite, complete with sleeping pods for players who want to rest between meetings, a private chef, massage therapists on call, and entertainment spaces with the latest gaming systems and virtual reality setups. The message is clear. If you play for the Broncos, you're going to be treated like royalty. What the Walton Penner Group has created isn't just a stadium renovation, it's a statement about the future of professional sports venues and the Broncos' commitment to remaining competitive both on the field and in the business of football. When this project completes in 2027, Denver will have something no other city can claim, a stadium that honors its past while aggressively embracing the future. $2.1 billion buys a lot of concrete and steel, but more importantly, it buys vision, innovation, and the kind of home field advantage that could define Broncos football for the next 50 years.
Denver is adding 8,000 housing units to one corridor. That's like dropping.
Okay, so new stadium is coming, and now we're on to new housing is coming along the Platte River. I remember when they passed this at City Council. So now this is going to be it in its fruition.
3 entire neighborhoods into the city. But here's the thing. Most people think that this solves Denver's housing crisis. It doesn't. The River Mile project creates a winner-loser map across Denver. And if you're in Lodo, Rhino, or downtown, you need to see this. I'm Landon Smith, a realtor and Denver native. I've been living here for almost my entire life. And today I'll break down the timing, the pricing pressure, and which areas are about to explode in value. So what is the River Mile? Okay, so picture Stan Kroenke worth $21 billion buying sole control of 62 acres in Denver's core, then planning towers with no height limits. So this 62-acre site is currently occupied by Hijacc Gardens theme park, located along the South Platte River between downtown Denver and Ball Arena. Revesco Properties, they were backed by Stan Kroenke, and they purchased the property back in 2015 for $140 million. But then in June of 2025, Kroenke Sports and Entertainment bought out Revesco to gain full ownership and streamlining control of this operation. Obviously, I don't want Hijacc to go away, right? If you're like me, it's where maybe you've gone to go have a lot of fun, right? With those that you love or friends growing up. I think of middle school field trips, you know, different things like that. But that's the reality of what we're looking at. This is going to happen, you guys. Denver City Council approved the project unanimously in December of 2018. But in the comments below, just for memory's sake, tell me your favorite ride at Hijacc that you loved as a kid. For me, it's the Sidewinder. Absolutely love that ride. Leaves your stomach like 20 feet above you as you drop. All-time favorite ride at Hijacc. But anyways, let's keep going here. So what they're thinking about doing is transforming an aging amusement park into a dense, walkable urban neighborhood. And that's a huge shift for this corridor. So it'll take $130 million just for the South Platte River restoration to occur. That's a part of this project. That includes narrowing and deepening the river, creating wetlands along 36 stormwater outfalls, and adding whitewater recreation features. And somehow they're going to have to do this while 2 light rail stations already exist on site, right? The Ball Arena and Hijacc Gardens station and Empower Field station. are both there serving the D, E, H, and W lines with trains every 15 minutes to Union Station. So I'm not sure how that's all going to work out. Also, this whole idea of the River Mile, it links and is adjacent to the Ballerina redevelopment, which is another massive project that I've mentioned in previous videos. And altogether, they control 117 acres. But the whole thing's going to expand downtown Denver by 40% over the next several decades. And as a part of this is kind of where I come in, right? And why I'm talking about it is because 8,000 residential total units are coming. Mixed apartments, condos, and townhomes is mainly what we'll get out of this. And also they're going to have schools, daycare, community center, restaurants, retail, and entertainment venues as all part of this plan. So we're going to have 15 million square feet of total development with some of Denver's tallest buildings planned, with buildings of 40 to 60 stories mentioned in the plans. And this is going to impact values right around these areas. And so we're going to talk about which neighborhoods will feel the most pressure, because in this market, timing does matter. And overall, this is going to be a 20 to 30 year build out costing billions of dollars. Also, good news, Hijacc Gardens will continue operating until construction phases require the land. And Kroenke Sports Entertainment has been investing in the park, with 2 signature roller coasters reopened in summer of 2025. And phase 1 will be starting soon with parking structures on current surface lots. Then residential towers following in later phases. And if you look at the combined development between Ballerina and the River Mile, there's 6,000 plus units that will be added. So you're looking at roughly 14,000 total new units in this I-25 corridor. When you see how big this really is, it changes how you think about Denver real estate over the next 10 years. When thousands of new homes go into one area, supply and demand change. Prices, timing, and buyer choices shift in ways most people don't expect. So let's talk about what that really means for the market. So we're going to have a supply surge here of 15,000 future residents. That will create, a lot of jobs as far as, the need for coffee shops, gyms, grocery stores. The River Mile is going to create demand while flooding some of the supply. So more supply generally creates downward price pressure. All else being equal, especially in the luxury segment where River Mile units will compete. So high-end River Mile units will pull buyers away from other urban neighborhoods like Lodo, Rhino, and Cap Hill. So this luxury condo segment is going to face the most direct competition since River Mile's riverfront location and new construction appeal to the same buyer profile. Also, if you're in downtown or Lodo, these face direct competition for urban buyers seeking walkable, high-rise living and newer River Mile inventory that really could slow appreciation in existing luxury buildings. And then as far as Rhino and 5 Points go, currently hot neighborhoods offer similar urban vibes, but with older warehouse conversions. So River Mile's brand new construction could pull buyers away from there too. In comparison to Highland and Lohi, these established neighborhoods with charm, mature trees, and strong community identity, they likely maintain premium pricing because they offer a different lifestyle than high-density River Mile. So if city prices stabilize or drop slightly due to increased inventory, suburban buyers might see less pressure, making suburbs relatively more attractive for families seeking space. Construction starts in 2026, but meaningful inventory won't hit the market until 2027 to 2028. When first units deliver. In these early phases, the first 1,000 to 2,000 units will see strong pent-up demand from buyers who've been waiting for the new riverfront options to arrive. But I think that between years 5 and 15 of the build-out is when steady supply pressure becomes most visible. And this is when buyers purchasing downtown luxury condos right now need to ask themselves, will this property compete with River Mile units in 3 to 5 years? If you're buying in Denver today, you need to evaluate whether your property will face direct competition from River Mile inventory hitting the market in the next few years. Therefore, properties with unique character, historic charm, or established neighborhoods may hold value better than generic luxury high-rises built in the last decade. So while the River Mile does change the whole market, not every neighborhood feels it to the same degree. So let's break down who benefits and who might face some challenges. When 8,000 new homes hit one area, the neighborhoods closest will feel it the most. And that's where the biggest changes are going to happen. So here's who's set up to win and who's about to face some real competition. Sun Valley and the Auraria areas immediately adjacent to the River Mile, literally sharing borders with the development site. So current homeowners could see property values rise 30 to 50% over the next 5 to 10 years, which is a huge equity opportunity for owners. Lodo is facing direct competition for luxury buyers since River Mile offers similar walkability, transit access, and urban amenities. River Mile's riverfront location is a differentiator that Lodo can't match. So buyers choosing between the two may pick newer River Mile units. And as far as Rhino and Five Points goes, these are Denver's current hot urban locations right now with warehouse conversions, street art, breweries, and creative culture. The River Mile offers a similar urban vibe to those areas, but with brand new construction, modern amenities, and riverfront access. This could slow appreciation rates in Rhino as buyers are split between established creative districts or the shiny new River Mile. Cap Hill and Cheeseman Park offer different buyer profiles. And, they're more walkable, they're historic, established neighborhoods with character and charm. River Mile appeals to buyers seeking modern high-rises, while Cap Hill attracts those wanting Victorian homes and tree-lined streets. These neighborhoods face less direct competition, but overall increased supply helps moderate price growth. So charm and established characters provide natural differentiation from River Mile's high-density towers. So in the Highlands or low-high, as established, they have mature neighborhoods with strong identity, family orientation, and walkable commercial corridors that are going to set those apart.
Yeah.
Now, if we talk about Cherry Creek or Wash Park, those are also premium neighborhoods with entirely different appeals. Large single-family homes, established wealth, luxury buyers tend to choose these areas and prioritize the space, the privacy.
Cherry Creek used to be a black area until they found gold there, and they pushed all the black people out of Cherry Creek, and now it's like a upper richy, really richy, affluent area of town.
The outdoor nature around it and the prestige over the urban density life. So the River Mile is unlikely to significantly impact these submarkets because the buyer seeking a $2 million Cherry Creek estate isn't cross-shopping for River Mile condos. So these are definitely in their own category and largely immune to River Mile's supply surge. Looking at neighborhoods and the vibe that these neighborhoods have really shows you where this density is going to hit. But the biggest debate around River Mile is who can actually afford to live there. That 15% affordable housing rule sounds pretty good at first, but once you see what affordable actually means in Denver, it gets more complicated. So let's break down the numbers. Denver's median household income sits around $85,000, which puts residents in a squeeze. Too high for River Mile's affordable units and too low for market rate comfort. Denver requires 15% of River Mile's units to be assigned as affordable, which equals 1,200 units out of about 8,000 total. So affordable is relative, ranging from 30% to 80% of area median income. And that's a huge spread. Okay, so we're going to break down the affordability here. So the area median income is something that HUD uses to establish what the affordable housing income can be. So a two-person household, 100% area median income would be $112,000. And then 80% area median income is about $83,000, which qualifies for affordable units. And that puts affordable rent, around $1,576 per month for a one bedroom. And then 60% of area median income or $2,102 for 80% of area median income. So market rate units are likely running $2,500 to $4,000 per month based on comparable luxury riverfront buildings. But these affordable housing units could be anywhere from $1,576 to $2,102, according to what we think are going to be the calculations. So therefore, if we look at the market rate units that aren't affordable housing, they're going to require household incomes of $100,000 to $150,000 plus to comfortably afford rent or mortgage payments in those areas. And affordable units target households earning $50,000 to $80,000 basically. So this is the affordability squeeze hitting cities nationwide, and River Mile doesn't solve it despite adding 1,200 affordable units. And I know a lot of residents that are in Sun Valley, Baker, Lincoln Park are worried about gentrification pressures. Rising property values mean rising property taxes, which can force longtime homeowners out, even if they own the place outright without a mortgage. And so renters face even more pressure as landlords sell properties to developers or raise rents to match the area's new market rates. Also, there is regulation on community benefits agreements and protections that tend to be pretty critical in preventing wholesale displacement. But enforcement on those things sometimes can be a little weak. Investors come in, they buy stuff out, and then it raises the prices for everyone. So 1,200 affordable units, although it's not a ton, it's better than zero. It's a meaningful contribution to Denver's affordable housing stock. However, it's still only 15% of all the total units. And the majority of River Mile will be market rate, higher price stuff, which does contribute to gentrification. So Denver actually needs 31,000 to 49,000 new housing units by 2028 just to close the current deficit and meet population growth. So the developers are arguing that they are absolutely helping this cause and adding supply and meeting the 15% affordability requirement. You and I are looking at this saying there's a concern that 15% isn't enough as far as affordability housing goes. And that the majority of the units will accelerate gentrification in a big way. And I think that the market reality is that both can be true. It does help. It does provide some release there from the affordability, but it's probably not enough, for the demand and for the population size that we have here. That needed supply that the River Mile brings and affordable units are great, but it also drives displacement, people leaving the city, and raises costs in a big way for those that are here. And so while affordability is complicated, River Mile won't fix all of Denver's housing problems by itself. And if you're buying, selling, or investing, you still need clear, practical advice on how to position yourself in this market. So let's break that down. What does this mean for you? If you own a luxury condo downtown that was built in the last 10 years, the 2027 and 2028 River Mile timeline matters a great deal to you. It's a clear signal to think about, the timing of this, because you're either selling before the new competition shows up, or you're betting that your unit stands out and can surpass what they're going to build there. Downtown luxury condos may face headwinds as River Mile units hit the market, and negotiating could be extremely difficult. And so you definitely don't want to overpay right now for one of those units. If you get a killer deal, could be great, could be something that you'll want to hold for the long term. But you may take a loss on it as the competition arrives. Also, neighborhoods that have unique character, like Cap Hill, like Wash Park, like the Highlands, they're a safer bet because they offer something that the River Mile can't replicate. And if you love your urban high-rise living and can wait, it might make sense to wait for River Mile units to deliver in 2027 and 2028. And so, if you were considering a place in Lodo or Rhino, it may make sense to wait until those new ones hit, where you have more incentives, most likely. Could be interest rate incentives or other types of incentives that make it more worthwhile. And remember that the first units aren't going to hit until 2027 or 2028. So you have a couple of years to prepare, get financially ready for when that hits. Prices may be higher initially as demand outpaces the supply, but then normalize in years 5 through 10 of the build out. Ballerina's Phase 1A delivers around 300 units by 2032. That offers another luxury option if River Mile is oversubscribed. Other things that may be exempt from this competition may be historic buildings, rare layouts, or exceptional amenities that you have within your buildings that may hold value better than the cookie cutter luxury condos. If you have a home and you have equity in it in Sun Valley, Baker, or Lincoln Park, it's about to grow significantly as River Mile transforms the area. So you may face increased holding costs through higher property taxes. So plan accordingly, or consider selling to investors and developers in the next 2 to 3 years. This is a prime opportunity to capture equity gains before the market fully adjusts. These areas are basically ground zero for appreciation as River Mile develops. So investors with longer timelines of 10 plus years can ride the full development wave and capture significant appreciation. Also, oversupply in the luxury segment is possible during years 5 through 10 of the build out if demand softens. There's absolutely construction fatigue that starts to happen. 20 to 30 years is a very long time, and market conditions can change drastically during that time. We'll see interest rates go up and down. We'll see the price of oil and gas go up and down. There's all kinds of things that can happen in the course of a year, let alone 20 to 30 years. River Mile affects everyone in different ways, depending on where you sit in the market. But to really get it, we need to zoom out and look at what this means for Denver's future as a city. That's where it gets interesting. So here's the bigger picture. River Mile actually just earned the first wedge verification west of the Mississippi for its river work. And that's not just an environmental win. It sets a new standard for how U.S. cities rebuild old industrial areas. The River Mile represents a philosophical shift. Denver is growing up, not out. This should be better for the environment. It reduces traffic. It promotes walkability compared to sprawling suburbs. So Denver is aligning more with cities like Seattle, like Portland, like San Francisco, prioritizing its urban cores over suburban expansion. You know, the River Mile combined with Ball Arena redevelopment and Empower Field at Mile High creates a new urban core along I-25 that will exist in the coming decades. And if you look at a satellite picture now compared to what you'll see in 15 years, it'll be unrecognizable, with high-rises, transit, parks, and entertainment replacing parking lots and industrial sites. I see it as a historic opportunity for Denver to build a world-class urban district. Also, RTD light rail access is going to be a game changer for River Mile, with 2 stations already on site. So walkability and bike infrastructure are being prioritized with trails and sidewalks. This is probably going to reduce car dependency significantly for a lot of people that will just use public transportation once this project's done. And it'll make the River Mile one of Denver's most transit-oriented neighborhoods. So if you're thinking about making an investment, right, in the next 20 to 30 years, this is where your head may want to be at, right? We're in the early phases, and usually people in the early phases, they make the most money down the road, and they have the most market impact that they see. And so long-term, River Mile fundamentally reshapes Denver housing and, the transit patterns and the urban identity, which could be a very good thing to get on the front end of. So buyers and investors need to think in phases: years 1 through 5, years 5 through 15, and years 15 through 30. All bring very different market dynamics. Exact pricing for market rate units hasn't been released yet, so we're estimating based on comparable projects. So the River Mile isn't just changing one area, it's changing how Denver grows for the next generation. When 8,000 new homes come online between now and 2050, every neighborhood, every price range, and every buyer strategy shifts. If you're buying, selling, or investing in Denver and you want to understand how River Mile affects your specific situation, call me or text me on this number right here, and I will absolutely make sure to get back to you as soon as I can. Now, if you want to keep...
I'm not calling you cracker. All right, so that's what they were up to here in Denver with these developments. Now we're going to get into the latest headlines. Well, these are a couple of days dated, but I guess they're still relevant.
Tonight, new court documents detailing a suspected drunk driving crash that killed 2 people over the weekend. Today is feeling much more like March across the state, but it won't be here for long. Temperatures are expected to surge back into record high territory. Some people are being allowed to go back home after a wildfire forced them to leave. Tonight, the latest on the fire that has exploded in size. But we are going to begin 9 News at 5 with some ongoing breaking news that we've been following for you for the better part of an hour. A parking garage has partially collapsed in southeast Denver at Hampton and Yosemite. Firefighters say no one was hurt. They told us that pretty quickly. Pictures from the area show that massive hole in the top of the garage with 4 cars swallowed up in that hole. Denver Fire says it's using drones and cameras to search that garage, making sure everybody's okay and nobody's trapped. New pictures from inside the garage show some of the concrete that has collapsed. And now we'll give you a live look from the scene where we are seeing more of the damage. One woman who works in that building nearby says firefighters have evacuated that building. Denver Fire says 2 cars have been crushed, but they don't know how many more are damaged. Firefighters say they've been in touch with the owners of the crushed cars. We are certainly working to learn more about how this happened and if everyone was able to get out safely. When we learn that, we'll bring it to you.
Here, let's switch gears, talk about the weather as it's beginning to rebound after much of the state experienced a brief cool down yesterday. Temperatures will, however, climb back up to record high territory this week.
While we are experiencing summer-like weather, winter isn't entirely over in the high country. Our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, captured some video of Snow falling near Berthoud Pass, although not much, the mountains will take. Any of us would, whatever we can get. Thanks for joining us tonight, everyone. I'm Phil Lipoff.
I'm Alexandra Lewis. Glad to have you here. So let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Kathy Sabin. Kathy, the cooler temps aren't lasting very long.
No.
Break more records?
Yes, I think, Alex, we're going to break a record tomorrow and Wednesday. And again, a reminder, March is our snowiest month on average, and we've set all-time heat records this month. And it looks as though that trend's going to continue as we move through the week ahead. But as our man in the mountains, Matt Renew, did show us some of the snow falling up there, we're also seeing a little bit of that on the radar tonight as well. Not of a big impact really on I-70, but we just love to see the snow. A live look at that I-70 corridor with some moisture coming in from the northwest. We had temperatures in the 60s and 70s today, not in record territory, but trending above average. A bit of wind this morning. Now the worst of the wind over elevated terrain. We have fire weather watch areas going out Wednesday and a red flag warning south that will remain in effect until 7 o'clock tonight for humidity values down to 9%. Lots of cloud cover, and underneath some of those clouds, that beneficial snow that we're seeing. Again, roads are just wet, not expecting much in the way of accumulation, and the northern and central mountains see the greatest benefit from this current west to northwest flow. 70s now dropping into the 50s by 9 o'clock. Skies will clear tonight. We're off and running back to record territory for the next 48 hours. That means a return of critical fire weather, but this is all ahead of a change in the pattern, a cooler weather trend by the end of the week. But will we see rain and snow in Denver? We'll talk about that with your extended forecast coming up.
Crews in southern Colorado are continuing to battle a wildfire burning off of Highway 115 near Fort Carson in Fremont County. The 24 fire has grown to more than 7,300 acres or more than 11 square miles. Since Saturday, the fire has grown more than 6,000 acres. Evacuation orders have been lifted and families are allowed back home. One family who left their home last week has spent the last few days at a friend's house in Colorado Springs. They packed their truck with everything they were afraid to lose.
Take what you can, take your important papers, take your stuff that's irreplaceable, like my deceased brother's stuff, take just bare minimum stuff and get out.
Although the evacuation orders have been lifted, anxiety is still high. Family says they're not sure what could be waiting for them when they get home or what happens if the fire sparks up again. 2 people are dead after a car crash on I-25 yesterday. Douglas County deputies arrested a woman who investigators say was under the influence.
So she is facing DUI-related charges as well as vehicular homicide. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch joins us live from Lone Tree now with more from the court documents. Janelle.
This crash happened on I-25 right behind me near the Lincoln Avenue off-ramp. It was reported just before 2 a.m. Sunday. The affidavit says one of the victims was standing outside of his car when Citlali Guzman Aguilar hit him. Douglas County Sheriff's deputies say Guzman Aguilar was driving northbound on I-25 from Colorado Springs. Investigators say a white Subaru crashed into the highway barrier and was positioned sideways against traffic. According to court documents, the driver of that car was outside his vehicle when Guzman Aguilar hit him. Law enforcement says she also rear-ended a red Ford that was driving slowly around the accident. Both the drivers of the white Subaru and red Ford died. Responding deputies say they could smell alcohol coming from Guzman Aguilar's car, where they later found open seltzer cans and an empty tequila bottle. Court documents say she denied drinking, but later admitted to having 2 seltzers before leaving the Springs. Investigators say she failed 3 out of 3 field sobriety tests. Guzman Aguilar's first court appearance is scheduled for this Thursday. Live in Douglas County, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Janelle, thank you. The Colorado State Patrol is warning of a scam text that is claiming to be from the Colorado courts. The text message looks like what you see on your screen now. Scammers are telling people that they owe money to the court and warn of consequences if not paid. CSP is urging people not to click on any of the links. Don't send money to anyone in that form. The court will not contact you by text to demand payment. CSP says you are not sure about what you're looking at, just call the court directly.
People in Colorado at risk of losing Medicaid coverage could soon have a new option. A health insurer will expand to offer plans to people who don't get their health insurance through an employer. That's according to our partners at the Denver Business Journal. The nonprofit Colorado Access said it will offer individual plans on the state's health insurance exchange next year. That will be in addition to the public coverage it already provides. Colorado Access administers the state's largest Medicaid plan. The organization says more than 150,000 Coloradans could lose Medicaid coverage due to the new federal work requirements passed through the Big Beautiful Bill.
Drug-related misdemeanor cases will now be handled in a new Denver court. Denver County Court announced its new recovery court that officially opened today. It will be dedicated to handling drug and drug-adjacent cases like trespassing and petty theft. The court will handle treatment and support for people whose substance abuse has landed them in the legal system.
RTD is rolling out a new tool to improve transit access to people who don't speak English. One tool is called iSpeak. RTD says it's a pin button that helps riders identify employees who may be able to help them in their preferred language. The languages offered include Spanish, Arabic, French, and American Sign Language, among others. The agency will also use QR decals that will give people access to translated information. An RTD internal survey from 2024 found that 30% of its 660 employees speak a second language.
Just because winter is over, snowpack and the lack of it are still conversation topics this spring.
90 degrees in March is very scary for our water supply.
The Aurora Water Policy Committee met Wednesday to talk about the state of water this year. Reservoir storage is at 58% capacity.
We're not in a good situation.
The department is planning on strict Stage 1 water restrictions once council approves. Water users will be limited to turning on their sprinklers 2 times a week. Anything more, and the city will issue a warning before fines up to $1,000.
We'll have the communication, but if people are not responsive and don't adjust, they will be fined.
Up north, the town of Erie is asking all residents, businesses, and HOAs to stop using their sprinklers. The town says they can't be turned on before April 4th.
The water system cannot handle the high levels of water being taken out during this winter season.
The town says it will turn off water taps for people who don't comply.
We do not receive enough water from Northern Water during the winter season to handle this level of water use.
Denver Water intends to enact Stage 1 drought restrictions this week. The Board of Water Commissioners are set to meet Wednesday, and restrictions will likely go into effect that same day. The department is asking people to refrain from turning on their sprinklers before the start of water season, usually beginning in May.
It'll be tempting with the warm weather. Please do not turn on your irrigation system.
Cities and towns across Colorado share water resources. Water managers hope to secure current and future access with these restrictions. If Aurora City Council approves the water restrictions, they could go into effect April 7th. Aurora Water added at the committee meeting that if restrictions are not followed, the city could enter Stage 2 restrictions by the end of the year. Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Thank you so much, Janelle. This is a look over Golden from Lookout Mountain. If you were out there yesterday, we know it's a beautiful day, a little bit cooler today. Thankfully, you can see some of the green returning to the hillside there, even though we haven't had a ton of precipitation. We're still hoping for that, Jaden.
We are still hoping for some precipitation. We could possibly see some isolated showers for our northern mountains, but we're going to break that down for you here shortly. So far, though, looking outside at Lookout Mountain, I mean, boy, this is really what it's looked like throughout the entire winter months. Just dry, no snow, no precipitation like we just mentioned. And, of course, these record-breaking temperatures that we've been seeing over the last couple of days. It felt really nice today, though, a break from that heat. We did see a weak front early on this morning. Temperatures topping off in the low 60s, 61 degrees currently at the airport, as well as 63 at Central Park. Temperatures across the entire state, noticing the upper 50s for the eastern plains. Still pretty warm across the high country. We are seeing the 60s and 70s, and then also the upper 70s for the western slope. Satellite and radar, really not much going on. All the precipitation is towards the east coast right now. But as I mentioned, we do have a slight chance of seeing some isolated showers for our northern mountains. Here's what we can expect over the next couple of hours. Temperatures only decreasing to the upper 40s. That's well above average for this time of year for overnight lows. But the next 3 days, of course, that heat quickly returns, especially as we head into Wednesday. The upper 80s, possibly our first 90-degree day. We'll talk more in detail about that later on in the show. Angelina?
Thanks so much, Jaden. The fire burning in Fort Carson doubled in size overnight and is still 0% contained. According to the Colorado Emergency Management, the fire is now burning more than 4,500 acres. They posted this picture of the fire this morning showing just how bright it is. You can see it in the sky. Evacuation orders are still in place and Highway 115 remains closed. The Fremont County Sheriff's Office says there is no estimated timeline for reopening. The district attorney's office now in Douglas County says the Castle Rock man who was on the run after he was convicted of sexually abusing a child was detained in New Mexico. Jorge Campos was found guilty Friday on 5 counts of sexual assault of a child between 2021 and 2023, but he skipped court and cut off his ankle monitor before going on the run. The DA's office says a viewer in New Mexico saw Denver News and recognized Campos as he was getting on the bus headed for Mexico. He was arrested near the border. Campos faces mandatory prison time. The resolution proposing a new contract for automatic license plate reading system with Axon will be considered at Denver City Council for the first time tomorrow. The new contract would cut the number of license plate reading cameras in the city by more than half. The mayor's office says tracking data will be stored on a super secure network, and Axon doesn't have a national sharing function like Flock does. And therefore, they say the federal government cannot gain access to that data. But several council members say their concerns go beyond the vendor. A rep for the mayor's office explained the city will be strategic for placing those cameras.
It's going to be based on violent crime. It's going to be based on motor vehicle theft, and it's going to be based on serious auto crashes. And then there's going to be a presumption towards not having these cameras on neighborhood streets.
City Council will host a special 1-hour courtesy public hearing on the matter during the 5:30 p.m. session. If you want to speak or submit a written testimony, you can do so until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. After more than a decade leading the Archdiocese of Denver, Archbishop Samuel Aquila led his last Mass before retiring. People gathered at the Light of the World Parish in Littleton to say goodbye to Aquila after more than a decade of service. After 49 years as a priest and 14 years as Archbishop, he requested to retire in February. Aquila's official last day is Wednesday. Bishop James Gulka from Colorado Springs will take over. Today is a somber day in Boulder and across Colorado. It marks 5 years since a gunman opened fire at the Table Mesa King Soopers, killing 10 people, including an officer who rushed in to stop it. Tonight, the Boulder community came together for a day of remembrance and honoring the people who were killed, including parents, community members, shoppers, and workers. As we do every single year, we pause to remember the 10 lives lost and promise to never forget their names.
Developing news we are following out of LaGuardia Airport in New York. 2 people are dead and dozens are injured after a plane and a fire truck collided late last night. Thanks for joining us at noon. I'm Sam Shocker, and the 2 people who died are the pilot and the co-pilot of the Air Canada regional flight from Montreal. More than 40 people on the plane were taken to the hospital, and new audio reveals air traffic control gave the fire truck clearance to go before issuing an urgent warning.
Truck 1 and company, LaGuardia Tower, requesting to cross 4 at Delta.
Truck 1 company, cross 4 at Delta. Stop. Truck 1, stop. There's been an incident on the field. The airport's closed right now.
The fire truck was responding to an incident on another plane at that time. Flight radar 24 indicates the incident happened shortly after the plane landed. It shows the aircraft was going more than 100 miles per hour when it made contact with the truck. The FAA says LaGuardia Airport is closed and set to remain so until 2 this afternoon. Meanwhile, ICE is now at several airports across the U.S. They were sent in to help TSA at airports experiencing the worst backups as agents reach a month now that they've been working without pay. Agents already seen at the nation's busiest airports. Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson this morning. The president's border czar, Tom Homan, says ICE will handle security tasks so TSA can focus on its expertise. But an Atlanta TSA agent and union steward for a government employee says this won't fix the larger problem.
Is this going to be the new norm? You know, is every weekend, you know, going to be a 5-6 hour wait at the checkpoints to get on your flight, if you can even make it? What's evident with your eyes, you're seeing is this is a breakdown of the TSA system. That's what you're seeing. When Friday comes and there's no paycheck, what are we going to see next weekend?
A spokesperson for DHS says hundreds of ICE officers will be deployed. CNN reports they will be at 13 airports starting today, including in Chicago, Houston, and Phoenix. They haven't said how long ICE will be at airports. All right, switching gears now, taking a live look outside over our airport over at DIA. Look at those runways. We aren't likely to see ICE come here to Denver because we haven't had much issue with those long TSA lines like we've seen at other airports. And after a short reprieve yesterday, the hot temps will return this week. This is a live look outside over Coors Field. It's feeling like baseball weather out there. Yes, it is. So joining me now is our senior meteorologist, Chris Bianchi. Chris, you're standing in front of the snow, but let me tell you, it's going to warm up yet again. Am I right?
Yeah, and the snow is pretty paltry here, Sam, in the mountains. I mean, we're seeing a few flakes at a few spots. It's not really sticking. And this is normally the time of year where March is, on average, not only the snowiest month of the year for the Denver area, it's also the month where we typically get the highest amount of snowpack addition in the mountains as well. We get the most snow in the mountains this time of year usually, but not this year. It's tough with temperatures well above freezing. So you might notice this as well as the roofs. They're kind of black right now. It's been snowing a little lightly a little bit here in the mountains, but with this high sun angle and those mild temperatures, it's just not sticking. Temperatures right now, 50s, 60s here in the Denver area. Fair bit of cloud cover overhead. That's going to stick around all day long. In fact, this cloud cover is going to probably thicken up as we head through the rest of the afternoon. 50s, 60s, eastern plains, and the mountains about the same. We had that cool front move through the eastern part of the state yesterday. So
police are searching for a juvenile suspect after an auto theft investigation ended in a crash involving a patrol vehicle. Officers say it happened near West 60th Avenue and Yarrow Street as they tried to contact 3 suspects in a stolen car. Police say the suspects swerved toward officers on foot and hit a patrol vehicle near Wadsworth Boulevard and West 68th Avenue. 2 suspects were taken into custody, but officials are looking still for that 3rd suspect. It is unclear if there were any injuries. Well, you might have seen smoke this morning from this fire at a recycling facility. This is near East 48th Avenue and Colorado Boulevard. Sky 9 gave us a look at the fire earlier this morning, showing a pile of cardboard on fire. And we are working to see how the fire even started. And once we learn more information, we will, of course, update you on air and online. Well, today, Denver City Council is expected to consider a new contract with Axon that develops automatic license plate readers. The new contract would cut the number of license plate reading cameras in the city by more than half. The mayor's office says tracking data will be stored on a super secure network. Axon also doesn't have a national sharing function like Flock does, and therefore they say the federal government cannot gain access to that data. Last month, Denver split with Flock after 9 News found the company put the city's tracking data on a national network that is accessible to immigration-related law enforcement. The Aurora City Council also has a packed agenda today. Council members will discuss a framework for cooperation between APD and the ICE Processing Center. According to council documents, it would outline guidelines for law enforcement responses to the detention facility. Plus, Aurora City Council is expected to pass a resolution related to drought conditions here, along with potential restrictions. If they vote yes, we could see the council enact Stage 1 water restrictions next month, meaning homeowners would be limited to watering their lawns 2 times a week. And Aurora Water says it is being very strict this year and will issue fines if people do not comply. The department says reservoirs are at 58% capacity.
If things don't improve and we don't get a community response that we need during a Stage 1 restriction, the forecasts indicate we may be in a Stage 2 restriction by the end of the year, which would be really dramatic.
And if City Council approves the water restrictions, they could go into effect as early as April 7th.
Today marks the 4th day in a row Denver has seen record-breaking heat. It's good in some ways, right? Bad in the others. Good for folks getting out and stretching their legs, making the most of spring break and the sunshine at Sloan's Lake this morning. Thanks for joining us tonight at 5. I'm Jennifer Meckles. While the heat is nice, it's also raising fire danger across the state. We saw several quick start fires that crews had to get on top of very fast. Denver firefighters fought a brush fire at 48th Street and Monaco a little before 3 o'clock this afternoon. South Adams Fire was there helping them out, and they had it all under control within about an hour. In Lone Tree, South Metro Fire Rescue got a fast-moving brush fire under control very quickly. They're mopping that one up now. That fire grew to about 20 acres and no buildings were threatened. Lots going on in the weather department. Jaden, hello. Nice to have you with us in the afternoon. Catch us up on where we are with record breaking at this point.
Well, we already broke that daily record of 78 degrees set back in 1995. We're currently at 87 degrees here in our 9 News Studios backyard at the airport, 86 degrees, a lot of the upper 80s all across. So there's that daily record. As I mentioned, that was set back in 1995. We're currently at 86 degrees. We're still hovering in very, very closely to those low 90s. So I don't think we're going to hit 90 degrees, but they still have that opportunity to see it. Here's current temperatures across the entire state so far. There's a 90 out there towards the eastern plains, Ray at 93 degrees, and then down towards the southeast plains, 93 in Lamar, 70s and 80s currently in the high country. So these are some record-breaking temperatures really all across the state. There's that red flag warning. That's going to continue until 10 p.m. this evening, and we're going to start to see those winds start to ramping up just a little bit as we head into the early parts of tomorrow morning, as we are tracking a front. So there's your cooler temperatures as we head into tomorrow, the upper 60s, but then the 80s quickly return as we head into next week. We'll have more details about that later on in the show. Jenny?
Jaden, thank you. Most of Colorado is under some kind of red flag warning today, including Boulder County. Again, the 11th already this year, and more than some teams see in a full year normally. 9 News reporter Hijacc spoke with firefighters about the toll this winter is taking.
It is hot here in Boulder. We're at the Boulder Reservoir where people are running, biking, and even the paddles are out and ready. But here, the shovels are ready. For wildland firefighters, this weather means more staffing, more overtime, and honestly, anxiety. Wildland fire crews in Boulder,
helmets and gear and things,
are ready to go.
Anxious. It just makes me anxious.
Chief Brian Oliver doesn't normally work Saturdays.
I'm staffing for the red flag warning, yeah.
But because of today's red flag warning, he has to.
This high pressure system has been completely unprecedented, as we've never reached 90 degrees in March before in Colorado. So it's way out of the norm. We know what the fire behavior is going to look like if we do get a start. It's going to be hard to control. So it makes us all anxious.
That anxiety has been a constant this year.
And then we've had 11 red flag warnings to date in 2026. A typical year for us is somewhere between 8 and 10. So we're already over average, and we've not even finished March yet.
Every one of those warnings means more people and more hours.
I couldn't even tell you how much overtime we've paid out already. We do what we call upstaffing. So we call in overtime and put crews on those wildland pieces of apparatus specifically throughout the duration of those weather warnings for a total of 15 more people on the shift.
And with 11 red flag warnings in less than 3 months,
that fatigue continues to just build and build and build. Everybody in this building is exhausted.
Call it the red flag fatigue.
And there really is no significant break in the next 10 days. So until we get measurable precipitation, the red flags and the high fire danger and the elevated response posture is going to continue.
Until the weather changes, the warnings and the workload aren't going anywhere.
Take it one day at a time. We just keep marching. It's what the community pays us to do and what they expect.
The chief is continuing to remind people that are recreating today or just in general to be safe, follow best practices, and just avoid any behavior that might start a fire. Reporting in Boulder, Hijacc, 9 News.
Ria, thank you. There are still several evacuation and pre-evacuation notices in place for the fire that's still burning down in Fort Carson. Highway 115 nearby also still closed as crews got ready for this weekend's hot and windy temperatures. Fremont County Sheriff's Office says an evacuation center is set up at Pathfinder Park in Florence. This fire burned more than 1,000 acres already. Nobody has been hurt and no buildings have been damaged. Castle Rock Police and the Douglas County prosecutors are now asking for help finding a convicted sex offender. The The DA's office said 45-year-old George Campos did not show up to court to hear his guilty verdict Friday. He cut off his ankle monitor, and now they can't find him. The DA's office says he repeatedly assaulted a child from 2021 to 2023. We heard from the DA's office today. They have found his car, but he is still on the run. Campos faces mandatory prison time. If you see him, please call 911. Denver police are investigating 2 hit-and-run crashes this weekend. One happened this morning around 5 o'clock on eastbound I-70 in Havana. That crash involved 4 cars. 1 person died, another was taken to the hospital. We do not know what led up to that crash, and there's been no suspect information released. Denver police have also issued a Medina alert for a hit-and-run crash last night. 1 person got seriously hurt on a scooter. This happened at 15th and Market. Now police are looking for a black 2018 Nissan Maxima 4D, similar to the one you see here on your screen. That is not the actual car, of course, just an example. The plates on the car they're looking for, YWY89. DPD says there is damage to the driver's side rear door. If you see this, I'm going to read that plate for you one more time. CYWY89. If you see the car, please call 911. In Golden, a crash between a cement truck and a box truck shut down Highway 6 for more than 6 hours today. Happened around 8:30 this morning and shut down the highway at Johnston Street because of a hazmat spill. That took crews until 2:30 to get the spill cleaned up. Jefferson County Sheriff's Office did not say if anybody got hurt. The body of a Fort Carson soldier killed in the Iran war is now back home in Kentucky. Sergeant Benjamin Pennington was injured back on March 1st during Iran's retaliatory attack in Saudi Arabia, and then the 26-year-old died about a week later. His body arrived at Fort Knox yesterday, and his community there in Kentucky honored him with a procession. He was laid to rest today. Back here in Colorado, Democratic Governor Jared Polis has ordered flags to fly at half-staff in his honor through sunset tonight. Tomorrow, after more than a decade leading the Archdiocese of Denver, Archbishop Samuel Aquila will lead his last Mass before retiring. Aquila was installed as Archbishop back in 2012. After 49 years as a priest and 14 years in that leadership role, he has requested to retire. He did so in February. At the time, his successor was also announced. Bishop James Golka from Colorado Springs will now take over.
This morning, the Archdiocese of Denver was blessed to receive from Pope Leo the appointment of my successor. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you my brother and friend, Archbishop Designate James Golka.
Aquila's last Mass is tomorrow afternoon in Littleton at the Light of the World Parish. Mass starts at 2:30. Aquila's last official day is Wednesday. Former Tattered Cover CEO Kwame Spearman is now leaving his new bookstore project just a month after it opened. The Denver Book Society got a lot of blowback from the public over Spearman's past, his treatment of staff as Tattered Cover went bankrupt, his support for ICE immigration enforcement when he was running for mayor. Spearman ran unsuccessfully for mayor in spring of 2023 and for Denver School Board the fall of the same year. He drew criticism for saying Denver should resume cooperation with federal immigration agents. Well, now Denver Book Society says Spearman is no longer involved with the business, and they've apologized to the community. Spearman told Westward he'd always planned to leave after a month. President Trump has gone back to his original stance of endorsing a Republican congressman in Colorado. First, Trump-backed GOP Representative Jeff Hurd, then disowned him and offered support for his primary challenger after Hurd voted against Trump's tariffs. Now Trump is back to supporting Hurd again. Hurd is a freshman Republican in the Western Slope seat once held by Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. He crossed Trump when he opposed tariffs, so Trump denounced him and unendorsed him, then turned to endorsing Hope Scheppelman. On Friday, though, Trump abandoned her, went back to Hurd, and says he'll give Scheppelman a job in his administration.
A USA Today article is highlighting a growing and complicated issue among young men, particularly Gen Z. They say their relationship with online pornography has become compulsive, isolating, and even difficult to control.
Yeah, many reports being exposed at very young ages. And now, as young adults are turning to peer-led support groups and digital communities to help them quit. So, of course, we got to bring in our 9 News mental health expert, Dr. Cheryl Ziegler, here with us now to dive in deeper. So, first and foremost, what is driving this increase in young men right now, and how concerned should we be?
Yeah, I think, I know this is really hard for parents to think about, but what's driving this is the easy access. So if you think about, let's say for boys, you've got a 10, 11, 12-year-old boy, they're curious about all sorts of things. They always have been, always will be. And now they have this ability to just go online and check things out. And so if you look at the stats, they say about a quarter of kids, like 1 in 4 boys has viewed pornography by the age of 11. And by the age of 13, it's 50%.
Oh, man.
So what happens is whether it's intentional, and there's a good percentage that say over 60, actually around 60% say it was initially not intentional, right? So it's like 60-40, they see it. And so what happens is they realize for some kids that become then teens and then young adults, it becomes a way to escape your world and to just not have to deal with what's happening in real life. And so what we're seeing, and some of the stories, if you read that articles, it started off with just viewing it and then having to see it several times a day, maybe pairing that then with masturbation or other things. And so if you put it all together, you've got this developing brain, right? And so the developing brain is like, oh, this feels good. This is rewarding. I want more of this.
So does that lend to an actual addiction, or would you call it something else? Does that not fit?
Right. So right now in the DSM-5, this is not an addiction, but when we look at brain studies, the same reward circuit in the brain does get activated. But right now, I would say it's more of a compulsion. And when you do it more and more, like anything over time, it becomes a compulsion that is really hard to break. And so I think that's why we're seeing this movement where now, maybe 10 years later, after, again, this might be 10, 15 years of sort of hiding, probably having shame, potentially having some mental health issues paired with it, where people are coming out and saying, I don't just want to stop, but I actually want to talk about this and what this experience was like, and finding or reporting, at least anecdotally, that that's even better, the sharing, because it's such a secret for so many people.
So how do we destigmatize it so more kids open up? And what are your solutions here? I mean, does this affect intimacy later on? What do we do now to prevent that from happening later?
Yeah, so that's a twofold thing. The quick answer is it affects intimacy and just the way the studies show that men view women, because that is one of the things when a child views pornography, they have a very skewed perspective of sex, of intimacy, of what it means to be in a healthy relationship. So yes, there are long-term consequences. So I think for kids, we have to start getting comfortable, first of all, just talking about their bodies, right? Just simply, again, name anatomically correct parts, talk about bodies, and be that person who's open to, like, you're gonna have questions about your own body, other people's bodies, and I want to be the person to answer them for you. So that's a real stepping stone. I think if you're listening right now and you have a teen and you've caught them doing this and you're worried about them, I think you wanna look at their whole life. You want to know things like, can they stop? Do they feel like they have to do it all the time? Is this how they're filling their voids? Are they socializing? When you put the big picture together, you start putting little puzzle pieces to get that big picture, you can usually get a sense of whether this is problematic or exploratory. And then if you think it's problematic, I would really suggest getting professional mental health help, because now we're looking at young men who are saying, we're dealing with this, we're trying to stop this. This is really a problem. So I'm really glad they ran that story and that we're talking about it. I know it's uncomfortable to talk about, but necessary.
Yeah. Yep, I was just going to say, but if there's somebody to kind of break through that discomfort and talk about it directly, it is Dr. Cheryl Ziegler. So we're glad that you're here to have those hard conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. We're talking about how ag is so important to the state of Colorado. Bill Skebby with Colorado Egg Producers is joining us now to talk more about it. Thanks for coming in.
It is my pleasure. Always a pleasure to be with you guys.
How long have you been working in local agriculture now?
Well, I've been in ag since 1987. Wow. And really working in agriculture has really opened my eyes to all the good things about the agriculture in our state. You know, it's a multi-million-dollar top economic indicator in our state. So it's really important that we celebrate it and make people aware of its importance. Its importance to everyday life. It's just great in the state of Colorado.
And it's so important that people know where their food comes from, right?
Oh,
you're with the ag producers, or the
I don't want to butcher the name. You're with Colorado Egg Producers.
I am.
I talk to you all the time.
All the time.
I do. The egg industry is incredibly important in Colorado.
It is. It's like I said, there's the top economic indicators. There's almost 200,000 people that work in agriculture every day in our state. And we do all kinds of wonderful things and educating people. I kept the pun back. And educating people. And so let's celebrate it. Let's get down to the state capitol and show people about how diverse agriculture is in our state and how important it is that you are aware as the consumer where your food comes from.
Absolutely. So Ag Day is tomorrow at the Capitol. What do you have planned?
We have planned all kinds of stuff. It's really organized by the Colorado Ag Council, okay, and has great support from the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, the pork industry, the beef industry, and of course the egg industry. They're right on top of they're really pushing it and that type of thing. We have different foods that we will be bringing for a luncheon so people can not only pick up their food, but we can talk about how that egg is made, you know, and how important it is to our state and how healthy food produced right here in Colorado is important. I don't know if you guys know this, but in our industry, in the egg industry, we have to maintain about 6.5 million hens in the state of Colorado to feed our state.
Wow.
And that's one hen per person, okay? And that's very important for us to remember. All the things that go into producing that egg on your table, but also the pork, the beef, the vegetables, the fruits. It's important for us to know about it and to celebrate it because it's important to all of us.
I always recommend people go by the expo hall at the stock show and see what you have set up there, which is this incredible Lego design, which you told me it would have been too tough to bring in, but it shows how an egg makes its way through the system. And it's so important to kind of realize that all of that is happening in our state.
Right. And the cool thing about that display, Steve, is that you've got that display thing out there and they finally see the hen has to actually produce the egg and it has to be put in a package. So I tell parents all the time, they say, what can we do to support agriculture in our state? Talk to your kids about it. Let them realize that the food is bought at your local grocery store, but it's produced on the land and the farms around you.
It's a great reminder. All right, how can people get involved in Ag Day?
Like I say, talk to your kids about it tomorrow. Everybody eat eggs for breakfast, but at the same, but also, you know, remind them the rest of this week where eggs come from, you know, where your food comes from, where beef comes from, pork comes from, and all the workers that are involved with it. We're also out there to educate people at the state capitol, at the legislature. You know, there's a bunch of staff people out there, and so they can help by taking the information that we have. We have some great educational information. You can go to the Colorado Egg Producers for eggs, but you can go to the Colorado Livestock Association. Follow the beef, follow the pork, follow any kind of your fruits and vegetable. Go to the websites and learn about it. And another really good resource tomorrow, go out to your Colorado Ag Department. They have a tremendous amount of resources out there, you know, and we have one of the best ag departments in the whole United States.
We do. Agreed.
Bill, thank you so much. We
It's
appreciate the time
always
as
my
always.
pleasure,
It's
and
always-
not one egg pun.
It's always excellent.
Yeah, he got it.
We knew one was coming. And eat your eggs tomorrow and every day, like we say, Bill. Thank you.
This crash happened on I-25 right behind me near the Lincoln Avenue off-ramp. It was reported just before 2 a.m. Sunday. The affidavit says one of the victims was standing outside of his car when Citlali Guzman Aguilar hit him. Douglas County Sheriff's deputies say Guzman Aguilar was driving northbound on I-25 from Colorado Springs. Investigators say a white Subaru crashed into the highway barrier and was positioned sideways against traffic. According to court documents, the driver of that car was outside his vehicle when Guzman Aguilar hit him. Law enforcement says she also rear-ended a red Ford that was driving slowly around the accident. Both the drivers of the white Subaru and red Ford died. Responding deputies say they could smell alcohol coming from Guzman Aguilar's car, where they later found open seltzer cans and an empty tequila bottle. Court documents say she denied drinking, but later admitted to having 2 seltzers before leaving the Springs. Investigators say she failed 3 out of 3 field sobriety tests. Guzman Aguilar's first court appearance is scheduled for this Thursday. Live in Douglas County, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Our historic heat wave continues across the state. In Denver, we saw record temperatures for the 4th straight day. But the heat paired with high winds means once again we're dealing with high fire danger. And we saw a couple fires pop up this afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jennifer Meckles. We'll have much more on our fire danger in just a minute. But first, let's talk about that forecast. Meteorologist Jade Knowles joins us now tonight to talk about some of these record-breaking days, just one after another.
Yeah, that's right, Jenny. You know, finally we have some relief as we head into tomorrow, but boy, was it a warm one today. It felt like summer across this entire state. So far, looking outside right now, nice and comfortable conditions. Our temperatures are still hovering with the upper 70s, low 70s in some locations. We're at 70 degrees at the airport, 76 here in downtown Denver, and also 72 in Central Park. But yeah, we got up to the upper 80s, 86 degrees officially at the airport. That shattered our daily record of 78 degrees, which was set back in 1995. And guess what? That's the hottest temperature that we've seen so far this entire month on record. So overall, current temperatures, we're still talking about the upper 70s in some locations, as well as the upper 60s, the upper 50s, low 60s for the Eastern Plains, 50s and 40s across the high country, and also the upper 60s for the Western Slope. So the next 3 days, of course, we do have some relief coming as we head into tomorrow. But of course, there's some more warm temperatures down the stretch. We'll talk more in details about what to come later on in the show. Jenny?
Jaden, thank you. Let's talk about those fires we saw pop up today. In Lone Tree, crews from multiple departments knocked down a brush fire that spread to about 20 acres this afternoon. And in Adams County, fire crews worked a large grass fire near the intersection of 48th Avenue and Monaco. Both of those fires were contained quickly. There were no reports of any injuries or structural damage. Now, there are still several evacuation and pre-evacuation notices in place for the fire that's burning down in Fort Carson. Highway 115 nearby also still closed as crews prepare for hot and windy days ahead. Fremont County Sheriff's Office says an evacuation center is set up at Pathfinder Park in Florence. That fire has burned almost 2,000 acres so far. Nobody got hurt so far. No buildings have been damaged, but it is still 0% contained tonight. Most of Colorado is under a red flag warning this weekend. Boulder County again today, the 11th day of a red flag for them already this year. And that's more than some teams will see in a full year on a normal year. Each of these warnings triggers a significant operational shift inside fire departments. On these red flag days, Boulder tells us their wildland department has to increase staffing levels, calling in additional personnel, and deploying more specialized wildland equipment for the duration of that warning.
They come off duty and they pick up an overtime shift to help augment the response. So that fatigue continues to just build and build and build. We know what the fire behavior is going to look like if we do get a start, and it's going to be hard to control. So it makes us all anxious.
And until the weather changes, the warnings and that workload aren't going anywhere. Fire officials are begging people to do their part. Please be smart and avoid anything that could start a fire. One man is dead and another has been arrested for murder after Denver police say a case of road rage on St. Patrick's Day turned deadly. 9 News reporter Colton Chavez spoke to a friend of the victim who said he made friends with people working all over Denver.
Yeah, Jenny, he did. His name was Marvin Zib, and those who knew him say he never stopped moving forward or bringing others with him.
Marvin, a real faithful guy, easygoing, always in a good mood.
Kindness was Marvin Zib's driving force.
If you're in a bad mood, you want to be around him because he'd change your mood in a heartbeat.
Randy Hoffman knew it would be a good day if he saw Marvin's purple car pulling into work at Denver Dustless, a floor installation business where he worked for several years.
Marvin loved cars. And my secretary would say that whenever he delivered wood to people had cars, he always wanted to go for a ride in their sports car. That's Marvin. That's what I'm saying.
That car is still in the parking lot. Marvin never made it back.
He was actually going to pick material up right by where this happened, the building across the street. Me and my brother were at lunch, and our secretary called and said one of our distributors in the area seen Marvin covered in blood.
Denver police believe Marvin was the victim of road rage in Northeast Denver in the middle of the day on St. Patrick's Day. Police believe he was unarmed and had his hands in the air when he was shot 3 times.
Then to find out what really happened, kind of just shock. And the fact he had his arms in the air, that's just ridiculous.
Through the shock and heartbreak, Randy learned Marvin's reach extended far beyond Denver Dustless.
Yeah, a lot of phone calls. And then from all my contractors calling me that, I never realized Marvin spent so much time with them.
Touching more lives than he ever realized.
When he get done stocking a house, ask if he could do anything for them.
Gone, but still driving people to live a life like Marvin.
It makes you look at life a lot different, kind of live how Marvin did, try to keep everything in a positive note.
Now, the suspect in this case, Lavon Wedgeworth, has been charged with first-degree murder, but for anyone looking to help support the family, we've shared a link with more information on our website. Colton Chavez, 9 News.
Authorities in Douglas County say they have found the car of a man who's on the run now after he was convicted of sexually abusing a child. They got his car, but he is still missing. Police say the car was found on 5th Street in downtown Castle Rock. George Alberto Campos was found guilty on 5 counts of sexual assault of a child as part of a pattern of abuse. Found guilty on Friday, but officials say Campos failed to show up in court that day to hear his verdict. And authorities found his ankle monitor in a dumpster. Anyone with information on his whereabouts, please call 911. President Trump has gone back to his original stance of endorsing a Republican congressman in Colorado. Trump first backed GOP Representative Jeff Hurd, then disowned him and offered support for his primary challenger after Hurd voted against Trump's tariffs. Now Trump is back to supporting Hurd again. Hurd is a freshman Republican in the Western Slope seat that was once held by Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. He crossed Trump when he opposed tariffs, so Trump denounced him and unendorsed him. Then he turned to endorsing Hope Scheppelman. Then Friday morning, Trump abandoned her and went back to Hurd. Trump says he'll give Scheppelman a job in his administration.
Starting your morning on 9 News at 8, an update on a Colorado fire that's led to evacuations for people living within 2 miles of the burn. And record high temperatures continue to push into Colorado as a cold snap moves through the southeast. What's driving the strange weather patterns this spring and what it could mean for fire danger. And the FCC has approved Nexstar's acquisition of Tegna despite lawmakers fighting for the deal to be paused. What's next as the motion heads to the courts? We start with some breaking news this morning. Denver police are investigating a hit-and-run fatal traffic crash on eastbound I-70 and Havana. This is what it looked like a short time ago. We're told the crash involved 4 motorists. 1 person was pronounced dead at the scene. Another person has been taken to a local hospital. Right now, I-70 eastbound remains closed at Central Park. Also breaking, Denver police have issued a Medina alert after a crash between a car and an electric scooter. It happened at 15th and Market Streets. The scooter rider is in the hospital with serious injuries. At this point, DPD has not provided any information on the vehicle or driver involved. We begin this morning with a live look over Fort Collins at CSU. Beautiful start to the day. Those temperatures already climbing up into the upper 50s, and we are expecting to see record-breaking heat once again. Good morning, and thanks for joining us. I'm Evan Krugel. Let's get right over to Weather Impact Team meteorologist Carly Cassidy. Carly, this has been quite a stretch we've been in, and those record highs just continue.
Yep, and even all the way into next week, too.
Wow.
Do you like the heat?
I don't like this heat.
Yeah, not
in
yet, at
March,
least.
that's for sure. Yeah.
I kind of feel that, too. It's like, it's nice to have some of that heat, of course, but we've been having a lot of it. And we actually talked about this last hour, Evan and I did. So asked him, did you turn on your fan on the AC? Yes, we both did. We did.
The one behind you.
This one is a lot, isn't it? It's really working hard. We got that high heat. So you may have as well turned on the air conditioning at home, because we are talking that high heat, especially for today. It's that high pressure system, that ridge. It's really building and peaking today. 90 degrees. That's our afternoon high temperature for our forecast. Our record, another one most likely falling today. That's at 78 degrees. So definitely beating that one out. We usually feel these temperatures in June. We are way ahead of schedule here. And also another record looking to beat April 30th, 1992. That's the earliest 90-degree day here in Denver. But of course, for today with that forecast, looking to beat that. This morning, Thankfully, not there just yet, but with that sunshine, just a little bit of that high cloud cover, we'll get there in no time. This morning, already in the low to mid 50s, almost 60 out at the airport. All the way across the state, we're seeing those cool temperatures to start. A little bit chilly in the high country still, but by this afternoon, here comes all of that heat. Everybody feeling it, so we'll talk more about those temperatures, the red flag warning in place for that high fire danger, and then those cooler temperatures for tomorrow in my full forecast.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Carly. A SWAT officer with Longmont Police is on administrative leave after shooting and killing a woman. It happened around 4:15 on Thursday afternoon at a home on East 3rd Avenue near Great Western Drive. Longmont Public Safety says officers responded to a call about a suicidal woman. They say they made contact with her and she fired a gun inside the garage as they were leaving. They tried to make contact with her and called for backup. As officers tried to negotiate with her, they say she left the garage with the gun and an officer shot her. The woman was taken to the hospital where she later died. A critical incident team made up of agencies across Boulder County is now investigating. Longmont police are not involved in that. More than 1,000 acres of Army property has burned in a fire. The so-called 24 fire near Fort Carson forced people to evacuate their homes yesterday. Fremont County Sheriff's deputies went door to door telling people within 2 miles of the fire that they needed to leave. The fire's been burning since Wednesday, but gained intensity yesterday.
We thought we had a good handle on it, and the weather took a turn on us, and it was windy, and the humidity was high, and so the fire jumped our fire line that we had containment on, and grew.
The good news here, Fort Carson says no one has been hurt in the fire and no damage to any buildings has been reported. Castle Rock Police and the Douglas County District Attorney's Office are asking for help finding a convicted sex offender. The DA's office says this guy, 45-year-old Jorge Campos, did not show up to court to hear his verdict yesterday. He reportedly cut off his ankle monitor and they can't find him. The DA's office says he repeatedly assaulted a child from 2021 to 2023. Campos faces mandatory prison time. A sentencing date will be set after police find him. If you see him, you're asked to call 911. Investigators say a grass fire that burned 2 acres in Larimer County this week was sparked by fireworks. The fire was reported around 2 o'clock in the afternoon Wednesday in Wellington. Investigators in the sheriff's office say the fire started after a child lit a firework in a ditch. They say the child's parents are fully cooperating with the investigation. Luckily, no one was hurt and the fire did not damage anything. The airport near Steamboat Springs is joining DIA in accepting gift cards and food for TSA workers. It's to support the government employees missing wages due to the partial government shutdown. Yampa Valley Regional announced the donation drive this week. Airport screeners have been working without pay for 35 days and counting now. TSA officers missed their first full paycheck last weekend, and absences are climbing around the country. More than half of scheduled staff were absent Sunday at an airport in Houston. At Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, 38% of officers missed work on Wednesday, and another 32% missed on Thursday, and that has led to some long lines. Homeland Security says at least 376 officers have quit their jobs since the shutdown began on Valentine's Day. About 1,100 quit during last year's shutdown, which eventually ended in November. Well, the U.S. is moving more forces toward the Middle East as fighting involving Iran stretches into a 4th week. Tensions are rippling across the region. CNN's Colin Jeffrey has the latest.
On Friday, President Donald Trump had this assessment of the war in Iran.
I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free.
Yet thousands more Marines and sailors are now expected to deploy to the Middle East, according to 2 U.S. officials. The most recent troop movement includes the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit and the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group. But the officials said it is still unclear if the entire unit or just a portion will deploy. Together, the unit and its ships can total about 4,500 personnel. The increase in troops comes as the human toll increases in the region. Iranian state media says more than 18,000 civilians have been injured since hostilities began, according to the Iranian Red Crescent Society. And in Lebanon, where Israel has renewed its strikes, the government says the number of people killed surpassed 1,000 this week. And a United Nations representative says A fifth of the country's population has been displaced.
What we see is that the people who are fleeing, men, women, children, older people, they're fleeing without bringing anything because they're really terrified to be caught up in these attacks.
A CNN reporter described seeing body after body after body, tiny little bodies, being brought to a burial ground following an Israeli strike. I'm Colin Jeffrey reporting.
President Trump has reversed his reversal of an endorsement of a Republican congressman in Colorado. Trump first backed Representative Jeff Hurd, then disowned him and offered support for his primary challenger after Hurd voted against Trump's tariffs. Now Trump is back to supporting Hurd. Hurd is a freshman Republican in the Western Slope seat that was once held by Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. He crossed Trump by opposing his tariffs, so Trump denounced and unendorsed him. He turned to endorsing Hope Schepelman. Then Friday morning, Trump abandoned her and went back to Hurd. Trump says he'll give Schepelman a job in his administration. Democratic attorneys general, including Colorado's, are asking a federal court to pause the acquisition of 9 News and its parent company Tegna by Nexstar, which owns Fox 31. Nexstar has said that multiple stations in the same city will be combined. The AGs are suing in federal court in California, arguing that waiving ownership rules to allow America's largest TV station owner to get bigger violates anti-monopoly rules. Nexstar says it's a necessary step to compete with big tech. President Trump supported the deal, saying it would, quote, help knock out the fake news. The AGs followed up their lawsuit with a request to pause the deal before newsrooms are closed and journalists are laid off. In their motion, the AGs wrote, quote, once newsrooms are consolidated, staff terminated, and operations integrated, the lost independent rivalry and locally cultivated content cannot realistically be reconstructed later. The filing says the companies and the Trump administration rushed to approve the deal within hours of their lawsuit to avoid scrutiny in court. The AG's filing says Nexstar said the deal is done, so it can't be paused. Nexstar declined to comment on the motion. A judge has yet to rule on it.
Another day, another heat record broken in Denver. Thanks for joining us at 10. I'm Alexandra Lewis.
And I'm Kyle Clark. So we're getting ready for another scorcher tomorrow. You know, when it gets hot like this in late summer, schools without AC always scramble to keep kids comfortable enough to learn.
9 News reporter Spencer Soysher joins us from Denver Public Schools headquarters tonight. Spencer, the district says they have a plan.
Yeah, obviously we're not used to these types of temperatures at this time of the year, but a couple of years back, voters approved a bond that added AC into schools that didn't already have it in Denver Public Schools. Not all of that's been installed yet, and for the schools that don't have AC yet, well, DPS says they've got a plan that starts early in the morning.
It's only March, but Wednesday's going to be hotter than an opposing team's lineup at Coors Field.
It's a school day as usual.
Usually by the time we're hitting near 90 degrees, the Rockies have already been eliminated from the playoffs, and it's the start of a new school year at Denver Public Schools. It also means the district is trying to avoid their classrooms doubling as saunas.
Because it's just so hot with that sun beating down on the brick or the concrete.
But when we hit the high 80s Wednesday, Scott Pribble with DPS says the district won't be worried.
So we're able to get into a full day without that heat of the afternoon really affecting the students.
Denver voters approved bonds that will add air conditioning to all of DPS's schools by the end of 2028.
Yeah, we are down to our last 29 schools that still need air conditioning in the building.
But what about those last 29 schools, like Steck Elementary and Teller Elementary, that are still on the to-do list?
This time of year, it's not as big of a deal.
These high 80s hit a bit different. DPS says the overnight low temperatures dip lower this time of year than they would in late August or early September.
We're able to bring that air into the building when the facilities managers arrive to the school and keep that building cooler much longer into the day. And so that heat that comes in the afternoon isn't as impactful on our kids and on our staff.
Trapping in the colder air and AC in many of the schools means Wednesday may really just be a normal day at school.
We won't have any of the medical concerns that typically go along with the heat that we see in August.
DPS says it doesn't even think Doesn't think that it's even going to need to bring in those big evaporative coolers or any of the swamp coolers tomorrow like they normally do when it gets super hot at the early portions of the school year. As far as those other schools getting AC, DPS says they need to do that during the summer and not while students are there. They hope to knock out about 15 of them in 2026. Live in Denver, Spencer Soysher, 9 News.
Kathy Saban, right? It's so strange that we've got like these hot days, but still really cool nights.
Oh, yeah. This is not anything we ever talk about in the month of March. And Spencer, I need to speak to you about the Rockies, the Colorado Rockies, and the games coming up. I need to talk to you about that. We have a summer-like forecast for the next couple of days. We had a record high today in the 80s. We're typically in the 50s this time of year. That is the 4th record high we've seen in 6 days. And tomorrow we go warmer. Temperatures this hour are in the 60s. It's 10:03 p.m. and it is 64 degrees in downtown Denver. The average high temperature this time of year is 58. So it's just weird. And the wind, while calm along the Front Range, blowing pretty good over some of the higher passes. The high pressure ridge is starting to center over Colorado. The winds around the outer edge of that ridge out of the north and northwest. That's why we've had that just abundant cloud cover the last 2 days, but not much coming out of the clouds. No rain or snow, but the formations have been great. Tonight, Susan Poncelow sent in a picture of a lenticular cloud. I've seen some of those corkscrew clouds and pictures of the Kelvin Helmholtz clouds. It was a cool afternoon for that. We will bottom out in the mid-50s tonight. Bus stop temperatures in the 60s tomorrow. This 7-day forecast is worth talking about because we have some changes. A record high expected tomorrow and then cooler weather and maybe some showers to round out the week. Details on this change coming up.
A Coloradan who'd been held hostage by the Taliban-run Afghan government for over a year is finally headed home. Dennis Coyle lives in Pueblo, but he's been in Afghanistan off and on for 2 decades as a linguistics expert developing language resources. He was detained in Afghanistan in January of 2025 on allegations of violating laws. Afghan authorities never publicly said what those laws were, but today they announced he served, quote, sufficient time and had been pardoned. His release comes only a few weeks after Secretary of State Marco Rubio designated the country as a wrongful detention state.
And so I would have to imagine that that sort of ratcheting up of pressure through that designation and the further negative consequences that could come from that could have been part of the calculus as to why it was no longer seen by the Taliban to hold to be valuable to continue to hold him.
In a statement, Dennis's family said they are filled with overwhelming gratitude after hearing news of his release.
Drivers who parked their cars in the parking garage that collapsed in Denver yesterday are going to be without those vehicles for at least the next few days.
The city says the building's owner has some paperwork to do before the process of securing the structure can begin. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch joins us from outside the garage with the next steps.
The city says the owner needs to get a permit to allow for temporary structures to go in place at this building. Then a structural engineer and a city inspector will review the stabilization work. Surprises don't always come with a bow. Some come with caution tape and fencing.
It's just my life, honestly.
Jennifer Burgess was met with a shock Monday afternoon. Her car was one of 2 crushed in a parking garage collapse at Yosemite and Jefferson.
I'm still processing that I'm never going to see that car again.
The cause is under investigation. One thing, though, is for sure.
The building had more load on it than it could handle in that moment.
Corey Schraben is a structural engineer, not involved in this particular collapse. He says temporary supports will need to be put in place before an investigation can begin.
The columns, the beams, the floor system, in and around the area of failure.
Schraben says size and scale play into how long it takes to determine a cause. He says an investigation could take months to years.
We'd be taking measurements of everything. We would then run the analysis of the building itself based on what the original design for the building was to make sure that everything met current design standards and building codes.
He says insurance companies could get involved in litigation, but a lawsuit isn't an absolute.
There may or may not have been any negligence at any level. Sometimes accidents, unfortunately, just happen.
Despite working in a field that's called on when structures collapse, he says it's not a job that keeps him busy.
No, not common at all. thankfully.
This caught Burgess off guard.
Crazy things just seem to happen when you least expect it to.
But Schraben says structure collapses don't happen every day.
There are building codes and standards for a reason.
Schraben says that also the materials of the building will need to be tested. So samples of concrete and refining steel will need to be sent to a lab to make sure that they met minimum standards. And he says this process alone could take several weeks. Live in Denver, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Teachers at Sheridan schools plan to walk off the job a week from tomorrow. The union just announced that strike date. Members voted to authorize that strike earlier this month after the union's agreement and contract expired last summer. The union says it's pushing for more transparency about calendars and pay. It also wants to extend membership to support staff like bus drivers. We reached out to the district to hear how they plan to handle the strike. They told us they're on spring break right now, and they'll get back to us next week. American women have only been legally allowed to get credit from banks on their own for a little more than 50 years.
As we celebrate Women's History Month, we look back on an institution in Denver that helped women achieve that financial freedom. Here's 9 News reporter Rachel Krause.
It's something so simple that people forget about a lot unless they talk to their grandmas or their moms.
Writing a check for rent or swiping a credit card for a coffee are routine, even mundane. For women 50 years earlier, unheard of.
Before 1974, if a woman went to a bank and she wanted a checkbook, a credit card, her own bank account, a loan, that was a no-go for almost everybody.
Dr. Gwen Lockman with History Colorado says for many, that meant they needed their husband's okay to access accounts or money.
Even Congresswoman Schroeder talked about not being able to get her own checkbook as a congresswoman.
No husband? Better hope you have a dad, uncle, or brother you trusted to co-sign for you, even if you made your own money.
My grandma, who was a school teacher her whole career, and she made her own money. And while she had, my grandparents shared one account, but they also had their own accounts, and she couldn't get her own account without her husband for her own money. She still kind of gets riled up to this day when she talks about it.
When Congress passed the Equal Credit Opportunity Act in '74, it opened the door for women in banking. Ladies here got to work on the Denver Women's Bank.
They got their charter in 1977, and they opened the bank's doors to the public on July 14th, 1978. That very first day, there was a line all the way around the block of people who wanted to be customers for the Women's Bank. It's incredible, but it's also not surprising.
Inside History Colorado's America 250 exhibit sits the receipt from the Women's Bank's opening day.
It says opening day final tape. And there is a great big star by that bottom number that is $1,194,946.66. Pretty good for a first day, especially in 1978.
That small piece of paper signifies the start of financial freedom for Colorado women. Now, a mark of how far we've come.
And this was just one sliver of what it meant for women to gain more rights, more independence, more freedom in the late 20th century.
History Colorado says the Denver Women's Bank was the second women's bank to be nationally chartered. The first was in D.C. Impressive still when you consider that the long line of ladies on their first day open deposited $1.2 million. No computers, and it was all done by hand and with calculators. Today, that's about $6 million.
And when you think about it, though, and this is the way that everything with rights works, right?
Yeah.
People being denied rights is not as far away in the past as you think it was.
Yeah. 50 years is really not that far away. It's one generation ago. And it's something that I think a lot of women are really familiar with, and a lot of men are often really surprised by. This is so recent.
Yeah, and to think that happened right here in Colorado, that's very cool.
Yeah, and just 80 years after women were able to finally get the right to vote. Amazing.
All right. Rachel Krause, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so those are my local news videos. Now I'm gonna move on to the
it's big.
I'm gonna move on to the growing opposition to the U.S.-Israeli war. Which cue it is. It's FBA Ron. Ron FBA. What the hell is this damn Q at? I'm sorry, y'all. I got so many damn windows open I can't keep anything. Okay, here it is. Okay, here it is. So Lisa gonna give us an update.
I hope you're doing well. Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, there have been more videos of people saying they are absolutely not fighting for America. And I'm not shocked. You know, you can't do a people wrong for hundreds of years and then believe they should want to get up and fight. I think people are now tired. You know, either you're going to treat folks with respect or you're not. And it's already determined you're not going to do it. So don't expect anything. Don't expect any help. Don't expect us to go out and protest. Don't expect us to have your back. You know, because, you know, I guess everything is finally caught up to you. And I don't know, maybe you can get the immigrants to help, or maybe you can send ICE. They seem to be much like your cops up in here, reckless. They just want to get at us and mistreat us. And, you know, you can send the cops, you can send ICE, you know. You got people that love to shoot and they're trigger happy that you can send over there. I don't think they're going to be much of a match for the Iranians, but you got some people. So I'm going to let you listen to what they say. And at 7:45, the U.S. Treasury declared America insolvent. And we'll talk about that in more detail because it is a big deal. It's a big deal. And to me, it's another black eye on America. You already had a black eye from the war. Now you got a second black eye from what came out about this country from the U.S. Treasury. All right, y'all. Let me share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Now, this may come off as sounding bad, but honestly, you know, I don't give a shit. I don't think black people should be serving in this war. I don't think we should be going out there putting our lives on the line for a country that's constantly disrespected us. Now, we can sit here and act as if like, oh, we love the country, and we do love the country. We just may not like the motherfuckers running it. But we do love the country because our ancestors built the country. Take that however you want to. Feel whatever way you want to feel about it. You can't change history. Right? When you read about all the atrocities that white people have done to black folk throughout the entire existence of us being on this continent, with them on it, I should say, because black folk, Africans, we've been coming back and forth to this continent well before the white man even knew it existed. But that's neither here nor there. Draft or no draft, we shouldn't be fighting in this war. We shouldn't be signing up to go to the military. We shouldn't be doing any of that. I don't have to tell you, you know, as a black person, man or woman, You know all the atrocities that have been committed against us. You know all the shit our people went through. You know all the stuff that we still go through to this day, whether it be passive aggressive, whether they talking cold. You know how they operate. You know what they do. And yeah, you could say, well, it's not all white folks. Okay, granted, but still, the number one question I always ask myself to any white person that says they're not racist, and I haven't asked a white person this yet, but my number one test would be, you're not a racist person. Great, that's good to hear. But how would you feel? How would you feel if white people were no longer in control? How would you feel if white people were no longer in control? We ain't even talking about the majority, because minorities can lead the majority. We've seen that happen in South Africa. So let's not act like it's not possible. But I would always ask, what are your feelings on if white people did not control this country? What if someone else was in charge? What if someone else was in control? What if someone else controlled the levers of powers, whether it be Black, Hispanic, Asian, but not someone white? How would you feel then? Are you still not racist? And that's not me picking on white folks. That's just me trying to get an explanation. That's just me trying to understand the situation, because I started this video talking about, shouldn't no Black people be going to fight in this war? Iran did not have the capability to strike the United States. This is a fact. So whatever propaganda you want to believe, you're doing yourself a disservice. But at the end of the day, draft or no draft, I'll be honest, my son will be 18. He's coming up on legal military age, and I specifically told him I advocated against it. I'm not trying to send my son off to that shit. No, absolutely not. If they impose a draft, go to prison. I don't give a shit. That's my advice to him. And that's not illegal, because when he turned 18, he can make whatever decision he wants. But I know damn well he don't want to go fight over there. And what happened? All you MAGA should be going to sign up and fight for this shit. That's your man's, right? Y'all act all tough over here with your guns and intimidating folks. You act so tough over here. Why don't you actually go defend the country that you love so much, that you get up in arms when you see a motherfucker not stand up for that national anthem? Because I can be honest, even though I love the country of America, it's hard for me as a Black man to stand up for the national anthem, knowing everything that this country's did to Black folk and still doing to Black folk. Every time I look at that flag, I have mixed emotions about it, because it's like, on the one hand, this is the country of my birth, but on the other hand, that flag represents something completely different. Yes, I am an American. I'm a Black man. Don't confuse me for being Arabic because I always wear this and got a beard. No, I'm a Black man. I was born here in America and I love the country. I just don't love who's running it, because the decisions that they make always constantly lead us in the fucking war. We always in somebody's shit. We always in somebody's business. And the only reason you feel like you can do that is because we ain't been hit here. And I don't, let me get this straight. I don't want it to happen here because I live here. And this is, again, this is supposed to be my country, right? Even though the people that are in charge often make me feel like it's not my country. So to close this out, I don't want to see no Black people fighting in this war. I don't. But we're not a monolith. Everybody feel whatever way they want to feel about it, and people are going to do what they want to do at the end of the day. I'm just giving my opinion, and you don't have to agree with it, because I hardly agree with anything that any of you motherfuckers say on here regarding this subject.
And the hits just keep on coming. Confirmed, several U.S. military bases are experiencing internal revolt as huge number of soldiers are refusing to go to the battlefield and die for Israel. Love it. This will have devastating impact on Pentagon and the White House. Internal revolt is the first time to be experienced. Absolutely, I love it. This is to all you kids over there. Do the same. You don't need to die for this motherfucker.
So they saying that American soldiers are refusing to go to Iran. Man, look, I don't blame these guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, You going over there to fight a war for what? To help Israel? Y'all fight. This is Israel's fight. This ain't America's fight. This is Israel's fight. So I really don't blame these soldiers for not wanting to go fight. You know what I'm saying? Risk y'all lives for Israel. You know what I'm saying? Over there starting a war, unnecessary war that shouldn't have got started. You know what I'm saying? And y'all going there risking y'all lives for what? While Dookie Booty is out golfing, going to galas and telling lies to the media about the war and all that kind of stuff. And y'all out here continue to risk y'all lives for that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? A whole lot of soldiers have lost their lives these past couple of weeks ever since this war started. So I really don't blame these soldiers for not wanting to go. You know what I'm saying? I understand. You know what I'm saying? You care about your life, you ain't gonna go. You care about your life that much, you're not gonna go fight an unnecessary war because you don't have to be in. I don't give a damn if it's what they call it, well, the military call it refusing to go. Whatever it is, let me know in the comment section what it's called. But I really don't blame these guys, man, and these women. You know,
refuse the military service.
Send them home. Send the troops home. In this war. This is unnecessary because American soldiers do not need to die for a man's ego and whatever Israel is trying to prove, you know what I'm saying, to Iran. Because one thing I know is you got to pick and choose your battles. And it's just unnecessary to be in this war. So, yeah. Do the right thing in this war. Get the American troops home. Because no more lives need to be lost over bullshit. Peace.
Let me pop the bubble of some of this war propaganda that's going on right now, and I will tell you this. There is no young man of fighting age in America right now that is going to want to go to Iran to fight a war so that Israel can become a global superpower, all right? And now I am not pulling this out of my butt. Bibi Netanyahu has literally said on camera that the war is going great and it will help Israel achieve its goals of becoming a global superpower. I didn't hear anything about America in that. All right. These young men know that this is not a war that is being fought for America's interest. You know, people can spread all of this. Oh, Iran is going to attack us and oh, blah, blah, blah. Iran is weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Bibi Netanyahu has been peddling that lie since 1989. I want you guys to look that up. Okay. So I don't care what MAGA boomers tell you. I don't care what paid influencers tell you. I don't care what the DC warmongers that are already benefiting from this war, those ghouls, all right, that are benefiting from the blood money of this war will tell you. There is no young man of fighting age in this country that is going to go trying to go to Iran to be boots on the ground to fight this war so that Israel can become more powerful and dominant in the Middle East. So my advice to the people that are peddling this crap is that nobody's buying it, so you may want to wrap it up and move on.
My black ass will go to jail before I fight in anybody's war. I'm not joining any army, and nor can you make me. Your orange ass wanted to start this shit. You better get your orange red looking ass out there and fight. And everybody that voted for you, get your ass out there and protect this country. Because the rest of us, we send our black asses to put.
So it really seems like our U.S. military men are coming to their fucking senses because, baby, they are not wanting to go out there on that battlefield. They see what the fuck Iran, or whatever the fuck you call them, the damage that they have done. And they being Pacific. They said they ain't finna go up against no motherfucking Iran over Israel. Because this is not our fight. Now what Dookie Booty gonna do? He got people, he got his own military saying this is not our fight. I'm so glad that they're coming to their senses. What the fuck you want to go out there and die, get injured for something that ain't right? I hope that our military men stand on business with this, saying that they don't want to go out there into that damn bullshit because it's not their fight. Trump got these people over there and they don't want to be over there. Y'all, it's getting interesting.
To all those serving in the Army and the Marines and the Air Force and the Navy, that you have the absolute right to refuse to take part in these criminal wars, and that's a right that all of you should exercise. You have no reason to go put your life on the line and kill and die for profit. We've been to Iraq, we've been to Afghanistan, and we know what these wars are really about. And we joined the military for many reasons. Because we need a college education, because we need a job, because we need health care. And then we joined the military, and they tell us that our enemies are poor people in caves in Afghanistan, or poor people in the deserts of Iraq. But we've been to those countries, and we know that our enemies are not other poor people abroad. Our enemies are the people that laid us off from our job, that denied us health care, that make it impossible to get an education. Our enemies are not in the poorest countries on the planet, but right here in the richest one. Now these wars, the occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan alone are costing over $700 million every single day. This is a crime every single day, while so many of us are hurting. Well, I think all of us here and the vast majority of people in this country would agree that we can spend $700 million a day better than bombing people that we have no reason to bomb. We can spend $700 million a day rebuilding those countries we've destroyed. We can spend $700 million a day caring for the veterans we get home when they get home. And then we can spend $700 million a day giving every single person healthcare, a college education, a job, and a livelihood, and a home. That's what we need to be spending our money on. But this government is not going to do that. They're not going to use the money in that way. They're not going to end the wars. And they're not going to do it because it's not our government. It's their government. It's the government of the rich. It's the government of Wall Street, of the oil giants, of the defense contractors. It's their government, and the only language that they understand is shutting down business as usual. And that's what we're doing here today, and we're going to continue to do until these wars are over. Well, it's crystal clear now that these wars are going to continue and expand and go into other countries. That is the trend. That is what we know, that there is perpetual war, and it's only going to stop if the people stand up and stop it. And that's what we're going to do, sisters and brothers. And a lot of people ask me, what do we do? Because we all know things are bad. We all see the atrocities on TV. We read about it. We experience it. People always ask, what do I do? Because we always want to know what to do. Do we vote? Do we support a politician? Do we join an organization? What do we do? Well, I'll tell you what we do. It's simple. We fight. We fight and we fight and we fight and we shut down our workplaces. We shut down our schools. We shut down the streets. We shut down business as usual. And we fight until we force the people in there to do what the people out here want. Because that's how we're going to get around, and we're going to fight until there's not one more bomb drop, not one more bullet fired, not one more soldier coming home in a wheelchair, not one more family slaughtered, not one more day of U.S. imperialism. So let's fight to make that happen. We can do it today, and then the days ahead, we have to fight to end these wars and create a better world, sisters and brothers. So join us in that fight. Thanks.
This last video clip is Israeli pilots walking away and refusing to fly their planes and attack Iran. So that's what you're looking at in this final clip. Okay. So you can see even over in Israel, they are rebelling. The pilots are afraid to go out there and fight Iran. They're watching this war and they know they're not doing well. And so, yeah, they walked away. And that was over there in Israel. So, y'all, I'm sure we are never going to run out of videos rebelling against this war. It is just going to go on and on. Donald Trump back at lying, talking about they're in peace talks. And again, Iran had to come out in the media and let everybody know they are not talking to Donald Trump. What they got were some written recommendations, but they said they have not had a conversation with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump all in the media, we're in peace talks. We're in peace talks. Oh, how embarrassing. And he just keeps doing this over and over, talking about he's doing deals, he's in talks, he's negotiating. And every single time, whatever country he names, they come out and say they're not even talking to Donald Trump. I guess that dementia must really be setting in for real. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you for being here. I got my next live at 7:45, and we're going to talk about what the Treasury has come out and said about the United States being insolvent. So I want to thank Peggy Clark, 3896, for the super sticker and your support for my channel. Thank you very much. So, y'all, I will see you then. You definitely don't want to miss this last one that's coming up. Shalom, family.
I'm going to play it next. Thank you.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, America's most watched newscast, now streaming same day.
Oh, that's only two.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, I just want to give you a reminder that there's still a few days left to grab your hair products for 40% off. So take advantage and grab it while you can. So we're going to talk about an announcement that came from the U.S. Treasury. They said America is insolvent. So if you don't know what that means, America is bankrupt. America is broke. So the debt far exceeds the amount of money that America has. And it's not going to get better with someone like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a spender. All right. He does not know how to put the country in a surplus because he can't even do that for his own personal self. So if you go back and look at Donald Trump's track record, which is not good, his first administration, by the time Donald Trump left office, the 4 years that he was the sitting president, he spent $8 trillion. By the time he left office, $8 trillion. Now, the second time around, he's only been in office for 1 year, just past 1 year. Donald Trump has spent $2.28 trillion in 1 year. And see, now it's going to go well beyond that in his second year because of this war, because of his ballroom. And Donald Trump, let's be real. Donald Trump and his administration, they're robbing the place blind. They are. When he leaves, see, he was butt sore when he lost, and he legitimately lost. I mean, he keeps saying it was rigged. It wasn't rigged. Donald Trump legitimately lost that race. And Donald Trump is doing all kinds of little things to justify getting all kinds of money. And see, when he left, see, if you're a one-term president, you don't get anything.
Right.
If you are a two-term president, like somebody like Barack Obama, both him and Michelle left with $60 million apiece. Plus, you know, he gets a library and, you know, there's all kinds of perks if you can become a two-term president. But if you are a one-term president, you leave with nothing. And, you know, Donald Trump was all butt sore about that. So this time around, he's going to leave and rob the place blind. So America has astronomical debt and not bringing in enough revenue to cover the debt. So on top of losing a war, y'all, America is broke. All right. And Donald Trump is also playing the stock market. There's a reason why he keeps talking about peace talk and stuff, because it shoots all the stocks up in the green when he talks like that. I know what the hell he's doing. Now, every time he said, oh, we're talking, we're negotiating, we're in peace talks with Iran, the stocks go up. So he's literally playing the market. So if people hear him talk like that, they know to buy. I know what he's doing. I've been knew what he was doing. Donald Trump ain't fooling no damn body. But Iran keeps coming out saying we haven't spoken to Donald Trump. I don't think that Iran is catching on to what Donald Trump is doing, but Donald Trump is manipulating the market every time he address the nation or say something in the media about, oh, we're working it out. We're working everything out. So if you did not know, now you know, because if he does that, his rich buddies and Donald Trump makes a lot of money, because it looks like he's trying to end the war. So everything goes in the green. Yeah, he's a little slickster. So y'all, let's get to it. Let me share my screen. Please. But I thought these folks had high IQs, y'all. I thought they know it all. They done it all. And they're the master race. And they are just the embodiment of perfection. Well, I think you might want to rethink running around talking about you got a high IQ. And you obviously can't manage money. The money has been stolen and mismanaged. That's what has happened. For the most part, stolen. And we know who's doing all the stealing right now. And we know we got a Congress that's going to just sit there and watch it happen and do absolutely nothing. So at the end of the day, the high IQ can't run a dog pound, y'all. They can't run a dog pound, and they're dumb with money. They're dumb with money, but they want you to believe all great things about them. All great things. all but these people are dumber than a rock. And they couldn't manage anything without corrupting it. Everything they touch, they corrupt. If you got a people like that in charge, there is no fixing this, y'all. There's no fixing it. There's no fixing it. Donald Trump sure ain't gonna fix it. He's actually making it worse by spending what, $2 billion per day on the war. He's a contributor to the debt. All right, let's go on.
It means, right? It means that Trump took the world's greatest economy and bankrupted it. We don't make enough money to pay our bills now under Trump. Do you understand what that means? Are you able to understand the impact that's going to have on your life?
This is about as bad as it gets. Yeah. The Treasury has declared the U.S. is insolvent. Yeah, we're just spending money that we don't have in record type numbers. I mean, we're talking now each year, trillions of dollars, multiple trillions of dollars that we don't have. And this guy right here is speeding it up faster and faster. So you're going to notice interest rates are going to climb. Yes, if you haven't noticed over the last few months, interest rates have been going up, especially on mortgages. Good luck. Good luck buying a house this year. Yeah, with interest rates continuing to climb, and they're only going to get worse, because who's going to keep loaning us money when we are doing nothing about solving the problem? Nothing. We simply don't take in enough money, and we spend way too much, and we keep doing it. And this guy right here, like him or not, really doesn't matter. This man right here is bankrupting the country. And the damage from this guy right here is going to be felt for years and years to come. And just know this, many of us warned you. And you went, oh, don't want. You're about to experience just how bad things can get, because this man right here wasn't kept under control. And Republicans let a dummy do whatever he wanted. And now we're about to pay for it.
The U.S. Treasury Department just declared the United States government insolvent. And the media missed it. No, the media did not miss it. The media intentionally did not talk about it. Do you guys know what this fucking means? Let's go ahead and look at the meaning of insolvent, shall we? Insolvent describes a person or organization unable to pay their debts as they fall due, or when their total liabilities exceed their total assets. Do you understand what that means? I'll break it down further for you. What that means is that a man who has bankrupted everything he has ever touched in his life, a man who bankrupted a real estate empire, a man who bankrupted a fucking casino, a man who bankrupted every fucking thing he has touched in his life, has now bankrupted the United States government. That means for the first time in its 250-year history, as far as I know, the United States government has more liabilities than it has assets. That means for the first time in American history, the United States government is literally and officially fucking broke, to the point that the Treasury has now called that, insolvent. It cannot pay its debts. United States government right now, if it were a person or a corporation, it would file for bankruptcy. A man that would probably be described as quite possibly the most unqualified candidate to ever run. Someone less fucking qualified than Al Sharpton ran for president. But you see, he promised the majority of the voting base in America that if they voted for him, he would make them superior again. He will give them an all-white country. He will bring them back to the era of slavery, where they had all the power and minorities or black people had nothing. And they believed him, despite everyone coming out and saying, look at the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. They said, yeah, we ain't seen no pudding. Well, for the first time in its 250-year history, the United States government has more liabilities than it has assets. If it were a corporation, it would file for bankruptcy. That's what we now have in us. And that's who we have, Trump.
You know, there's plenty of things to be angry about these days, but one that slipped under the radar we need to talk about is the financial condition of this country, which was recently revealed in a series of articles showing that we have $47 trillion in liabilities and only $6 trillion in assets. That's right. And if you add in Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, you're talking about 136 trillion in liabilities and like 6 trillion in assets. Think about that for a moment. Okay. This is crazy. And you know how we got here? Politicians in Washington kicking the can down the road, knowing that people like my age and younger are going to have to pay for this. It's coming for us. And then you have Donald Trump, who just gets put into office by half this country or half the voters that failed the character test, let's be honest. And we're going to have like a $56 trillion national debt by the time this guy leaves office. Soon we'll be paying more on our interest on our national debt than we do for the military. We pay our military $1.5 trillion a year. So what does that tell you? It is totally insane, and we need to have a true uprising and revolution in this country about, you know, what they have done to us, how we've been screwed. The older generations have screwed the younger generations. How Donald Trump, like right now, he's just stealing from the Treasury. He's going to get a $10 billion settlement for the disclosure of his tax records when the statutory maximum damages on that claim is supposed to be $1,000. So we're being looted. We got screwed. And these people need to be thrown out of office and put the younger people in, okay? The ones who actually have skin in the game and need to fix it. This is going to be more focused on my videos coming up in my content. It can't happen. We got to.
Y'all, again, the people that look like him cannot run this nation. They have been given hundreds of years to do this thing right, and they have failed at every single point. The only time they were succeeding is during slavery, when we were, you know, our forefathers were doing all of the work, and they were taking and collecting all of the money. That was the only time they were successful. When they got to get in the game and start working and start running things while doing labor, you see how they fall as fast as a rock. It just goes to show you, we really, truly are the ones that make this country work. When they have to manage the money and be the overseers, they're so corrupt, they sit there steal. Y'all, this is stealing. We got here because you're voting in people. Now, Donald Trump is a 34 convicted felon. And you really thought he was going to be good with the money? This man ain't doing nothing but thinking of all kinds of ways to get paid by this government. Then you got people like Elon that don't have no damn experience in anything, and they're giving him trillions of dollars for a failed Tesla company. But although he's failing, he can continue to rake in the $1 billion. He got a contract for $1 trillion. That is unheard of. This is why it's going broke. They are, look, Trump and his people are literally looting the place. They're looting this place. And no, the only way to fix this, you got to completely get the people in power out of power. It's no justifiable reason for them to remain in power at this point. It's no justifiable reason for them to be the ones running the show. We stole the country, so we should stay in power, ain't cutting it. The bottom line is you can't run it. You can't run this country. It is very obvious. Trying to swap out one for another it's no good. The whole thing must go. That's the only way you will get rid of the corruption. These folks had more bites at the apple than they really truly deserved. They are not the ones to do this thing, y'all. It's very obvious. Now, you know, we know their rise to the top was only temporary. It was never meant to last forever. You got to get them out of power. I now see why the Most High got to get them out. Because if you don't, it will be absolutely nothing left if you gave them even another 100 years. It would be nothing left, y'all. It would literally be nothing left. All right, let's get back to it.
How to fix it, and this is a national emergency. Thanks for watching, guys.
Y'all don't find it strange that while all eyes are on Iran, the U.S. has been declared insolvent, which basically means bankrupt without filing the paperwork? Yeah, the U.S. Treasury announced today that the United States of America is insolvent. They have about $136 trillion in debt and about $6 trillion in assets. A large part of this deficit, like $88 trillion of it, is for things like Medicare, SNAP benefits, Social Security. Baby, they done ran off with the money. Just for reference, 1 trillion is 1,000 billion. So we are $136,000 billion in debt. And nobody is talking about this. Nobody. Y'all don't find this strange?
The U.S. government is insolvent. And this will be my third time recording this video because for some reason I get pissed off and start swearing, and I'm not supposed to do that online. But if we have a conversation in real life, I'll tell you how I really think. Anywho, let me tell you what is happening. According to 47's Department of Treasury, you know, the people who take in payments for taxes, unless you're like a multi-billion-dollar corporation, then they don't take any money from you because you're not really paying taxes because Republicans can't govern. I did a video last night and said, you got to know what you know. And I know what I know. And I stand on the fact that Republicans cannot govern, at least not for people. They are great for corporations. And they continue to prove that. As a matter of fact, they've done it so well, they've bankrupted the U.S. government. Isn't that crazy? I remember like in September, October 2024, we were talking about the fact that the U.S. was at, like $37 trillion in debt. Like that, the deficit was so high, and pretty soon we were going to be like not able to make our interest payments. We needed to make some changes, like for real. So obviously, here's the thing. I'm a business owner. So when you have issues with your balance sheet, if your income is not matching your expenses, you've got one of two options. You can increase the income or you can reduce the expenses. Well, the government is not supposed to operate for profit. So, you can increase your income or you can reduce your expenses. Republicans just want to reduce the expenses, which is not necessarily a bad thing, except for when you are cutting vital services for the citizens. Things like healthcare and food and housing and veteran benefits. Like, that's probably not a good idea. The other alternative would be to increase the income. Well, that means that billion-dollar corporations who haven't been paying taxes based on the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, they should actually be paying. But no, because the big, beautiful bill that was passed, the only significant piece of legislation that this administration has passed, that ensured that the tax cuts are permanent. So they're not going to pay anymore.
And haven't these folks been saying the rich pays the most taxes? They paid the biggest taxes. Haven't they been saying that the whole time? And come to find out, y'all, most of these rich people ain't paying nary dime in taxes. I can't tell you how many of, now the rich pay the most taxes. They pay the most tax. And these rich people ain't paying no damn taxes at all. They ain't paying nothing. And she's right. When it comes down to that big, beautiful bill, see, that's Donald Trump setting his billionaire buddies up for life. Mm-hmm. That's what he's doing. Let's go on.
More. And it doesn't matter that they have already reduced all of these things. Now, They just agreed to give a company out of France $1 billion not to finish a wind power plant, wind energy. No, we don't need that. We'll give you $1 billion not to finish it, so we can make some money. Oh, okay. Oh, and then also we know that we can't provide health care for our citizens. We can't take care of our veterans and the poor among us. Like, we can't give them $6 a day for food. And then if they do happen to get that $6, we're definitely going to dictate what they can and cannot eat, because that's our business as well. We want to do that. Oh, and outside of that, we're going to spend an exorbitant amount of time trying to ensure that women cannot vote. Oh, and we got to get rid of all those trans people too. This would actually be comical if it were not true, but it is. And it would also be laughable if no one had actually said this is what was going to happen, but we did. And also they did. In fact, they not only said it, they wrote it down and they put it online, and they called it Project 2025. The reason that ICE is in the airports right now, it's in Project 2025. They want to, of course. Republicans have received 7 standalone bills to fund TSA agents, and they haven't passed a single one of them because they want the money for ICE without restrictions. It's Project 2025. Married women, midterms are coming up. If you are poor or an hourly worker, or you don't have a passport, if your legal name does not match your birth certificate, good luck. But that is also in Project 2025. They want to implement family voting. They also want to get rid of no-fault divorce. So if you don't like your husband, you might want to go and do something about that. You know what? Y'all stay. Y'all don't listen to me. Y'all don't believe anything I say anyway, so it's completely fine. Anyway, the U.S. is broke, and it was 1,000% predictable and preventable. But your racism, your hatred, your bigotry, your misogyny, yeah, 250 years. I guess it was a pretty good run, huh? Here's what's so dangerous about this. Not the fact that billion-dollar corporations aren't paying taxes. Not the fact that millionaires are literally creating ways to avoid paying taxes, because that's been happening. It's just permanent now. And that you are paying more likely in taxes than your employer is, at least percentage-wise. Yeah, that's sad. What's crazy is not just the fact that Republicans don't think that like generating more revenue would have been beneficial. They just want to take things from y'all. They don't want your kids to get a quality education, unless of course it's written by the Daughters of the Confederacy, and then they can learn all they want. In fact, they're going to bake it into their homeschool curriculum. They've got PragerU working on a whole new rollout of videos so that your kids can learn how the Civil War was about states' rights and how slaves didn't have it that bad. They really liked the families that they worked for. The fact that I have made it this far and have not cussed yet, that is very good. Let me tell you what I told my friends. I sent them the article. This article is from Fortune. It's behind a paywall, actually, and I've subscribed, but don't y'all subscribe, because I had to set a reminder so I can remind myself to cancel it. Anywho, Yahoo Finance has a similar article. It doesn't go it's not as detailed as Fortune, but you can get the gist of it from Yahoo Finance. I told my friends what is even sadder, outside of the fact that the U.S. is insolvent. What's even sadder is that this country is about to commit a genocide against her people. And y'all don't believe anything that people like me say. You know, Black people, women, liberals, people who believe in actual community, and that policy should be written for people and not for corporations. You don't believe anything we say anyway, but I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, and then we will wait and see. I don't have to wait to see if I'm right, because I know I am. Because the U.S. government is now insolvent, and they also talk about Social Security and Medicaid, Republicans will use this as a reason to further cut essential services for people who are sick, who require government assistance. So that means people who have cancer or debilitating diseases who are receiving life-saving treatment, they will lose their lives. They will lose their lives first. Elderly people will be right there along with them because according to Project 2025, they need to root out the undesirables. Their words, not mine. And poor people will be next because according to the Heritage Foundation, they don't contribute.
How come we can't root out the ones that are robbing the country blind? How come we can't root out the ones that have mismanaged the money and bankrupted the country? Those are the ones that need to be rooted out. But it's funny how they always think it's somebody else, not them, when it should be you. The only ones that should be rooted out are the ones that look like Donald Trump's administration. It shouldn't be anyone else.
To our society anyway, so we can just get rid of them and essentially craft and create a world, a country that they want here in the ununited states of America, full of whites only people with misogynistic men who beat their wives and abuse children. That's what they want. And they wrote it down. They were so confident that it would be done. They put it in a book, put it online, and let everybody read it. And then for some reason, nobody believed it. Anyway, y'all have a good day.
Breaking news from March 23rd. Recently, the U.S. Treasury reported something that the media absolutely went full crickets mode on. No comment whatsoever, except for Fortune magazine, that the U.S. Treasury is telling us the U.S. government is insolvent. In their report, the U.S. Treasury indicated that we have about $6 trillion in assets and about $48 trillion in debt. Fortune magazine was also kind enough to let us know that the U.S. debt has gone up $2 trillion in the first year of Trump's return to office. This is the guy that ran on the idea that he was going to reduce the debt. Donald Trump has taken $10 billion for his peace board. He's spending $1 billion a day bombing Iran in a war that no one wants. But this has pretty much been the playbook for Republicans in the White House since Reagan. They cut taxes dramatically on the super rich. Then they deregulate the hell out of everything. They tell bankers and corporate leaders, just do whatever the fuck you want. And ultimately, we end up having a crash in the housing market or Wall Street, which destroys the global economy. The Treasury goes completely broke. And then we get to the part where we're told as working Americans that we have to tighten our belts, that we may have to give up some Social Security benefits, that we may have to give up health care entirely, that any kind of food support, any kind of federal money toward education, any kind of federal money toward our communities, FEMA, all kinds of programs are suddenly going to have to go away because we've been selfish. We've spent too much money. These are tough choices, but we're going to have to make them because nobody else is going to cut the federal debt except us, working people. We're the ones who are going to have to do it. Or we could just finally tax the rich. Imagine that. I don't know what the cap is right now on Social Security, $160,000 a year, beyond which you don't pay Social Security taxes. What if we just raise that number to, I don't know, $2 million a year? Immediately, Social Security is solvent for the rest of our foreseeable future. We can do the same thing with Medicaid and Medicare. Just pay your damn taxes, millionaires. Come on. Additionally, we could tax some billionaires. How about that shit? Why don't we just tax them at 25%, which is pretty much the rate all of us are paying? Suddenly, the U.S. Treasury is flush. So come on. Bernie's talking about it. Bernie's talking about a tax on the rich. How about we all start talking about that? Let's talk about it a lot.
Good morning. It's just about 9:40 out here on the West Coast, and it is March 24th, and I have a bit of bad news. Well, the country never cared about this anyways. But I'm gonna say this because I saw this headline and I read the article and holy fuck. So let me run through it. So this is on Fortune magazine, Fortune website, and Yahoo Finance are the first two, and there's several others when I did another search on it. And as I'm looking at my notes, because I took notes on this one, here's the headline. The Treasury just declared the U.S. insolvent. The media missed it. So let me go through some of the numbers as I move this a little bit so I can look down at my notes a little bit less awkwardly. 6.06 trillion in assets, 47.78 trillion in liabilities. This is as of September 30, 2025. Does not include unfunded obligations of just over $2 trillion, or what they're calling the off-balance sheet. I'll leave you to go to the websites and, to Yahoo Finance and Fortune. Do the search of what was it? Treasury insolvency. That's the one. This is because of multiple reasons. Yes, spending is out of fucking control. But the other thing is that we are not taxing those that are able to pay their taxes. Plain and simple. I'm going to refer you back to the Clinton years. The Clinton years, they raised the top earners to 39%. And the administration fought with Congress over spending and this, that, and the other thing. But when he left, there was a budget surplus because not only did they cut spending, but they raised revenue. And then when W came in, he blew it up because he gave us tax cuts that we didn't fucking need. And I remember reading articles of rich people saying, what am I going to do with this extra money? Am I going to build another dance studio for my kid? So we know how to fix this. Nobody's willing to do it. Oh, and I'm going to do this in another video, but if Elon Musk is willing to pay TSA agents, maybe he should pay some extra fucking taxes. Just saying.
A Fortune magazine article came out that revealed that the Treasury Department essentially declared insolvency last year, showing that the U.S. has $6 trillion in assets, but $47 trillion in debt/obligations. But what is insolvency? The IRS declares insolvency, at least for an individual person, to be when their total liabilities exceed their assets, which in the case of the U.S. government is $6 trillion in assets and $47 trillion in liabilities. Now, the article comes from Professor Steve Hank and former Comptroller General of the United States, David Walker, does say that the $47 trillion doesn't include, quote, the unfunded obligations of social insurance programs like Social Security and Medicare, but that there is over $88.4 trillion in 75-year off-balance sheet obligations, which they say, if added to the $47 trillion, equates to around $136 trillion, 5 times the GDP of America. Now, debt has been a major topic in politics for decades, ranging from the movement to, quote, balance the budget, tax cuts, tax raises, and cuts in the government's budget for specific programs and departments. But because of the war in Iran, along with other major events, both home and abroad, this admission has gone under the radar.
Well, y'all, financial nightmare. But America, I don't know how y'all gonna pay off this debt. And I think you not taxing the rich, not taxing the corporations and letting that slide for decades and decades. And now you're gonna look at the people that are already struggling to clear out the debt. No, everybody should refuse. Everybody should refuse. I mean, if it's got to go under, then hey, let it fall. Let it fall. You can't run it. So why are you trying to hang on to it and tax the middle class? You can't do it. Just admit you failed. You squandered your time. And nobody should be giving you any more chances. How many goddamn chances do you want? if it's no changing of the guard, then we're ultimately going to end up in the same place we're in. We're going to end up in the same spot we're in right now. These people cannot run a country. They can't do it. And if you go back in their history over in Europe, they failed multiple times. Every time they would try to come with a country and try to run it, it always failed. It always failed. So just because you floated on some ship over here, what was that supposed to change about you? Nothing. If you could not succeed at running a nation in Europe, how would you succeed running this one? You can't. You can't do it. And you can't have a corrupt mind. You know, anytime you think slavery is good and and stealing and having corrupt courts so we don't have to be the ones in jail and and we'll be the one managing the money, and then we'll be stealing from the banks and stealing and coming up with ways not to pay money that we take. How is a person with that kind of mentality going to run things? That's what you did with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, filed bankruptcy 5 times, and you thought this dude was the right one to run this country? Unfortunately, Donald Trump really is the face and representation of his people. For real. Yeah, I mean, look, y'all. If you keep the same people in charge, it's going to fail again. It's going to fail again. In all the years these folks have been running the country, it should be nothing but surplus year over year. It should be a surplus. And it's not. So y'all, we thank Antithesis, Alcha supporting. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. Kim for 2003. Thank you for the super sticker. Nikki, Set Apart. Thank you for the super sticker. Quantum Solace 5864. Thank you for the super chat. Yet they all were a part of this bull shenanigans when they were in hashtag the blessing. Now they have entered hashtag the cursings. Now they all have a moral. Well, yeah, but their moral is the equivalent of a garbage can, though. I'm serious. Their moral is not worth anything. In fact, at this point, their opinion is not worth anything either. It's not. Like I said, y'all, you sit back. I know what the hell I'm talking about. America is going to lose the respect of the world. They already do. I have not seen one world leader outside of Israel that like Donald Trump. They all can't stand Donald Trump. They can't stand him. There are no allies anymore. America had allies. America don't have any allies anymore. You see what's happening out there in the Middle East. Not one country is joining America. So there are no allies. There are none. There's none. We're just right now We're a country with a bunch of criminals running it called the Trump administration. And what do you expect? Wait until he leaves office and they start tallying up the amounts of money that was spent or missing, and you just wait. It's probably going to be the worst in recorded history. More than likely. Quantum Solace, thank you for the super chat. Taxes. I can't squeeze out a fart without paying taxes. It seems as though I was only born into this world just to pay taxes. At this point, I really don't care anymore. This is not sustainable. It's over. Yes, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. And thank you for your support for my channel. Again, Quantum Solace. Thank you for the super chat. Damn surely, no, they cannot run a country. Hell, they cannot run Wall Street. Just pick up your Wall Street Journal. Yeah, I looked at that probably starting in my early 20s. And when I would see how much these companies would lose in a quarter, I knew instantly then these people don't know how to run nothing. What they do is they throw money at bad situations. And so it looks and gives the false illusion that they're doing well in their business. The corporations are doing well, but at the same time, y'all, it's falling apart. They got to keep throwing money at it to keep it going. It can't go any other way. They can't hold their own running companies without a ton of help. They always need a ton of financial help. Now you know why. Because they run everything into the ground. That's why they always constantly need a tidal wave of money for their businesses. And so it looks like it's going well, but actually it isn't. These jackasses are always operating in the red. Yes, they are. But Quantum Solace, they still qualify for all kinds of financing and loans. See, they had to set it up that way because they knew a lot of their people would be failing in business out here. Yeah, they'll be in the red. They'll be in businesses and own businesses that make no money, y'all. Their businesses literally make no money, but they still qualify for grants, loans, all kinds of things. So they just keep, their companies will be in the negative and they just keep applying for this stuff, applying for loans, applying for grants, and they just keep doing that year in and year out. But the company is literally trash. I've seen it. Yeah, and yep, every quarter they're always in billions in debt. Yes, they are. And the thing is, that is why they keep raking in. They are the ones that get all the money. You and I can have the same type of credit, and we still will get rejected. See, they need all that money to be giving to their people in these failing companies that they're running. Yep. So I guess how y'all gonna spend this one? Because y'all love spinning things. So how y'all gonna spend this one in the news? Oh, I know, y'all. Oh, I know. It's the liberals. It's the liberal. Do those liberals look just like you? That's my question. Do those liberals look just like your butt? So anyway, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I think I got my point across on this one. So, you know, y'all, we don't have to, we can still operate separate from this government. We really can. So just keep up the things that you do, keep your families together. And if you don't need things, then don't spend the money on that. Don't spend your money on things you don't need. Now, as far as helping this government out of this financial situation, I don't want to help you out of your financial situation. You don't help me out of mine. And why should we help a country? We could have the best credit and still can't get a business loan. Why should I help a country like that? Why should I help you? You know, I mean, we can't even financially, we can't even get the same things that the white community can get. So why should we continue to help you? I don't want to help you get out of debt. I'm just telling you, I don't want to help you. You know, you don't help me get out of nothing. What am I helping you for? It never benefited us. This history, it has never benefited us to help anyone else. Every time we did, at the end of the day, we were the ones getting screwed over. So I'm tired of getting screwed over. I don't want to help. I don't want to help. Plain and simple. The people that got the country in this situation should be the only ones getting the country out of it. I was not a contributor at all. This country didn't give me anything that I can say, well, I kind of contributed because they cut me a check for X amount of dollars. That never happened. I don't want to help. So that's how I'm going to leave it. I don't want to help. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you for being here. And I'll be back tomorrow on all new topics. Shalom, family.
The most universal rationale that they are given is that
You all here, hope you're doing well. Well, just as we kind of suspected, there are thousands and thousands of soldiers that are flat out refusing to go to war. And they are now taking a legal way of getting out of it. In fact, this particular legal way has jumped up 1,000%. They can apply for this even if they're in the middle of a battle. They can apply, and whoever's in charge got to get them off of the battlefield. So you can do this at any time. And not only is it legal, they are flocking to it. So we're going to learn a little more about it in this video. And can anybody apply? Yes. You can get your young people, but it's going to require a reason. And a lot of people will say they can't fight the war for religious reasons. And whether the military like it or not, they have to respect that. So let's get into it, y'all. Really, let's get into it because look, yeah, no, this is true. I went and researched it, and it's something that people have been using, but it's probably going to be very well known now because of the war, and a lot of people are not feeling this war with Iran. So, and it's not just here. I was looking at footage of Israeli pilots that staged a walkout because they refuse to fly and go into battle with Iran. So Israel is struggling with their problems with soldiers that don't want to fight. And I understand why they don't want to fight. See, they never had to fight an adversary like Israel before. Usually they had pretty easy targets like Gaza, fighting people. All they were capable of doing was picking up a rock and throwing it. Well, Iran is way more complicated than that. So y'all pay attention, take notes, because if you got young people in the military, you can let them know about this. And yes, it does apply to all branches. All branches. All right. Let me go ahead and before I get started, don't forget about purchasing your hair products for 40% off the Most High New Year 26. Make sure you use the discount code to take advantage of getting your discount. I just had somebody make a purchase for over $200. They put the code in and it took $99 off of the price. So it's definitely worth it. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and put my screen. Let's see here. Okay, please give me a 1 if you see my screen. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
According to a new report, there's been a 1,000% increase in U.S. troops seeking what's called conscientious objector status, meaning they would be objecting to going to fight in the Iran war. A military official said that a ground operation will be an absolute disaster. We don't have a plan for that. We can't even fully defend a single land base in the theater. Additionally, a veteran and a reservist who mentors younger officers told HuffPost her contacts are expressing a loss of faith to a new degree. She said, I'm hearing out of service members' mouths the words, we don't want to die for Israel. We don't want to be political pawns. And another reservist in touch with current troops separately reported hearing similar comments. The first reservist continued by saying, I've shared conscientious objector information 6 times in the past 2 weeks, and I've been in the military almost 20 years. I've never had people reach out this way. The executive director of the Center of Conscience and War said his group in the past would hear from between 50 and 80 troops annually. However, this month he's seen a 1,000% increase, saying at least one new service member now contacts the organization daily. The reservist said the lack of a clear, consistent narrative justifying the Iran war is a key source of discontent among troops, demoralizing those who believe a poorly planned conflict is placing them in unnecessary danger for no identifiable strategic benefit. A 1,000% increase in U.S. troops seeking to avoid this war because there's no reason for it should tell us everything we need to know.
Anyone in the military has the right to file for conscientious objection. And, once you drop a conscientious objector packet, the process takes several months. But as soon as you declare that you are a conscientious objector, before they even begin to investigate it, your command is obligated to accommodate your beliefs. So anyone who's about to be deployed, they drop that packet, their command is not supposed to deploy them. And so it's a powerful tool that many dozens are either using right now, and many more are inquiring about how they can exercise that right.
So you say you've had a 1,000% increase. What do you think that says about this war?
We're talking to all these people. We're hearing what they say about it and what their family members, many of them desperately calling us, are relaying from their service member loved ones. What they're saying is across the spectrum, they do not see Trump and Hijacc as trustworthy or competent. They see this war as a war of choice that has nothing to do with keeping America safe. Others, as Joe Kent has just said in his resignation, see this as a war for Israel after watching years of Israel carrying out war crimes in Gaza and Lebanon. But most importantly, the number one thing that we hear from callers, the most universal rationale that they are given is that they are disgusted at the suffering on the receiving end in Iran, that they want no part in that.
If you are morally opposed to war, even if you are currently in the U.S. military, you have the right to not go to war. At any time, you can register yourself as a conscientious objector, thus stating that you have an extreme moral opposition to war. If you are already enlisted, the U.S. government will put you into an alternate role, such as healthcare or education. If you are not already enlisted and you are a man between 18 to 25, you can fill out this paper at any point, have it added to your record, and it's more easily enforceable.
Hey, you don't have to die for Israel. You do not need to die for a bunch of fucking... You don't need to do it. You can be a conscientious objector. I will put a number at the end of this video for a hotline that you can get a hold of. Do not go. If you don't know, they're starting to draft people. They're calling units in to go on a ground invasion of Iran. You do not have to go. Don't die for motherfuckers who don't give any fucks about you, baby. You don't need to do this. There are other opportunities. There are other things. I can help you personally for free figure out how to get out of the United States, what kind of work you can do, what kind of visa citizenship you can do. You do not need to die in this pointless war just trying to get opportunity. I can help you figure out opportunity. Don't do this. Do not do this. Your life is worth so much more. Babe, let me help you.
What is a conscientious objector? Let's talk about it. So the U.S. Empire News isn't going to report on this, but there has been 1,000% increase in the number of U.S. military personnel that are filing conscientious objector claims. So what is that? So a conscientious objector is someone that is a U.S. military personnel that for religious, moral, or ethical beliefs do not want to participate in war in any form. Now, this is an actual process that happens. So first you have to file DA form 4187, and then there's some steps that follow. The steps are usually completing the form, writing personal statements of the nature of your belief. You'll do an interview with the military chaplain. They'll write a report. You'll interview with a psychiatrist, and then there'll be an investigation by a military officer to determine if the claim is valid. And you register with the Select Service System. And there are a few resources that actually will help you complete this form: the GI Rights Hotline and the Center on Conscience and War. And there's actually an employee from the Center on Conscience and War that talks about this, so let's take a listen.
The majority of our callers are not trying to get out of this because they're worried about their own lives, but the lives of people in Iran who did nothing to deserve this. More than anything, we have been hearing that the U.S. massacre at the Minab Girls' School was the breaking point for them. That's the most common reason we hear from people why they decided to call us. It may surprise a lot of people, but there's a great degree of humanity and compassion among service members in the U.S. military, and they are thinking very hard about what they're willing to be part of, knowing the conduct of the Pentagon leadership and Israeli forces that they're partnered with. Anyone in the military has the right to file for conscientious objection. And, once you drop the conscientious objector packet, the process takes several months. But as soon as you declare that you are a conscientious objector, before they even begin to investigate it, your command is obligated to accommodate your beliefs. So anyone who's about to be deployed, they drop that packet, their command is not supposed to deploy them. And so it's a powerful tool that many dozens are either using right now, and many more are inquiring about how they can exercise that right.
So you say you've had a 1,000% increase. What do you think that says about this war?
We're talking to all these people. We're hearing what they say about it, and with their family members, many of them desperately calling us, are relaying from their service member loved ones. What they're saying is across the spectrum, they do not see Trump and Hijacc as trustworthy or competent. They see this war as a war of choice that has nothing to do with keeping America safe. Others, as Joe Kent has just said in his resignation, see this as a war for Israel.
This is also something that you could file if you get a notification about a draft. If you're already in the military, you'll get placed on alternative service until the investigation is complete. And usually the outcome is either remaining in a non-combatant role or being fully discharged. It's something to think about. And for those of us who are 40 and under, something to have in our back pocket.
This video is for active duty members of the United States military. The only time I'm going to talk directly to y'all. Listen to me. Stop everything you're doing and go file for conscientious objector status right now. I mean it. Stop whatever you're doing and go get in touch with the Center for Conscience and War or any of these organizations that help you attain conscientious objector status and do it right now. You can claim that status at any time, even in the middle of combat, and they have to take your objection seriously. Normally, I don't talk to active duty service members because if you are in the military, you've obviously made and are continuing to make choices that I find to be profoundly immoral. But even if one doesn't believe that being in the military is inherently bad, you are about to be deployed into a war that is solely happening to impose Jeffrey Epstein's vision upon the world. To say that this is not worth throwing your life away is a profound understatement. And in the case that you do die, which let's be honest, if you're being deployed as ground troops is quite likely, we will make fun of you. You will be treated exactly the same way as IDF soldiers because let's be honest, there is no daylight between you two. So if you're in the military, get out. If you choose to stay after hearing these words, only thing I can tell you is don't do too well out there. Because there's a lot of people around the world, not saying it's me, but I'm saying it's a lot of people who would say it's probably better for humanity if you guys take the L on this one. Sorry.
According to a new report, there's been a 1,000% increase in U.S. troops seeking what's called conscientious objector status, meaning they would be objecting to going to fight in the Iran war. A military official said that a ground operation will be an absolute disaster. We don't have a plan for that. We can't even fully defend a single land base in the theater. Additionally, a veteran and a reservist who mentors younger officers told HuffPost her contacts are expressing a loss of faith to a new degree. She said, I'm hearing out of service members' mouths the words, we don't want to die for Israel. We don't want to be political pawns. And another reservist in touch with current troops separately reported hearing similar comments. The first reservist continued by saying, I've shared conscientious objector information 6 times in the past 2 weeks, and I've been in the military almost 20 years. I've never had people reach out this way. The executive director of the Center of Conscience and War said his group in the past would hear from between 50 and 80 troops annually. However, this month he's seen a 1,000% increase, saying at least one new service member now contacts the organization daily. The reservist said the lack of a clear, consistent narrative justifying the Iran war is a key source of discontent among troops. Demoralizing those who believe a poorly planned conflict is placing them in unnecessary danger for no identifiable strategic benefit. A 1,000% increase in U.S. troops seeking to avoid this war because there's no reason for it should tell us everything we need to know.
I have a statement that's really going to upset MAGA, but it's true, and it needs to be said, and you need to hear it. If you have a child being deployed to the Middle East, my heart goes out to you. I can't imagine what's going on in your head right now. I just can't imagine. If you have a child who's being deployed to the Middle East, and you voted for this man, I would not want to be you. The crisis of conscience you must be going through has got to be pretty heavy. There's new data from the Center on Conscience and War, which is an organization founded by a veteran who helps soldiers get out of going to war, file as a conscientious objector. He was interviewed by Democracy Now!, and he said that there has been a 1,000% increase in soldiers actively filing to become conscientious objectors. This is a right that you have to object to going to war. I'll get you the information at the end of this video if you or someone you love needs to get out of this, because what he's saying here, what Michael Preisner, the founder, says, is that most of these people are young and they understand that this was a war created out of sheer desire with no justification or rationale behind it. It's not protecting our borders. It's not to protect our people. It's not even seriously to protect an ally. Israel poked the fucking bear and then pulled the big brother in between them to say, haha, now what are you going to do? And Donald Trump was just too weak to say no. Israel has been trying to pull us into something like this for a very long time, even though that is a place they chose. There were lots of other options. in the choosing of their place for their religious homeland. It didn't have to be that place, but that's where they chose. And now they want everybody around them to be obliterated. And they're using our military, your sons and daughters, to do it. If the military collectively decided they weren't going to do this, they could shut it down completely. Stop driving the boat, stop firing the guns, stop lighting the fuse. If the generals wanted to end this dictatorship, they could. Remember, the power lies in the hands of the ants, not the grasshoppers. If you'd like to become a conscientious objector and get out of going to the Middle East, call this number immediately and start the process.
Y'all pass this video on to as many of your relatives that are in the military as you can, as possible. Pass it on, because I'm sending it to my relatives so they can start this process. So once you fill it out, they have to release you from any kind of combat. So even if you didn't get that far into it, it doesn't matter. Once you put this form in, they cannot force you out on the battlefield legally. And this was started by a veteran to give a legal way out of combat. So if you got family members or you yourself are in the military, get this form. Get it now. Fill it out and turn it in to whoever your higher up is. Get the process going. They can't deploy you. They cannot deploy you. Yeah, you know. So I just wanted to show you this because it's been huge. They said the number of military, it doesn't matter what branch you're in, that's been requesting this form has jumped up 1,000%. 1,000%. So it just goes to show you how many people are trying to get their hands on this so they can get the ball rolling.
They're going to increase the draft.
So pass it on, watch it again, get the form, do whatever you need to do to save our young people. Do whatever you need to do. But this is legal. This is legal. I looked the entire thing up before I even put the video together to make sure this was legit, and it is.
Conscientious
It is.
Objector. Not let my nephew know about it.
So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And Cyberdyne 100, thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel
as well.
So y'all have a wonderful afternoon.
All right, that's some very interesting information. Yeah, we'll definitely pass it along. So moving along, because I'm pressed for time now, we got Dr. Umar, SIMPS for Sukihana. It says he'll have a son with her Black good woman. So urban politicians, big ant spokesman, gonna give us an update on that.
Yo, 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 it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on Dr. Umar Conscientious once again, as he made an appearance on Breakfast Club this morning. And I can't put exactly what he said about Sukihana in this video because Breakfast Club now has they deal with Netflix and the copywriting and the claims and infringement policy over there is real serious. So you can go look at the clips on their Instagram page to see exactly what he said word for word. But he echoed a sentiment that he has echoed before about his support, respect, and acknowledgement and care about Sukihana. As it came out recently, she is having a baby now this month or something, which I didn't even know that myself, but she's having a baby. So they asked Dr. Umar, is the baby his? We seeing these rumors and everything like that. And he said, nah, it's not my baby. But if I was somebody and I was looking forward to having a son, this is somebody that I would have a son with because she's smart, she's intellectual, and she knows things behind the scenes that y'all don't see on the internet with her. This is her 4th child. We ain't never talking down on the kids or disrespecting the kids or nothing of the sort, and we ain't playing by no woman. I just gotta come and educate. This is about Dr. Umar right here because of, in the same sentiment that he echoed this, he's talking about Black representation, Black knowledge, a strong household, and things of that nature. He chose to downplay street dudes, hustlers, doughboys in the trenches, but then uplift Sukihana and says that, hey, yeah, I would have a baby with her because she wouldn't be one of these guys that would go get with one of these dope boys or one of these street dudes in the future because she would know better. She would know what route to take. And I said, wow. This dude right here has got to be the most pandering, low down, just, I don't know if he think people on the internet are crazy. I don't think if he can't understand that we see the games and wordsmith gymnastics he speaks on, because how could you say that when this girl is getting on the internet glorifying the worst of the worst for a woman? You can't sit up here and talk down on rappers as he's done plenty of times. He's down talked, said the rap thing is the worst, rap music is the worst thing that's happened to the Black community. But Sukihana gets on songs and raps about selling her coochie. She brags about selling her coochie online throughout the years, proudly, confidently, and just unshamefully at sometimes. But this video of her crying back in the day on the internet of her talking about how she sold her soul and this and this and that and everything of that nature. She's selling it on OnlyFans. I mean, a quick Twitter search, which I never even searched it. I didn't look for her work, but you know, that Twitter timeline is one of the things of capital C's that we name here: controversy, chaos, confusion, conflict, and confrontation to be a part of the conversation to keep the algorithm in rotation. She on there sucking dudes' toes, eating dudes up in the car, doing all type of just the wildest of the wildest get down. And I'm saying, this is who you said you would have a son with because of how she thinks, how she talks, and she wouldn't go lead and go deal with a street dude. Bro, she's on kid number 4. And she's out here glorifying this behavior. I'm not the one that can judge. I'm not the one that can tell somebody. I'm not God. I want that to be clear. But we have to educate the facts. If you live that lifestyle, if that's what you do, that choice is yours. But you got to be able to wear that, hey, this is what you would call a whore. This is what you call somebody who sells it. Don't look at that as, hey, this is a Black strong representation, or this is the woman that's here for Black women. Hey, we amongst all types of people in our community, right, wrong, or indifferent. We have relationships with them. We have time, whatever. We connected to them. I ain't here to come put nobody down and then down talk you or disrespect you and just go and make you try to feel bad like I'm better than you, like I'm holy or down, because nobody's perfect. We all got our flaws, but you can't get on these platforms and then try to disdain and down talk one thing, but then glorify something that's in the same circle of conversation. How can you talk down on rap? How can you say rap has destroyed the Black community and things like that, but then you go say, well, I'm going to glorify Sukihana? No, bro, you're confused. And he's on there as well talking about this school is now finished. He's just waiting to get it inspected. He said that like 3-4 weeks ago, or a month ago, that they was coming in and inspected on Tuesday. This was on President's Day. He said, well, it's closed for President Day. They coming on Tuesday, Wednesday to inspect it. Now he on Breakfast Club today talking about he waiting on the inspection. And let me tell y'all the difference, y'all, because I know where y'all gonna go with it between me and Dr. Umar. Like I say, I don't speak for the Black community. I am not a leader in the Black community at all. Never have been. Ain't trying to be that guy, nothing. But I'm going to enlighten and raise awareness to these things when I see somebody get on a big platform like Breakfast Club and push this con material that he is pushing with these word semantics. You know, Kevin Samuels called him out about this before his untimely death, about how he panders and plays Cape and Superman and super duper simp for these women. So that's who he wants to pander to in the audience. And what he does is basically what the government did. I'm going to go choose the side of these women because they going to invest. They need somebody to be vulnerable for them. And if I get the women on my side, hey, I get a big part of the Black community on my side. Let me pander to them. Let me finesse to them. Let me go over there and cater to these Black women because they going to fall for it off of emotion. Pandering to the men, that ain't going to really just get me nowhere like that in the full when it comes to what I'm overly trying to accomplish. basically causing a divide and conquer mentality in the Black community, just like the government did back in the day. He just doing it with his slick talking now. See, I'm on to the game, bro. And this is the difference between me and Dr. Umar. I'm going to say this again. I don't speak for the Black community. I'm not a leader in the Black community. I am not a civil rights leader. I am not an activist. All them things that he tries to do, I'm just going to give my community, my people, the information that, hey, fam, Dr. Umar, you the one that asks for donations. You the one that asks the Black people for their money. You the one that acts like you have all the answers for Black people. So when you come out and do these things that I know is just hogwash and garbage, I got to come on here and call it out as a Black man in this country. It is what it is, bro. You out of pocket, you out of line. Once again, if y'all listen to this in full, you could just, and it's like, it's crazy because at some point in time, like, I hear Charlamagne on there and different people on the internet tell him, like, man, y'all say this about Dr. Umar, man, why they get, it's like, are they trolling him at this point? Are y'all really trolling him by letting him get on here and keep popping this stuff? Or do y'all really believe this? We're supposed to come on here and congratulate and put somebody on a pedestal who has gotten Black people's money, who has asked and pandered and begged and just, hey, man, I'm at the slot machine, family. Let me see if I can hit the jackpot. Lose while gambling and say, hey, family, the ancestors don't want me to get this money their way. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. Oh, my account is frozen, family. They try to stop us. Send me some money. We need money and things of this nature, and just going in on all these Black people families, how they are as parents, that we find out that he got kids that he don't even rock with. Like, what is really going on? But on top of all this stuff that I just said right here, I'm supposed to applaud a fish for swimming. I'm supposed to come out here and say, good job, Dr. Umar, by taking donations from everybody and then going and getting a building with other people's money. See, that's the point that I'm making. I couldn't tell you nothing if you wasn't begging the Black community, acting like you was doing this for the betterment of the Black community and trying to make this a Black community issue. Every time you do it, they're shaming Black people. At one point in time, it was so hideous back in the day. He was talking down to people because they didn't raise the goal that he wanted to raise. And I'm like, nah, he go with the games. Let me come on here and speak on it and keep it all the way 1,000 with it. I don't care how nobody feel. Call me whatever you want to call me at this point in time. I ain't spoken nothing but the truth on here. It is what it is. Y'all tell me what y'all think, man. That super simp talk catering to these women who out here getting on camera, getting beat down, and telling you she's on camera telling you I'm selling myself, I'm a prostitute, I'm this and that. That's the type of rap she promotes. That's the type of imagery she promotes. But you want to sit up here and say that this is the woman that I would have a son with, and she's not like a lot of these other women that would leave. Bro, we got women with college graduates. We got women that got good jobs. We got women that been on jobs for 15, 20, and 30 years. And not to mention the older generation, all the things they accomplish. Hey, Sukihana can do whatever it is she want to do. That's her choice. But we not finna come up here and put this stuff on the pedestal. Tell me what y'all think, man. Tap into that Urban Politics TV Patreon.
And make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right. Lisa just did a video earlier today. So we'll play that next. Yeah, Umar is the ultimate simp for that nonsense. Talking about he gonna have a baby with a known thotty thought. Fuck no. So moving along, the Army raises enlistment age to 42 and looses MJ rules. What? Recruitment crisis. This is gonna give us an update on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Boy, this place is so desperate. They are so desperate. The recruiting age for men and women is now 42 years. They are desperate. This is desperation. And my prediction is going to be, if there is a draft, You know, remember, these folks that are 42, they're not in the best of shape. I've seen some of these people with these big beer guts and everything. I don't know how they're going to get around on a battlefield, but hey, it is what it is. So Donald Trump is at it again, talking about peace talks and all this stuff. And the bottom line is, you know, Iran is just acknowledging that they got stuff from the United States, but they still did not agree to sit down with anybody. And, you know, that says it all. Donald Trump is doing this to keep the stock market up. I know what he's doing. Every time he says, oh, we're coming close, we're talking, and that, you know, that then everything stays in the green. And that's what all of this is about. He doesn't care whether it's true or not. He just needs to keep the stock market in the green. Mm-hmm. Yep. Ulcers, you know, vision is not as good as it used to be, but hey, that's who they want to put out on the battlefield. That's on them. That's on them. And I was looking, Iran is letting ships go through the Strait of Hormuz, but they got to pay. They got to pay. And they're still sticking to their guns where they have to pay in Chinese yuan. Right? And ships are passing through and they're paying. So, hey, it is what it is. But the United States and Israel, they said countries that are hostile to Iran are not allowed to pass through, which is Israel and the United States are not allowed in the Straits of Hormuz. But as long as you are not hostile towards Iran, yes, you can go in there now and pay in yuan. And I believe the payment is in American money, $2 million to pass in there. Yeah, they're going to make a killing. They're going to make a killing, y'all. All right. Need to see something here. What's going on here? Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Okay, thank you.
Well, strap your boots and get your parachutes. Did you hear what the Army just imposed? I thought I had a clean slate being Uncanal. Since I'm about to be 31 years of age, they're about to raise the height. They dropped the new enlistment range from the ages of 34 to 42 years of age. You imagine turning 42 years of age this year, you got a whole family, things already surfacing around you, and they give you a call like, hey, you qualify. And they're saying that this is starting April 20th, like if they can't start it today. Why is there a mixtape release to this new news that you're giving us? Hey, I'm going to treat this like jury duty, and I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean? They can't lock us all up. You're going to have to find a 43-year-old that's willing to do the job. You know what I mean? 31 wasn't mentioned, but I'm assuming, you know what I mean? They just skipped through all of that, you know, because I'm not fighting for anybody in the files. I'm not fighting for our government. I'm not doing it. They really got to do is all the world leaders get into a room, lock themselves up, and handle it themselves. Why we got to be the bystanders in this thing that's going on? It don't even make logical sense on fighting people that we don't know. That's family. That's family, everybody in the West. Everybody in the East, North, South. Find somebody else. I ain't doing it.
That's interesting. 34 to 42. They're raising the age of military eligibility, draft eligibility to 42. Most people at 42 already think they're handicapped. Does that have anything to do with the fact that Generation Z and Alpha are sucked? I don't know. Just asking the questions. Also, if you smoked a little Mary Jane in your life, they're waiving that. Also, if you've been convicted of beating up your spouse or, a felony, they're waiving that too. Isn't that interesting? I think the war really wants the war. That's the conspiracy theorist in me. And if it's not that, then what is it? Why now? We just had military enlistments in all branches hit their goals way ahead of time. So there's a lot of people in there. So why are they increasing the draft? Yeah, I think the war wants the war. And they're thinking they're going to need some help. Just the conspiracy theorist in me.
Hey, all of you fucking MAGA who were born between 1984 and 1991, your time to shine is right fucking now. Because the Army just upped its maximum enlistment age to 42. It was previously 35, but those recruitment numbers, they ain't where they need to be, baby. And Trump, he needs some cannon fodder. It increased its maximum enlistment to 42 this month, bringing an ascension policy closer in line with most of the other United States military services, according to an updated service regulation documents published this. Individuals up to the age of 42 with or without prior military service can enlist in the regular Army, the Army National Guard, and the Army Reserves according to the updated Army Regulation 601-210 published on March 20th. Y'all want to make America great again? You want to make America great again? Go fight some fucking wars that you don't want to fight. That's right. Sign the fuck up, enlist, and then go fight some wars you don't want to fight. Looks like they're also gonna take away some of those prior convictions for marijuana use too. So y'all gonna have some fucking fun. This is gonna be fucking great. This rotting fucking corpse is gonna send your boys across the fucking pond because he wants more money. Winning, woo!
Starting April the 20th, 2026, the Army will now raise their enlistment age to 42. It's usually 34, y'all. 34 years old. But they're saying millennials are young enough. They can come on and join us. I think the fuck not. Baby, it must be real bad because they are removing the waiver requirements for individuals with a single prior conviction or who just does trees. I think it's time to go Studio 54 in this bitch. Line that shit up. Y'all decided to do this shit in March, y'all. March, they decided to make this fucking happen. What happened in March? We went to war. Now, this isn't unusual for the Army to do this because they do it around wartime, trying to get people in with skills, trying to get people who are more experienced. Bitch, my knees fucking crack when I get the fuck out of bed. You got me fucked up. I got scoliosis. I'm flat-footed. I have ADHD. And I am lazy as shit until I get to the gym. Ain't nobody finna go fight for y'all bitch asses. No disrespect to my family because they've served through all branches. But baby, I'm not the one. I'm a pretty fucking princess, bitch.
Are y'all ready to be drafted? Starting April 20th, 2026, the U.S. Army will raise the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42 years old and remove the waiver requirement for individuals with a single prior conviction for marijuana possession. You know damn well them enrollment numbers must be extra low for them to have to raise the enlistment age from 34 to 42 years old because in reality, who wants 42-year-olds serving in the Army? And also, the okie doke is up. A lot of U.S. citizens have peeped game that they're just going to be dying for Israel's war. And who the fuck wants to die for Israel? I know a lot of Americans that don't, but this is what happens when you play the quiet part out loud. You guys have shown time and time again, you don't give a fuck about the average American citizen. And now American citizens are protecting themselves and not enlisting into the Army. And what do y'all do? You guys are going to try and force your will upon people and eventually start this little draft thing. Oh, you can enlist up to 42 to try and get some more desperate people. But at the end of the day, you have tarnished the American reputation in regards to politics and the Army. And a lot of people think we are just tied to Israel and fighting their battles.
So effective April 20th, 2026, the Army is raising their enlistment age from 34 to 42. And I'm not joking. They're saying that starting April 2026, you can now join the Army up until the age of 42 years old. Again, that age used to be 34. And I'm guessing you don't believe me, right? Look at this shit. When you're in doubt, Google will help you figure it out. Look at this shit right here. So all of a sudden, people who were considered too old are now young enough to go serve. That's a big jump. That's not a small change. And I'm looking at this like, what changed? Because the requirements didn't magically get easier. It's not like this job is getting any safer. They're at war right now. So why expand it for? And you guessed it. They either need more people or they need more people. We already see what's going on in Iran. We already see what they're doing right now. So apparently they're planning for something bigger. Because you don't just wake up and say, yeah, let's add 10 more years to the limit. That's not random. Mind you, now they're saying that if you smoke marijuana, you're good. I can remember before, if you smoke marijuana, you can't get in. So basically, it seems like they're doing anything to get people in. This is one of those times where I say I'm glad to be the age that I am. But listen, crazy thing is, it's a lot of people who love to see this right here because they want to go fight. But it's some people who are not going for this bullshit. Which one are you?
The United States Army has officially increased the maximum enlistment age to 42 years old. Israel needs more people to die, and there are not enough people joining, so they think there are more people older who have passed the cutting age who want to die for it. Effective April 20, 2026, the U.S. Army raised its maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42. This policy change, announced in March 2026, aims to expand the recruitment pool and aligns with the Army and other branches like that. So they just made an announcement starting next month. If you're 36 and you thought, oh man, I've missed my chance to die for Netanyahu, I got good news for you. You can now sign up until the age 42. Good news.
This is a major update to U.S. Army recruiting regulations. Starting on April 20th, 2026, the United States Army will raise the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 42 years old and will remove the waiver requirement for individuals with a single prior conviction for marijuana possession. According to the regulation, recruits no longer need a waiver for a single conviction of possession of marijuana or possession of drug paraphernalia. Under the previous regulation, a recruit with one conviction of possession of marijuana required a waiver from officials in the Pentagon, and recruits previously had to wait 24 months to enlist and would have to pass a drug test before their waiver could even be approved. The looser approach to marijuana use comes as the broader military tightens its drug policies for troops currently serving. The Army's previous age limit was 35 years old. Army recruiting officials have noted that in recent years, the average age of recruits is increasing, with officials telling reporters in 2024 that the average recruit was 22 years, 4 months, and still, quote, going.
Hey, man, I'm coming back to you guys with another one, right? Now, this is fresh off the press, right? For all of the Donald Trump meat rioters, all of the people that think, oh, we winning, we doing this, we doing that. Well, check this out. This just dropped on Task and Purpose. You can go check this out. It says Army raised enlistment age to 42, removes waiver for marijuana possession. New recruitment rules bump the age limit for recruits from 35 to 42, easing restrictions on single marijuana possession conviction. Counts for changes in society, one expert says.
Right.
So, guys, they're removing, this waiver for, people that's been like caught with like small petty marijuana, because as you guys know, marijuana is pretty much legal in most of the states here in the United States. But at the end of the day, fam, if Donald Trump was winning this war, why would they need to be bumping the recruitment age up and then removing waivers off of there in order
See what's going on. Let's see, maybe that. Damn, that's crazy work, y'all. I thought I had just got out of it too. She's having technical difficulties. All right, well, thank you, Lisa, for that. That's coming. disheartening right there. Yeah, I don't feel very patriotic at this moment, MD. I really don't. It's an unjustified war. It's Congress to sanction this war, like none of that. Say you're gonna go die for Israel? Hell no. So it's gonna be a no for me, though. If you aren't old enough, go ahead at it. I'm not doing it though. All right, so moving along, we got the last topic, and that's the reparations in Ghana. Ghana is trying to usurp our reparations, Black family, and we just can't have that. So I got two videos to play. We'll play the video of the actual hearing, and then I'm gonna give you Lisa's take on it.
Good morning, distinguished delegates and excellencies. Welcome to the press briefing on the draft resolution on the African Group resolution entitled "A Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and the Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans," which is to be tabled before the General Assembly on 25th March 2026 on behalf of the African Group. On the podium in the middle is Ghana's permanent representative to the United Nations, His Excellency Ambassador Samuel Kuma. To his right is the permanent representative of the Angolan mission, His Excellency Francis Hussein. And to the left is the chargé of the AU Permanent Observer Mission to the United Nations, Mr. Salim Mustaq. At this point, I will hand over the podium to His Excellency Samuel Ambassador Kuma to begin with the briefing. Thank you.
Excellencies, members of the press, distinguished colleagues. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. I have the honor to address you on behalf of the Africa Group as part of our collective efforts to mobilize global support for the draft General Assembly resolution entitled "Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans as the Greatest Crime Against Humanity." This initiative did not arise suddenly, nor is it the undertaking of a single nation. It is the result of a clear continental mandate grounded in decision taken at the highest political level of Africa's multilateral institution, the African Union. In February 2024, at its 37th ordinary session, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union adopted a decision, that's Decision 884, designating the theme of the year 2025 as Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. This landmark decision elevated reparations for the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and apartheid to a flagship priority of the Union, affirming Africa's collective commitment to historical justice, dignity, and restoration. Pursuant to this decision, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, was appointed African Union champion for advancing the cause of justice and the payment of reparations to Africans. This mandate reflects not only continental responsibility, but also a solemn moral thrust to pursue acknowledgement, truth, restorative justice for crimes whose consequences continue to shape global inequality. In September 2025, during the General Assembly debate of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, the President of Ghana, announced the country's intention to lead the tabling of a draft resolution on the declaration of the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the grievous crime against humanity. This initiative was further strengthened in February 2026, when the 39th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union formally endorsed the draft resolution and urged all member states to fully support the initiative of the AU champion for reparations at the United Nations. This endorsement provided clear continental political authority and reflected a unified African voice. Accordingly, the draft resolution was submitted to the United Nations by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. Ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize clearly, this resolution has been developed through a transparent, inclusive, and procedurally rigorous process, fully consistent with United Nations practice. Over the course of negotiations, delegations participated in 7 rounds of informal consultations, each lasting 3 hours, devoted exclusively to this test instead of the usual 1.5 hours. In practical terms, delegations devoted twice the normal negotiating time typically allocated to most General Assembly resolutions. Let me emphasize clearly, this resolution has been developed through a transparent, inclusive, and procedurally rigorous process, fully consistent with the UN established practice. Over the course of, I think I may be repeating myself here, beyond these formal consultations, ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Group engaged extensively with regional and political groupings across the UN membership, incorporating feedback and carefully considering proposals aimed at fostering broad understanding and consensus. Every delegation that wished to contribute was afforded the opportunity to do so. The test now before the Assembly is therefore the product of sustained dialogue, compromise, and good faith multilateral engagement. Action on the resolution is expected on 25th March 2026, following notification by a delegation of its intention to call for a vote on the draft, and in light of questions concerning that have been raised during the final phase of consideration, the Africa Group considered it both necessary and responsible to engage member states directly. Accordingly, this briefing is being convened to provide clarity, address outstanding issues transparently, and ensure that delegations approach the forthcoming vote with a full and accurate understanding of the resolution's purpose. The resolution's purpose, scope, and intent. Our objective is simple: that decisions taken in the General Assembly be informed by dialogue, clarity, and shared understanding rather than misunderstanding and uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop of extensive consultation and careful negotiation, it is important to recall what this resolution fundamentally seeks to achieve. At its core, this resolution advances a simple but profound proposition: the trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans was a world-breaking event, the moment when humanity itself was reorganized into a global hierarchy of race, labor, property, and capital, and helped construct the global economic and racial order whose legacies continue to shape our world today. Its consequences extend far beyond Africa. It accelerated indigenous dispossession in the Americas, influenced systems of indentured labor across Asia, reshaped global trade and finance, and contributed to ecological transformations whose effects remain visible in today's climate crisis. This resolution, therefore, does not seek to rank suffering or diminish other historical tragedies. Rather, it identifies a historical turning point that redefined humanity itself and established structures that continue to influence global inequalities and opportunities in the present day. By recognizing this historical reality, the international community strengthens its capacity to address contemporary challenges rooted in that shared past. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during negotiations, some delegations have raised legal and technical concerns, particularly regarding language used in the title and operative provisions. We wish to address these concerns respectfully, but clearly. The concern has been raised that describing the trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the grievous crime against humanity creates a hierarchy among historical atrocities. Respectfully, that interpretation is misplaced. First, the resolution does not rank suffering, nor does it attempt to create a legal hierarchy of crimes against humanity. Every atrocity, genocide, apartheid, colonial violence, and other crimes recognized under international law remains unequivocally condemned. The resolution simply identifies the historical mechanism that fundamentally restructured the world. A useful analogy may help clarify this point. A cardiologist identifying the heart as central to systemic collapse is not ranking organs in order of value. They are identifying causation within a system. In the same way, this resolution recognizes that the trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans constituted the historical rupture that helped inaugurate the modern racialized global order. Identifying that structural role is not an exercise in comparative suffering, it is an exercise in historical clarity. Second, from a legal standpoint, the concern cannot hold for two reasons. First, General Assembly resolutions of this nature are declaratory political instruments, not judicial determinations. They do not and cannot establish legally binding hierarchies of crime within international criminal law. The legal framework governing crimes against humanity remains unchanged. When the title is read together with the operative text, it is clear that the resolution makes a political and historical recognition, not a judicial categorization. Further, international law itself already recognizes that certain acts may be described in superlative moral terms without creating legal hierarchies. The international community has, for example, described some crimes as the most serious crimes of concern to the international community as a whole. Such a language reflects the scale, systemic nature, and historical impact of particular atrocities, not a legal ranking of human suffering. In that same spirit, the resolution recognizes the trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as a crime whose consequences restructured global systems of labor, property, race, and capital, shaping the world within which subsequent atrocities occurred. Excellencies, for over 5 centuries, when our ancestors were reduced to property, the law was invoked to justify it. When racial segregation and hierarchy were enforced, the law was again used to sustain it. And today, when we seek simply to name this historical truth through resolution, we once again hear arguments wrapped in legal technicalities. Technicalities that risk silencing voices and obscuring historical reality. The law must never again serve as a shield to avoid truth. It must instead stand where it belongs, on the side of justice, memory, and the dignity of humanity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this moment calls for courage. The General Assembly now has an opportunity to affirm that confronting his history honestly strengthens rather than divides our shared humanity. Supporting this resolution is not an act of accusation. It is an act of recognition. It is an affirmation that the international community possesses the moral confidence to name historical realities and learn from them. The trafficking and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans shaped the world we have inherited. Acknowledging this truth honors not only the memory of those who suffered, but also the universal principles of dignity, equality, and justice upon which this organization was founded. We therefore call upon all member states to support this resolution, not for Africa alone, not for the Caribbean alone, but for humanity as a whole. Let this be a moment when the United Nations demonstrates that truth, need not to wait, and that moral clarity is never premature. History is watching. Future generations are listening. Let us act with conscience, with unity, and with courage. I thank you.
James Smalls.
Yes. All right. I saw the gentleman's hand up first. The moderator. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is Namo Abdullah with Ruda Media Network. I have two questions. What do you hope to be the practical implication of this resolution? What do you want to achieve in practice? I know it's symbolic, and as you say, it's not judicially binding. And secondly, you said that slavery played a critical role in the inequality we have today, the global economic inequality, and the status of Africa economically. Do you believe slavery was the primary cause for this inequality? Thank you.
Thank you. Do I take it first, or
any other questions? One by one? Okay. So after this, we go to AFP.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'll refer to you as my dear brother. Yes, this is an enormous undertaking that Africa is leading. And as I had intimated, the resolution is not intended to reopen history, but to make one loud statement that the injustices and the inequalities that we are experiencing in the current global system is the outcome of the slavery and the transatlantic slave trade that we had experienced over 400 years and above. And so, yes, the resolution is a stand-alone resolution, UN General Assembly resolution, that creates the awareness among member states that indeed this crime is of monumental proportion and never again must it happen again. So the main intent is to strengthen the ongoing effort towards dealing with reparations that our Caribbean brothers and sisters are carrying on. So it seeks to unify the international community and underline the historical injustices that had occurred in the past, which must never be repeated again. So yes, the second question, I would say that yes, the transatlantic slave trade and the racialized chattel enslavement of Africans, was of a significant scale and magnitude, whose consequences continue to shape the global systems today. And that has indeed contributed gravely to the problem of underdevelopment and inequality that members of the G7 plus China, for instance, and then the non-aligned movement are having to deal with today. That is the creation of a just, equitable international economic and social order. That's the struggle we're seeking to, pursue. Thank you.
Amelie, AFP.
Thank you. On behalf of the UN Correspondent Association, thank you for doing this briefing. I'm Amélie Botelier-Depois from AFP News Agency. I have, you mentioned that there were issues raised about the ranking of suffering. Could you identify from which kind of countries it came from? Is it from countries that have been also quite suspicious about the issue of reparation, mainly countries who were actually organizing the slave trade? And you mentioned reparation in your introductory remarks, but is it included in the resolution as well or not? Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed. As I had intimated in my presentation, the resolution, this particular draft resolution is not intended at finger pointing. And yes, negotiations were carried out in an honest, transparent manner. The issue of the ranking of crimes certainly was not raised by countries that would say had participated actively in the heinous crime. But then we know that there is already discussions going on issues of convention on human rights, and so concerns are that, well, this resolution, the way it is framed, might attempt to rank crimes, but our objection is clear, that it's not an attempt at ranking sufferings. At this point, I would not want to mention the names of countries that have raised concerns in this regard, but it is something that some countries have raised. And then on the issue of reparations, indeed, the resolution indeed has not got into details regarding reparations, because we know that is being pursued in a different mechanism. And so, yes, reference may be made to it here and there, but then the centrality of the draft resolution really doesn't dwell on the issue of reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kuma. Yes, we have about 3 minutes to the noon briefing, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Banja Damilola Pazblue. Follow up to the question from the colleague from AFP. Can you just give us a little bit more on the negotiations? Could you share with us some of the sticking points? You have mentioned reparation. When you were speaking earlier, you've also said that some member states raised certain concerns. Can you just take us into that negotiation and let us understand how that went? Second question, still on negotiation, from what you might have gathered during this process, are you expecting support from Western countries? And just summarize for us what you consider the core ask of this resolution. You've mentioned that it's not dwelling dominantly on reparations. So what is the centrality of this resolution? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. On the concerns, of course, some member states had indicated that the resolution, the negotiation process was rushed, and that did not allow member states enough time to comprehensively deal with this issue. But our response is that we do not think so. What we're doing is consistent with UN procedures. We've had 7 rounds of very extensive negotiations, each round or session lasting for 3 hours instead of the usual 1.5 hours allocated for this exercise. And so in terms of the time frame, we believe that we have complied with all relevant UN regulations and procedures. And then, of course, as I had intimated, the issue of ranking of crimes, I had already responded to that. The other issues are really not matters that would vitiate the essence of the resolution that that the Africa Group or Ghana is tabling on behalf of the Africa Group. And in terms of the centrality of the message we conveying, we want the United Nations to adopt stand-alone resolution that recognizes this heinous crime. It is important we do so for the purposes of records, and that would again provide the basis and the gravitas for other reparative mechanisms that the international system is pursuing, particularly those of the Caribbean region. So that is the central aim of this.
Support from Western countries. Are you expecting any support from Western countries?
Okay.
Well, we are expecting support from the entire global community and the Western countries, who basically are the champions of human rights, are expected to come on board. When we talk of human rights, no other group of states other than the West, can be deemed to be the champions. So as the champion of human rights, this very resolution we're pursuing is at the heart of human rights, and never again must this heinous crime occur. That is the statement we're trying to put out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Samuel Kuma from the Ghana Permanent Mission. Thank you, the Permanent Representative of Angola. Thank you, the representative of the African Union. Colleagues of the media, thank you very much. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning in Conference Room 3, the President of Ghana on this same subject is hosting a high-level special event tomorrow, Tuesday, 10 o'clock in Conference Room 3. And then on Wednesday, during the GA commemorative event, the African Union is tabling this resolution for adoption. We thank you for your attention. Have a good rest of the day.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, the Africans are at it again. Some people may wonder, why do they keep focusing on our reparations? Because our reparations are worth the most out of all of the slavery that took place globally. Because number one, we did so much during that time period. We built a nation, and it was everything also that followed that slavery: Reconstruction, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and it just so many things. And there has never been any compensation, and there should have been. And see, these folks, if they would have just done it right after slavery, they wouldn't be listening to none of this right now. But the fact that you refuse to settle this whole thing is the reason why you still got to listen to it today. And, you see Donald Trump and his cabinet and his ilk trying to quash everything, get rid of the history, throw out black authors, do this, do that. That's not going to make it go away. It doesn't matter. All of that is in vain. And Africa, what the hell? Listen, why would we want the people that sold us to be in the forefront of the reparations argument. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And on top of that, you can't argue that in front of the UN better than we could. So let's say you succeed, Africa. Do you expect all that money to come to you? Because I think that's what the end result for you is. You want our reparations to go to Africa, and it shouldn't go to Africa because you sold us. You sold my forefathers. So why should you get 1 red cent? But I can see now, y'all, as we start gaining our inheritance, if the Africans can get in the way, they gonna try to get in the way, y'all. They gonna try to get in our damn way. If anything, you should be there trying to figure out ways of how you're gonna give us reparations. You shouldn't get our reparations, but you damn sure should be paying us reparations too. There's a lot of locations on this earth that owes us. Do you know a lot of things came out of our slavery? Global trading came out of our slavery. That's the reason why America could trade worldwide. It wasn't because white people went out on the field and worked and earned it and then sent it everywhere. No, it was from our forefather and foremothers' labor that trade became big. Now, a lot of people think we were responsible for all the money America made. Yes. And do you believe it was in 2 waves, y'all? And let me explain. Yes, one was from free labor. One was from free labor. The second one was from all of our inventions that went worldwide. So they made a first wave of money from the slavery, and then all the inventions that came out of our people, they made a second wave of astronomical money out of all of those inventions that came out of our people, and they stole. And then there's more. So you may think that was it. No, there's more. You can't even begin to think of all the astronomical money that has come out from our talent, from our music, from our sports. We've made so much money. We made crazy money for this country. And for them to get up and say we don't deserve nothing, no, you bitches don't deserve nothing. That's why you're losing your kingdom, because you're the one that don't deserve anything. If it wasn't for us, America would probably look like a 3rd world country. And you know what the proof is? Your farmers. When the help left, they let the damn crop, they let them rot. But if you were all about all the talent and everything came from the white man and the white man can do everything, why did you let your crops rot when your workers got deported? You just sat and watched everything dry up. You didn't try to save your farm. You didn't try to do the labor. Why didn't you say, okay, well, we really don't need those workers. We can get out there and do our own work. None of y'all did that. You were crying for labor to come out there and do that work. And if you go online, y'all, it's story after story after story after story of them losing their farms, losing their crops, just losing everything. Because No one was there to work the farms. That's why we know nothing would have came out of you if we were not here. Your farmers are proving it. Y'all are proving when the labor is gone. See, y'all ain't about labor. See, when the labor is gone, you'll let everything go to waste. Your farmers are showing that. Y'all don't have that fight and that heat in you. You don't have it. You keep claiming you do, but you really don't.
Yeah.
You don't have that in you.
Have it on your show. I'll come up.
And the thing is, y'all will whine and cry. I lost a $2 million crop. Well, why did you lose a $2 million crop? Why didn't you get out there and work the farm? You stole all the land from the Black farmers. The least you could do is work the damn land that you stole. And you didn't even do that. You didn't do that. So, I mean, that right there, to me, that speaks volumes. So when you try to say everything came from the white man, y'all make sure you point at the fact that they let their farms go to waste when their workers, when they got deported. If you did everything, you should have done that part too. And you didn't. You didn't. A lot of people noticed that too. A lot of people noticed y'all weren't willing to get out there, roll your sleeves up and do that farm work. You weren't willing to do it. But you want to own the farm and tell everybody else what to do. But you don't want to do the work. Yeah, that sounds like you. That definitely sounds like you.
That sound like them, Lisa.
So y'all, let's get into Ghana going before the UN over the transatlantic slave trade to argue reparations. And I really, truly don't believe this is their place to do so. Now, if you want to do this for free, and when the money comes, it all comes to us, that's cool. But if you expect to run with the money, hell no, it's not right. No. I don't believe the ones that sold us should get anything.
That's right, Lisa.
You know, and it took Donald Trump to shut down that 6-region crap the African Union tried to pull to get our money. Donald Trump said African nations don't deserve anything when it comes down to slavery here in America. And I agree with Donald Trump on that one. Y'all didn't do the labor. Y'all didn't even help us. You know, the things that was happening to us in this land went out worldwide. But there's no country on this planet that don't know about the racism we have gone through. Y'all never sent a boat. You never addressed this government and say, we don't like the way you're treating our people. You didn't stand up for us when our people were being lynched.
Right.
When we were going through the crack epidemic, no African nation spoke up about that.
Nope.
Like, why did you sabotage these folks and throw drugs and weapons in their community? Africa did not speak up. But when y'all were going through apartheid, we spoke up.
Yep, we so did, listen.
We spoke up, and companies, because the company I worked for stopped doing business with South Africa because of the apartheid that was going on. They would not do any, and they were trading and doing business with South Africa, and they cut them off. We took a stand. But y'all did not step up for us. When we were going through the civil rights movement, see, all of you groups are claiming to be there. Oh, we were there. Oh, the Latinos claimed they were there. Everybody was there. You weren't there. You weren't there. Y'all act like footage don't exist.
That's what they act like.
Y'all do. You act like footage don't exist during those times. And then here go one of your other big arguments. Irish were slaves. You weren't the only one that went through slavery. Well, I find that really funny. We weren't the only ones that went through slavery, but we are the only ones photographed as slaves. Why is that? Why did everybody go through slavery, but the only group that's photographed out in them plantation fields are our forefathers and foremothers?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the picture of your people
Right.
that you claim went through slavery? It don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because it was just us that went through that. It's amazing how all these other groups claim they went through slavery. Nary photo exists of it. But there's endless photographs of our people during slavery, our people during Reconstruction, our people during Jim Crow. But Juan Crow, where's the Juan Crow photos?
Right. Exactly.
Where are they? You know, the only one that seems to be photographed from a slavery past are our people, and you don't see nobody else on them fields. So when you say everybody went through it, where's the everybody photos then? Where's the everybody documentation on it? It don't exist, y'all. It don't exist. I don't care how hard these people keep trying to include themselves in our slavery and in our Jim Crow. None of their photographs exist. None of their documentation exists. That's all I know. That's why I'm not willing to jump on the bandwagon. And you know, most Irish didn't even do their full indentured servitude. Do you know the majority of them ran away? They ran when our people were running away from the plantation. The Irish were running away too. Do you know that?
Yep.
The Irish were running away too. Most of them, a big portion of them, never finished their indentured servitude, which would have been done in, you know, from what I was reading, anywhere from 4 to 7 years. And they didn't even finish it. They up and ran away around the same time our people were running away. And indentured servitude and chattel slavery are not the same. And they try. It's amazing how everybody is trying to latch on to our misery. I just find that funny.
Right, Lisa.
I guess 10 years from now, white people are going to claim y'all were mass incarcerated too. You know, I guess y'all going to be making those claims. But boy, these people are a trip. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen because I definitely want y'all to listen to this. And by the way, if you haven't stopped by any of my stores, stop by and get your 40% off discount for your hair growth products. All right. All right, y'all. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
So we can see your screen.
Thank you. Oh, somebody said they did it to the natives. But you know what? Y'all want to hear something bizarre? Why are so many natives related to Mexicans? I'm just asking because I'm noticing that. Why are so many natives have relatives that are being deported and they're Mexican? I'm starting to really notice that. And I know other people are noticing it too. So on one hand, you're native. On the other, I don't have any relatives that are being deported. But these Native Americans, these alleged Native Americans got relatives that are being deported to Mexico, y'all. Go figure. I'm just saying. I just find that very interesting.
Reparations for the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and apartheid were designated as a flagship priority of our union. At the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025, I announced that Ghana would lead the effort to table a resolution declaring slavery and the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. That commitment marked the beginning of a structured diplomatic and legal process. On 24th March, Ghana will host a high-level side event at the United Nations, followed by a wreath-laying ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Museum in New York. And on 25th March 2026, the International Day of Remembrance.
Now, what they're talking about is they're supposed to be having a ceremony in New York City where they found a burial ground. But let me just tell y'all something about that. Do you know they're not even sure if those folks had any connection to Africa? But they're calling it the African burial ground that they found near the World Trade Center in New York. Some of y'all might remember when they found this burial ground, they were digging to do construction at a site and they came across a mass grave in New York. And now they're saying they're not even sure if any of those folks were from Africa. They could have been native to this land, but they're calling it African burial ground in New York. So I just want y'all to know that they are not even certain if they believe they were enslaved here, but they're saying they don't even know if those folks really had ties to Africa. But they show all the signs that they were slaves, you know, like their bones, having broken bones and certain things about their characteristics. They can tell they were, you know, doing slavery, but they're not even sure if these people even came from Africa. So I'm just letting you know. All right, so let's go on.
Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, Ghana, together with co-sponsors and with the endorsement of the African Union, will formally table the resolution before the General Assembly. We call upon all member states to support and co-sponsor this resolution. This initiative presents us a historic opportunity, an opportunity to affirm the truth of our history, an opportunity to recognize the grievous injustice in human history, an opportunity to lay a stronger foundation for genuine reconciliation and equality. While the past cannot be undone, it can be acknowledged, and acknowledgement is the first step towards justice.
October 2025. Ghana appoints Ekwa Spiogarbra as its special envoy for reparations. His mandate? To lead the nation's push for justice and financial compensation for Africans enslaved in the transatlantic slave trade. Reparations. Is it truly the act of making amends for the wrongs one has done by providing payment or other assistance to those who have been wronged? If so, why then is the Ghanaian descendant of a Fanti Dutch-German slave trader going around the world asking European descendants of slave traders to make amends for the sins of their fathers in enslaving some Africans, and by amends seeking financial compensation for the Africans brutally uprooted from the coast of present-day Ghana? Shouldn't Ekwa Spiogarbra and his maternal relations also be making amends for the sins of their ancestor, the German Fanti mulatto?
Now, y'all, I also want you to think about this. During the time of the transatlantic slave trade, Ghana didn't even exist. There was no country called Ghana back then. All right. So again, I don't understand why they think they deserve something. Ghana did not exist. There was nothing in Africa called Ghana back then. So let's go on.
Who traded heavily in slaves along the shores of Elmina, Sekondi, and Accra. To unravel the mystery surrounding the identity and genealogy of this infamous slave trader from whose loins Equo Spio Garbra and his maternal relations descend,
Ghana wishes to draw attention to the very consequential resolution which President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana will be tabling on the 25th of March, which is just next week, Wednesday, a few days from now. This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is the time to demand reparative justice, and this is the time to demand restitution. This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is the time to demand reparative justice, and this is the time to demand restitution.
Look at the hypocrisy. That's the Prime Minister of Ghana at this Latin American and Caribbean forum in Bogota, Colombia, demanding reparations like they have a right to reparations. Did we not forget that Latin America was conquered by Spain, right? Some of the people who run Latin America to this day are descendants of Spaniards, the same people that, enslaved the people in those lands. So you're talking about reparations, then those people that's the descendant of slaves in those countries deserve reparations from their government, not the United States. If we're talking about reparations from the United States, then that's strictly exclusively to Black Americans, Adolphs and freemen, the descendants of Black enslaved Americans and the descendants of freemen in this country. Now, Africa was a co-conspirator, especially Ghana. Ghana turned slavery into tourism. They making money off all those slave castles, millions of dollars, right? Let's not talk about that, how they're co-conspirators too. So the people that participated in this, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Europeans, and the French, right? Those are the people that need to give reparations. Like if it's the Caribbeans, what is that? The UK, those UK Europeans, yeah, get your reparations over there. But over here in the United States, that's not an African thing. That's a Black American thing. Yeah, it sounds like another scam to me, if you ask me. But yeah, and did I not mention that Ghana still make money off slavery? They turn slavery into tourism.
This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is a time to demand reparatory justice.
I'm for any and everybody getting their just due, but I'm really confused on this statement because, yes, if you ask me, the transatlantic slave trade was one of the biggest crimes against humanity in general. But here's where the confusion comes in. That guy's from Ghana. His people sold my people. That's why I'm here. So it's kind of confusing that they're calling for reparations. Reparations from whom? Which government, right? Because only about 300,000 Africans came to what we consider the United States today. That's a verifiable fact, okay? So when you talk about reparations, we're gonna have to talk about the English government, right? Those Arab countries that are still selling slaves today, they owe you, right? But he used transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade was only the Caribbean and America. That's it. Slavery as a whole was much, much more than that. I hope you guys can understand that and decipher what I'm trying to say. So when I hear a man in Africa saying transatlantic slave trade, he has to be more specific on what he's talking about. And then I would love to know how they think they deserve reparations, seeing that their people sold my people, right? And reparations from whom?
Ghana wishes to draw attention to the very consequential resolution which President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana will be tabling on the 25th of March, which is just next week, Wednesday, a few days from now. This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity.
This is so disrespectful.
For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is a time to demand reparatory justice, and this is the time to demand restitution.
Oh, this is utterly disgraceful. It's disrespectful. The fact that the Ghanaian president is going to the African Union and going to the United Nations to demand restitution and reparations on behalf of Black Americans for what our ancestors experienced during chattel slavery, more so than transatlantic slavery, because 12 million were not trafficked from the west coast of Africa to the mainland, the United States of America. Less than 4% of those people actually came to the United States of America. And the fact that those people are only trying to speak on behalf of Black Americans speaks volumes. What about the majority that went to the Caribbean? Why aren't you trying to demand restitution or reparations from the Caribbeans, from Latin and Central America? Come on, people, we have to wake up. This is not about giving a damn about what our people endured. Let me show y'all something. Look at this. The Ghanaian president, John Dramani Mahama, will lead a wreath-laying ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Monument in New York City on March 24th, 2026. First of all, those people were not Africans. Those people were Black American people. The event, part of a push for slavery reparations at the UN, highlights the site as the largest, oldest known burial ground for enslaved free Africans in the US. Enslaved and free Africans, those people were not in large African. A lot of those people also were mixed with different other ethnic groups. Part of a high-level United Nations event to table a reparations resolution. Let me move out the way so you got to see the rest. The site, located as at African Burial Ground Way in Duane Street, holds over 15,000 remains and represents colonial-era Africans who struggled to maintain West and Central African burial traditions. This was not named the African burial. Now, this is where they admit that they are not even sure if all of these people are African, West African, or of Ghanaian descent. Ghana wasn't even established as a country back then.
This is why this is so disrespectful to me and to you. If you are an American, a melanin-rich American with a long lineage here, and your ancestors actually helped to build this country. Let me read the rest. The ritual, they're coming to do a ritual over our ancestral burial ground in New York City on March 25th. If that is not diabolical, then I don't know what is. Okay. The ceremony acknowledges the site where many enslaved people were buried with, in some cases, West African cultural traditions, including a potential Akan, Ghanaian, and Senkofa symbol. In some cases. How did they excavate? They dug up them by connection to Ghana. In 2003, re-entered ancestors were placed in 419 hand-carved mahogany coffins made in Ghana. So because the coffins were made in Ghana, that means that all of those people were Ghanaian. President Mahamna, as the African Union champion for reparations, calls the acknowledgement as the first step forward toward justice. Justice for who? Ghana will lay a wreath at the African Burial Ground National Monument in New York City on March 24th, 2026, as part of events leading to the presentation of a slavery resolution at the United Nations General Assembly. President John Dramani Mahamna has announced. The president announced this on Sunday, February 15, 2026, during a press conference at the 39th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly in Addis Ababa, where he spoke in his role as the African Union champion for reparations. Who appointed this man a champion for reparations for Black Americans? Can somebody tell me? Did we agree to this? Y'all can pause to read the rest. The initiative is not directed at any nation. It's directed toward truth, recognition, and reconciliation. No, you're directed at the United States government, and we all know why. African enslavement and racialized chattel enslavement were fundamental crimes that shaped the modern world, and their consequences continue to appear in structural inequality, racial discrimination, and economic disparity. Recognition is not about division. And then you could pause to read the rest. The African Union assigned Ghana the reparations mandate following an adoption of the decision 884 in February 2024, which declared 2025 the Year of Justice for Africans. The Year of Justice for Africans. Y'all can read the y'all pause to read the rest. If this does not raise cause for concern, if you don't have an immigrant background, if you're not a continental African, then I don't know what to tell you. Ghana has a lot of issues of its own that it should be focused on, as opposed to worrying about restoration and reparations that's old and due to Americans, not continental Africans, but Americans who actually have a direct link to people that were enslaved and people that did experience chattel slavery. The nerve of Ghana to feel like they are in any position to have the balls enough for that Ghanaian president to go to an African Union or the United Nations to speak on behalf of Black American people, when people are still being trafficked and sold into slavery in the West Africa in 2026. Those people could absolutely use your help. Stop meddling in our business only when it comes to money, reparations, and restorations. Chattel slavery is not the only thing that we need restoration and reparations for. A lot of our land was stolen. We went through redlining. We went through the war on drugs. We went through school to prison pipeline. A lot of us were lynched here, more so than chattel slavery in the 1900s. Still picking cotton in the 1900s for wages that literally is not even existent. There's not a poverty line or anything that exists. Getting kicked out of our homes because we wanted to register to vote. These are all of the things that we experience here, and it has fuck all to do with Ghana or West Africa. And if you think that we are all just continental Africans in Ghana and West Africa, y'all owe us money too. You trying to get paid twice? You sold some people, allegedly, according to y'all, and made some money, and now you want to come back and usurp resources and get money off of those people again? I'm trying to, okay, what y'all think about this? This is a long video. Spread love, Mr. Brooklyn Lane. Sound off in the comments. Are we serious? They literally trying to steal our reparations, and we just all supposed to be, yeah, we're African. What are they going to do with the funds? Are they going to give it to us? They ain't give that, no.
Well, the greatest crime against humanity in recorded history. That's what Ghana and its African Union backers are calling the transatlantic slave trade, and want it recognized as such by the international community. A proposed UN General Assembly resolution is expected to urge reparations for the centuries-long practice that impacted millions of Africans. All right, to discuss this now, I'm joined live by the Foreign Minister of Ghana, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. Samuel, good to have you on the program with us. First off, what can you tell us about this upcoming motion at the UN and what it actually entails?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on RT.
You know, this is how you know this is a scam. If you're going to have any discussions about the transatlantic slave trade, why is no one going before the UN is a descendant of those slaves? You notice how even when it was the African Union, when they came up with that 6th region, nobody ever talks to us or brings us along for these hearings. You notice that? That right there sends a major, major red flag. They want to have all this conversation and chatter about slavery without the actual descendant of slavery. It makes no sense. That's why I will never trust it. I will never trust it. If anything, Ghana, you need to be digging in your pocket to compensate us. That's the only thing you need to do. All this other stuff, we don't need this from you at all.
Resolution President John Dramani Mahama will be tabling at the United Nations on the 25th to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. It is documented that more than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly removed from the continent. Some of them ended up in the Caribbean, working in plantation farms under very dehumanizing conditions. Others ended up in the United States of America and Europe. They were trafficked as chattel, as property. They had no rights. They were tortured. They were stripped naked and just commodified. During the journey, it is now documented that more than 3 million Africans lost their lives, either tossed into the Atlantic Ocean or those who just decided to just commit suicide by diving into the ocean. Those who died in the plantations and during this very dehumanizing ordeal that they went through. It is important to emphasize that this atrocity has not been properly acknowledged. There are many countries and organizations that continue to live in denial. They do not want to accept their role. They do not want to take responsibility. And that is what this resolution seeks to achieve, to bring this to the international community's attention at the United Nations, the global public square, and to seek a genuine effort by the international community to address this, to compensate people of African descent and all Africans for this atrocious crime that took place. There are also millions of artifacts that were stolen. We are demanding that they are returned to the continent. We want restitution. And we are also demanding that those who live in denial must acknowledge their crimes, and we must all work together collectively, like we have done with other crimes. See how we have, very well addressed other crimes against humanity. And we've ensured that compensation has been paid, there's been acknowledgement, and that there is redress being sought. We have not seen that same approach, that same seriousness with the transatlantic slave trade. And we are not being confrontational. We are not seeking to, if you like, stir the hornet's nest. We are doing this in a very conciliatory manner. We want an acknowledgement of history. These are historical facts which cannot be contested. It's well documented. It is unassailable, unimpeachable, and incontrovertible. And we just want the international community to acknowledge this and the perpetrators to own up, take responsibility, and to right the wrongs as we seek spiritual healing, as we seek closure to what took place between the 15th and 19th century. And remember that Ghana is a crime scene because we host the highest number of forts and castles where millions of Africans were taken through the door of no return. And that is why the African Union asked President Mahama to champion this cause. And we want to thank all African member states. We want to thank CARICOM. We want to thank CELAC from the Latin American bloc. And of course, our good friends in Asia and another continents, the GCC countries, who have all pledged their support to vote massively for this resolution, which will be tabled next week on the 25th of March.
So, Mr. Ablakwa, the initiative has already received backing from the African Union. Just how consolidated is the African continent on this issue, in your view?
Very consolidated. At the last Africa Union Summit in Addis Ababa, all 54 member states of the African Union voted in support of this resolution. Not a single member state abstained. All countries are in full support of this resolution. And I can confirm to you that we have also been communicated to officially by the current head of CARICOM, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, that CARICOM is supporting this resolution and block 100% fully. We also enjoy the support of a considerable number of Gulf states and countries from the Asian bloc. And so we believe that we have mobilized enough numbers to ensure that this resolution is successful on the 25th of March.
Ghana's president has previously called for Western nations to pay reparations to African states. In your view, how likely is that to ever happen?
I am an eternal optimist. President Mahama is also an eternal optimist. He knows that the road will not be easy. It will be bumpy. There will be many hurdles put on our path, but we are very confident that we will succeed. We have been able to form a strong coalition, working with colleagues in CARICOM, Latin America, Asia, and the Gulf countries. And we believe that we will be able to galvanize the support of the larger international community. And we must emphasize that the reparations we seek is not financial support to go to political leaders, not at all. We are putting together a framework that will support the people, the real victims, in terms of educational endowment funds. Because remember that we are still living with the injustices, with the residual inequality that people of African descent face on a daily basis. So the reparations we seek is to ensure that these structural inequalities are addressed in terms of funding for projects, funding for African entrepreneurs, the young people who need opportunities, who need skills training, who need empowerment. So courses, that is what we are looking at, not funding for politicians or, if you like, a few elite to control or to, if you like, abuse. So it's going to be a very transparent mechanism. And we are also talking about the return of artifacts. That is very important to us because the Ashanti Kingdom, the Mali Empire, the Benin Kingdom, the Songhai Empire, and all of these, rich African traditions, the heritage of our people, have lost a lot of their artifacts, millions of artifacts that were taken away, which are in museums in the West or being kept by individual collectors who are refusing to return them. I acknowledge that in recent years, we have been quite successful. Recently, the UK returned some artifacts to us, but that's not all. We have the full list. Our researchers have documented all of these artifacts, which have to be returned. So it is really crucial. And you see, these artifacts are not just objects. They have spiritual importance. It is about our identity. It's about the soul of a people. It is what demonstrates who we are and what aligns us to the various traditions, the heritage, the culture, that we belong to, our allegiance to our chieftaincy institutions and who our leaders are. So there's a deep spiritual meaning. It's about our soul and our connection to the motherland. And these artifacts, with extreme spiritual importance, have to be returned. So when we are talking about comprehensive healing, when we are talking about having all of what was taken out brought back for a holistic resolution of this matter, that is what we mean. And artifacts are also extremely important. So we are confident because already we are seeing some successes. Some of these artifacts are being returned. We want all of them returned. Our friends in Egypt have a tall list. The Egyptians have documented a lot of these artifacts that were taken away. The colleagues in the who have researched on the Ashanti Kingdom also have a tall list of artifacts that have not been returned. And all of this is well documented in the UN resolution, which we hope that once it is carried by the world's foremost multilateral organization, we will see the countries that continue to perpetuate this, that continue to keep what does not belong to them, do the right thing by returning these artifacts to the continent.
So when it comes to the issue of reparations, what is your response to those who say that some Africans also made a profit from the slave trade?
We totally disagree. This has been debunked. There is no basis for that whatsoever. It started initially with an attempt to divide and rule, and that has always been their strategy. Knock heads together, claim that Africans were those who, sold out their peers. I mean, it is all balderdash, with all due respect. Africa did not benefit from this whatsoever. Rather, we bore the brunt. The brightest, the strongest, the healthiest were taken out. After they were taken out,
goddamn, the benefit from it.
Indignity was further perpetrated by the fact that they were treated worse than even animals. Pets had more rights than our brothers and sisters who were forcibly removed from the continent. And research has demonstrated that we still live even with the consequences of that, because the kind of food, very poor, poor nutritional food that was served them, which was not good for their growth, and is affected their genetics and their children that were born after that, which has continued. A lot of the diseases which continue to plague the African continent has been traced to that. The poor nutrition, the starvation, and how, very poorly Africans were treated. And then if you look at the systems that were created, the global systems of exploitation, which has lingered on until this day, which has created the inequalities that we continue to suffer. Nobody can claim that Africans benefited. How did Africans benefited? I mean, what did we benefit from? That they took away our brothers and sisters who were the strongest, the brightest, the healthiest? How did we benefit from that? That they were tortured, they were raped, and a lot of them died in the process. How did we benefit from that? And the fact that they went to, plow land and help to build cosmopolitan Europe, how did we benefit from that? I mean, how have we? So rather, on all fronts, we have been the losers, and our dignity has been affronted in the most violent manner, and we have never been the same. We are not whole, we are not complete because of what transpired. for the better part of 400 years between the 15th and the 19th century. So those who make that point that Africa may have benefited are really insulting us. They are adding insult to injury. And the earlier they stop those assertions, the better for all of us.
We have recently seen a major shift in West Africa's relations with former colonial power.
So he's denying their hand in selling to the white man during slavery. Well, that's interesting. But the bottom line is we are fine with representing ourselves. We should not need a middleman to speak for us. And he's not the only one. Joy Reid recently said Africans did not sell us, so I guess everybody's trying to run from the scene of the crime now. But the bottom line is we are owed. We are owed by many, even beyond America. If you think it's just America, then you're not thinking big enough. And, if these Africans were really at the same level as us, why did they come here being so wicked to us then? I mean, you can clearly tell they're an adversary. They're not anybody to come here and have a bond with us. They don't do that. They come here calling us slurs, repeating all of the things the white man says, they repeat back to us. But, you can tell their spirit is totally different from us. We are not the same people at all. And you can instantly feel it when you're around them. They have a whole different spirit from us. We are nothing alike. Okay, the melanin part, but beyond that, we are nothing alike. We have nothing in common. Yeah, they definitely got that Hamite spirit on them. You can tell. And even when they speak, it's totally different from us. It's no similarities whatsoever. Just in the way they express themselves, it's very different from the way we express ourselves. So, no, and the sad part is during civil rights, we were the ones that gave them the opportunity to even come over here. Little that we know, we didn't know we were letting over some enemies. I'm sure if many of our mothers and fathers during the civil rights movement really knew these people, they would not have advocated to let them come over here. I'm certain of it. But all we did was open the floodgate for enemies to come over here. And they come off of the plane believing their fight is with us. That is a big problem. And that's how many of them do it. They have horrible attitudes towards us. So, yeah, I don't look at them as my brothers and sisters. I don't. We may be related, if you go back to the story of Noah, yeah, we're related, but there is no connection at all. Not feeling it. So y'all, now and there is another attempt to swipe our reparations. They know we are owed trillions of dollars. There's not as many people in the Caribbean islands as there are here in mainland America. So the more of us means more dollars. That's what they're really looking at. The Caribbean, yeah, they're filled with our people, but the numbers don't add up to our numbers here in the United States. So that alone, they know if reparations are given, we're going to get the cash cow. We're going to get the biggest chunk of that money. And it's almost like they're trying to set themselves up to take it all or get a big chunk of it for Africa. But it is not our responsibility to make right of whatever's wrong in Africa. Okay, it is not our responsibility to make anything right in Africa, and certainly not with reparations money. So, y'all, I just wanted to present this to you. And, I think it's a shame that even when it comes down to our reparations, which should be cut and dry, it should be, just knowledge of who's owed what. You got all of these people now trying to muddy the waters. Look, when America decided to tackle reparations, all they're willing to do is a bunch of task force and committees and don't want to go beyond that. So we had that problem. And now we getting Africans that are trying to mastermind ways to get at our money. Boy, we just can't win. We just can't win, for real. Descendants of greatness, thank you so much for your super chat. Mexicans descend from Spanish conquistadors. Yes, they do. And actually, they will tell you that themselves, that they are the children of the conquistadors. I've heard them say it. They're not saying they are the descendants of slave. Well, they're trying to say it now because there's money in it, reparations. The average Mexicans, 60 to 80% European. Yeah, they say they are 70% Spaniard. They erased native identity. Yeah, but they don't talk about anything but their Spanish conquistador side. That's what they really talk up. Even when you talk, even the ones in the Caribbeans, they heavily acknowledge the Spaniard part of themselves. But when it comes down to the African part, they don't want to talk about that shit. Oh, hell no, they don't want to talk about that. Yeah. Yeah. So, y'all, oh boy, in these final days, it sure is a trip. That's for sure. Yes, I heard about the floods in Hawaii. In fact, they told them to get the hell out of there because it's going to get worse. I did read that as well. They told the Hawaiians in those areas that flooded to get out, to leave. Yeah, well, technically the Haitians are Latino. You know that, right? The Haitians are Latino, and so are the Jamaicans. They've all fall under that category of Latino. Yeah, so y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And we'll definitely come back together tomorrow on all new topics. Shalom, family.
That's going to conclude this episode, season 6, episode 18, part 3 of the continuation, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Join us Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. In the meantime, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. We will see y'all on Friday for Grand Rising. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Crew for coming through. Shout out to MD for coming through, who just went live. Shout out to, who else is in here? The Goddess Nabi, shout out to you for coming through. Michael for coming through. Twin and Mac for always coming through. Anybody that was peeking and not speaking. Oh yeah, Kahari. Appreciate you coming through. I think that's everybody. So I'll see y'all Friday for Grand Rising. Peace. So Chain Criminal signing up in the Mile High Income and legal market for the city in a sundown town. Well, not even a sundown town. Mile High Income city in a 5 Points historically Black district. Peace.